Hey everyone, welcome to the turnaround course. And I'm really excited to be able to share this with you. I really hope it helps your business. And I want to kind of share just the background of why this course exists, what you can expect from it as you watch through the modules. But I wanted to first set a precedent and just talk about the turnaround show. The turnaround show is something we've done on YouTube for quite a long time, and traveling out to other businesses every single week that are struggling, especially in the home service industries, and trying to help them turn around their business when they're really, really struggling. And this really, I think, is encapsulated by a story. Went out to meet a gentleman by the name Mike DeLugas from Attaboy Lawn Care in Johnson City, Tennessee. And when we got there, there was just so much shame that he had kind of pent up, and he felt like alone because he wasn't sharing with his family, his wife, his employees, the struggle he was going through as a business owner. And the struggle was extremely real. Like that year that we showed up, he had had a manager that stole like $80,000 worth of work and equipment from him. And what had happened is that employee, there was a department manager of the tree department. So he had like lawn care, landscaping, and the tree department. And this manager of the tree department would literally go to jobs and just tell customers a certain price and never send an invoice, never put into the CRM. So it was really hard to track the fact that this employee was embezzling money. And how they would do it is just tell the customer a price, and they would tell him, hey, give me cash. And then he would bring the crew from Attaboy and the business, use all the equipment, use the employees' labor, and get the job done, and then collect the money in cash. So there was absolutely no record of like this customer, the estimate, the invoice, the payment, nothing. And so they found this out months down the road. And yes, you could say, well, it's their fault for not tracking things, et cetera. And that's true. However, it doesn't take away from the fact that when you show up to a business and they have been cheated like that, it's really horrible. Like they were really expecting the year that I showed up to be the year they broke $1 million in revenue, became really profitable, and everything was really gearing up for that. They had paid things off their year prior, et cetera. And so Attaboy, at the time when I showed up, literally had, I saw his bank accounts, $5,000 in cash. He had $40,000 of short-term debt. And when I say short-term debt, I mean debt that was due like that week. Whether it be credit cards or like pay, he was getting processor, payday loans, which is essentially like, hey, if you use Stripe or you use QuickBooks or whatever, you say, hey, look, you give me this money up front, and then you can take a cut of my revenue over the next several weeks. And those are usually like between 15 and 25% interest. So then same thing with credit cards. So $40,000 in short-term debt, $5,000 in the bank. So couldn't really even pay payroll the upcoming week. And so he had literally the day I showed up, they had passed $1 million in annual revenue for the first time ever. Like the year prior, I think they did like 600,000. So like the fact is, like this is like supposed to be like a really happy day. I show up and like he starts breaking down because he hadn't shared just how bad it is with his family, how bad it is with his employees, and he's just carrying all of this himself. He'd been doing it for 8 years, just feeling like there's just nothing to show for it. When I pulled up, there was actually one of his trucks. He had pink trucks that they painted for the business, and it was literally crashed. Every single aspect of this truck was crashed, just completely smashed, completely. All the windows, every single panel. The thing was a waste, total waste. And it literally had rocks like hold the tires from rolling off the hill, and sitting out next to the road. And sure enough, that truck had gone off a ravine. Like literally, an employee had drove the thing off a ravine. And there have been other instances that same year, like a couple employees got injured really badly, 6 total injuries for that year. One worker's comp claim was kind of hovering over his head like as a cloud. He knew it was coming down the pipe because someone had gotten hurt on the job. And literally Mike was putting his house up for sale to pay off the debts and try to give the business some sort of chance at success. After 8 years of like just grinding and hustling, and then thinking this was the year that he was going to make it and make lots of profit and cross $1 million in annual revenue, he's literally selling his house just to try to pay off these short-term loans and try to get some breathing room. And that's super demoralizing. Like I show up and he's crying in front of his team members. He's crying in front of us. It's a lot of pressure and stress. And so when we go out and do these turnarounds, the goal is to obviously help these owners and make sure that when we leave, they have a plan of execution and a way to be able to turn around their business and make it more profitable. And after doing dozens of these turnarounds now, and maybe by the time you're watching this, hundreds of turnarounds on the YouTube channel, on Facebook, etc., I realized that the majority of small business owners that are struggling, they don't want a camera stuck in their face when we go out and do these turnarounds and make the videos and things. And I don't blame them. We're literally coming in at like the worst possible moment in their life, in their business. They feel like a failure already. And then yeah, stick cameras in our face and talk to the world. Like, that's horrible. So the vast majority of people who actually need help don't want us to come do a turnaround. So the reason I'm making this course and the reason I wrote the book is to be able to give you the actual roadmap so that anyone can turn around their business. And I wanted to create more of like a system. And it's a matter of like, if X, do Y. Because when I go into these businesses, you'll see a lot of times I'm just asking them a bunch of questions. I'm trying to get what their close ratio is. I'm trying to figure out how much money is in the bank. I'm trying to ask all these questions to simply give a diagnosis of what's going on in the business and then prescribe what they need to change to turn it around. And so I really believe that this course is going to give you the roadmap over the course of 13 different ways that I see businesses not hit $1 million in revenue. You're going to figure out which of these things are bottlenecking you from growth, preventing you from being profitable. And ultimately, the reason it's so important, as we'll get into in a minute, like growing $1 million business is important. We'll talk about why later. But the reason most people don't get there is because they run out of money. And so why is contained inside the course. 13 different ways that I see businesses fail in certain regards and prevent them from building $1 million business. That's what this whole course is really all about. That's what the book talks about. And my goal in giving to this for free to all of you is just that you would be able to take these learnings that I've had to learn the hard way over the course of 10 years of building Augusta Lawn Care to 150 plus locations. I want you to be able to take those learnings and the mistakes I made, and then all the things that I would usually say in a turnaround, and just apply them to your own business. And really, like, these 13 different aspects of business that I see in all these turnarounds that are just consistent all the time, they're good. They look good on paper. They look good in this course, but whether or not you execute on it is really what it comes down to. And you've seen this if you've watched the turnaround show. Sometimes we call back a couple months later and they haven't changed anything. And I gave them exactly the steps that they need to take, but they didn't execute on it. And so I really hope that in this book, you not just see the 13 ways that businesses are held up from being $1 million business, but you actually execute on them. And at the end of each chapter, what I'm actually going to do is give you a diagnosis, a tool. And that tool is going to basically tell you if your numbers are over this amount or under this amount, this is a problem. And you might want to read this chapter again to really figure this out. And whether it be close ratio, whether it be money in the bank, whether it be how much revenue you're bringing in per employee. If I give you a benchmark, I'll give you a hard number to be able to say, this is a problem if these numbers aren't being hit. And what I hope to solve with this course is home service business owners that are struggling don't know why. So often the times they come to these turnarounds, they're just at a loss. And Mike DeLugas, like when I came to Attaboy, like he didn't know what was going. Like he's like, why am I working so hard? I'm working 80 hours a week and I don't see any money in the bank. And so if that's the way you feel, this course is really made for you. The book and the course is really a roadmap to doing two things. One, diagnosing what's wrong with the business. And that's what I'm going to give you at the end of each chapter. And then number two, how do you fix those problems and make the business more profitable? We want to make a bunch of money. Because I really do believe that being unprofitable is an avoidable problem. It's not because of a specific industry or your area, or your region. It's not because of race or ethnicity or how tall you are, how fat, short, anything like that. I truly believe that you can make your business profitable. And if right now you're watching this and there is no money in the bank and you're struggling to make payroll and you're freaking out and you're thinking about having to sell your house or go bankrupt or close the business down, I believe that these are problems that can be solved. I believe that business principles don't change. They're universal. And money just simply follows attention. And we need to get our attention like on our business. And these principles, these 13 principles that are keeping your business from building $1 million business, we got to focus on these. And I truly believe that money will solve all of these problems. Making money, having that money available will solve all the problems in your business. And so before we really jump in and discuss about how to grow the business, how to get past $1 million in revenue, I really want to talk about more the mindset around building $1 million business and realized that there's certain preconceived notions that even I had about building $1 million business that were completely wrong. And if we can get past those preconceived notions, we can realize that money does solve all problems. It might not solve all problems outside of this world in terms of heaven, love, etc. But tangible things in this world, you can solve just about everything with money. And even things like love, spending time with your family, you'll be able to solve that because if you have money, you can be able to delegate things in the business and spend more time with the people that you love and cherish those relationships. So let's go to the next chapter where I want to talk about this money, preconceived ideas about money, so you can actually break through and build $1 million business. If this is helpful, go to MikeAndes.com where there's over 50 hours worth of online training completely free to help you grow your home service business. All right, so money solves all your problems. That's what I want to talk about in this part of the course. And this is more just introduction. I want to share my story and hopefully you resonate with aspects of it, but more importantly, just share how I had to change my mindset around money. Because when you start talking about building $1 million business, look, I think it's a little like it feels a little weird sometimes. Like, should I be building $1 million business? Is it the right thing for me? So let's talk about it. So, a couple things I just want to kind of share my story is first off, if a friend of ours didn't buy my brother and I a push mower at the age of 11 when I was 11 years old, I can almost guarantee my occupation today would probably be a doctor or a surgeon or something in medicine. Also, if the very first uniform, or sorry, I should say second uniform that I had made at Augusta Lawn Care, my lawn care business, if the material would have been better that we made the shirts and the hoodies with, I probably would have died. I would have died underneath the dump truck. So I want to share my story and how those things relate to making more money. So how it started off was I was 11 years old. My brother was 13 years old. And we started Andy's Lawn Care. How did we start Andy's Lawn Care? We got $1,000 from one of our friends to start the business and buy a mower, a weed whacker, and a blower. How did we earn that $1,000? We spent like 2 weeks working at their property. So whether or not we actually even made minimum wage, that's a different topic. However, they gave us $1,000 and said, hey, we want you to start a business with this. And you're going to buy a mower, a weed whacker, and a blower. So we went down to Lowe's and we bought ourselves a old Toro 21-inch push mower. The thing broke like 3 times in a matter of 2 months. We ended up getting a Honda push mower, much better decision. But we got started. We started Andy's Lawn Care, our last name. So Andy's Lawn Care was born. And from 11 years old, that's really what I used to save for college. And my brother and I mowed together all the way through college. I started when I was 13 years old when I started college, went to Whatcom Community College and then Western Washington University. And the reason I started so early is because I knew I was going to go become a doctor. And so I was like, well, if I'm going to become a doctor and spend so much time in school, let's get started earlier. So I kind of sped my way through my lower grades and then started college early. And my parents didn't have money. They never went to college. My dad's a minister, so he didn't make a lot of money. So I was like, look, if we're going to go to college, I'm going to have to pay for it. So I have to go mow grass. And so essentially, lawn care is kind of how I paid my way through college. And from 13, 17, got my degree in pre-med, applied to go all the medical schools. And then I went to Africa for 6 weeks. It was a great experience. And I learned a lot. We were able to do all sorts of crazy procedures. And I did birthing in the birthing unit, worked a lot in the burn unit, surgeries, the pharmacy side of things, like crazy. Like we did injections, everything. It's super cool. I worked at several orphanages and hospitals in Kenya, just outside of Nairobi and Kawangware and Tigoni. And it was great experience. And I loved it. I came back to the US though, started shadowing doctors and just seeing just how much like paperwork and the pharmaceutical companies got involved in insurance. And we saw like less than half the amount of patients per hour as we did over in Africa. So I was like, I don't know if I want to do this forever. Also, I don't know if I want to go to school for 8 or 9 years to be able to do this. And I don't even know that in 9 or 10 years, what this industry is going to look like because everything was really going much more laparoscopic, where you don't cut open people. You go inside using cameras and things. And I was like, I don't want to be doing the same 4 or 5 procedures the rest of my life either. Because if I'm working in the heart or the brain or the spine for surgery, there's 4 or 5 main procedures that you do. And that's kind of it. And I was like, I don't know if I'm going to do this forever. the next 40 years of my career dedicated to this. And I kind of would feel stuck if I go into hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt going to medical school to do it. So that's when I dropped out of medical school and ended up going to Western Washington University. They have an evening MBA program. So started doing that. And at the same time, started Augusta Lawn Care. So that was 10 years ago. I was 18 years old. I'm 28 at the time of this recording. 10 years ago, started Augusta Lawn Care. So now Augusta Lawn Care got started. We now have 150 plus locations in the US, Canada, and Australia. And we started franchising like 4.5 years ago. So that's cool. That's kind of the story of the business. But before we get there, about 2 to 3 years into starting Augusta, I was not making a lot of money. All right. We were doing around $700,000 to $800,000 in annual revenue. I was working 7 days a week, all day, most of the night. It was insane. And I really got caught in this belief that I had to work really hard in the business if I was going to build $1 million business. And like, I definitely grew it pretty big. Grew the business pretty big. But ultimately, it almost killed me. Like, working in the business that much almost killed me. Because one day I was going to take this dump truck with like 3 to 4 yards of cobble rock. I was going to dump it at the job site, show the crew the job, take the dump truck back to the shop, and then do estimates the rest of the day. So this is like a few years into Augusta. And I get underneath the dump truck because the PTO, the power takeoff, that cable had broke from inside the cab that goes down underneath the dump truck, engages the PTO, and the PTO is what powers the dump truck to like dump 30,000 pounds. So you can look it up on YouTube. Just put like PTO accidents. It's not good. People lose their arms, they die, they get wrapped up in these things on tractors and trucks, and it kills them. So I was underneath the dump truck, engaging the PTO. This is an old 1991 or 1990 L7000 Ford dump truck. The thing was huge. It was a beast. We always put way too much weight on the thing. I didn't really know. And so got underneath the dump truck, engaged manually the PTO, and on my way out, it would start to spin as soon as you turn it on. Well, it's spinning, and as I'm coming out, it catches my hoodie and immediately took up all my t-shirt and my hoodie, wrapped up around my neck. I still remember being pinched up against it. My shoulder and my bicep hit the gearbox, fortunately, so I wouldn't keep spinning around. It'd kill me in a matter of a few seconds. But immediately it pinched me up, brought all this all around my neck. And I remember looking out from underneath the dump truck and just thinking like, oh, like this is how it's going to end. Like, it just immediately knew it happened, immediately knew like this is going to kill me. By the grace of God, it split open. There was no seam in the hoodie. It was a regular hoodie. The shirt, everything just split open, and I fell out of the dump truck. So I'm very thankful for that. I didn't die. And that did put me up, though, for a couple of weeks of going to the hospital, repairing up. And in doing so, I realized that the business all just ran on me working crazy hours. The reason I knew that is because I'm in the hospital. I'm literally FaceTiming my crew, walking them through a job. It's actually where the beginning of estimate videos came into play, where I realized when I'm doing the estimate, I should take the video and send it to the crew so I don't have to be there to do a walkthrough. But I'm literally in the hospital doing these estimate videos, and the business didn't fall apart, thankfully, because I had some great team members. But I realized that my business was extremely fragile and built around me. And so in order to get out of that, I had to build systems and procedures. And that's when we started Landscape Business Course. Literally, I got out of the hospital and started landscapebusinesscourse.com and was like, I'm going to document every single system that I have to build to make this business profitable and over $1 million. And that's what I did. And the course is still available, and we update it since then. But I always thought that I had to build the business working really, really hard in the business to get to $1 million. When in reality, working on the business is what got me to $1 million. Working on it and creating the systems and the procedures. And so really this course, it contains all the problems that I solved along the way from when I got underneath that dump truck and got wrecked and realized my business had no systems, to the point where now we have 150 locations and we know what systems need to be done on every location. And you see patterns and you see what works and what doesn't work. And a lot of it came down to the limiting beliefs that kept me from $1 million. I thought I had to work crazy amounts of time in the business when I need to work on the business and make sure the systems and procedures actually worked. And so some of the limiting beliefs around money that I experienced, some of it came from the way you were raised probably around money has a lot to do with how you are going to treat money. And if you don't think that money is going to, if you don't think money is going to make you happy, if you don't think money is important, if you think that money is a taboo topic, I have news for you that I had to learn. Everything comes back to money. The vast majority of business problems can be solved if you make more money. So if you need more leads and you had more money, you'd be able to go spend money on ads to be able to generate more leads. You're saying, well, like, I need more employees. I don't need more money. I need more employees. If you had more money and you're able to raise the wages and give them more benefits, you'd probably be able to get better employees and more applicants. You're like, well, I need management. I need someone to come here and help me manage this thing. It's so difficult to manage and sell jobs. I happen to think that if you're able to offer more commissions and more benefits and more profit sharing and more base salary, you'd be able to find a great manager. And so I really do believe that money solves all problems. And you're like, well, no. My family is having a rough time and I need to spend more time with my family. This is nothing to do with money. Trust me, if you had more money to be able to hire the right people, be able to hire the right managers and have systems in place and be able to pay a little extra so that your entire team is high quality, you'd have more time to spend with your family. And so even though it's not directly correlated and directly related, seemingly, like church and your personal life and your health, if you have more money, you usually have more time to focus on those other things. And so the only thing I really saw as I was growing up, my parents ever really have any sort of friction around was money. We never had much money. My dad was a minister. We moved like 20 some odd times before I moved out at 18. Like it was always a struggle. The only time I ever saw any sort of friction in the house was around money, the budget, whether or not we should spend money. We didn't have enough money, things like that. So like, I'm like, we're going to solve this. And yes, I probably over-indexed on making sure that I never have those problems. However, I just truly believe that if you don't give money the attention it is required, it is not going to stick around. And so staying focused on the fact that we're building $1 million business and we're going to make a bunch of money, let's just address that. Like the reason we are in business is to make money. And it took me a while to say that. Like at first I was like, oh, the mission and like what we're trying to build and like the team. It's like, look, the team's there for a paycheck. We are there to make money as a business owner. And we all have our reasons as to why we make money, whether it be spending time with our family or going on vacation or being able to buy things and do hobbies. It doesn't matter. It ultimately comes down to the fact that we need to all make more money. And then the question is like, why $1 million? Okay. Why $1 million? You greedy. You want $1 million business. That's so unheard of. You're right. In most home service businesses, less than 2 to 3% of businesses in the industry hit over $1 million in annual revenue. So let me talk about why I think everyone should try to build $1 million business. Okay. Let me put a caveat to that. Some people should not build $1 million business, but it's not going to be because it makes less financial sense. It's going to be because personally they would break under the pressure of building $1 million business. You got to be self-aware and realize that if your personal capacity, and we'll talk more about that later, is less than $1 million, you should not build $1 million business because eventually you will break. Like if it takes too much stress on you to build $1 million business, you probably shouldn't. I would venture to believe though, that if the business was built in a systematic way and all the things we talk about in this course were addressed, it would allow you to build the $1 million business and it wouldn't stress you out as much. So that's why there's this big asterisk next to it. It's like not everyone should build $1 billion business because it creates stress and pressure. Also, I think that most businesses could be systematized and reduced down to if they are profitable enough to be able to not be stressful. And so here's 3 reasons, though, really why I think we should all be building $1 million business. That should be the goal. That should be the focus. That should be the dream. And this course is all about that. So I want to solidify why the $1 million marker, $1 million plus, is the goal. Number 1, sellable asset. Probably spelling this wrong. Sellable asset. Otherwise, you just have a job. Under $1 million in revenue, most people do not want to buy that business. They might want to buy your equipment and your trucks and maybe your contact list, but they don't want to buy your business because your business doesn't work. It's not working for you. You are working and you have a job. And that's what I had until we were at 700,000 to 800,000. I had a really, really, hard job. Worked crazy hours, low paying. And even if you're making a bunch of money, if you're working crazy hours, you just have a high paying job. If the business can't run without you, you don't have systems, you will never be able to sell it. You might be able to sell the trucks and the equipment and maybe your contact list. But you're not going to be able to sell the business. There's no actual enterprise value to a business that's doing less than $1 million most of the time because the business owner is so inextricably linked to being in the operations of the business. All right. Number 2 is we can actually afford mid-level managers. Up until $1 million, if you're doing $300,000-$400,000, you can't afford to have a full-time manager, which means guess who's going to be the manager? You are. And that's why you can't go on vacation. And that's why I couldn't get hurt. And within a couple of weeks, just realized immediately my business was falling apart because I wasn't making $1 million. And I couldn't afford to have management in place to run that business when I wasn't there. And once you have mid-level managers, you don't have to be in operations every single hour of the day. And when you leave, things fall apart. And they shouldn't be because we have managers in place. But we can't afford the managers if we're doing $200,000-$300,000 in annual revenue. Third reason why I think you should build $1 million business is you have enough profit to actually withstand economic and personal issues. So enough profit. But enough. Because if you're doing $200,000 in annual revenue and you're 30% profitable, great. But what happens if you have a personal problem? What happens if you get an injury? What happens if like 40% of your revenue just dries up? Like these are problems that are really magnified because the size and scope of the business is too small. And when you look at economic recessions, everyone gets mad because there are big banks and corporations that get bailed out by the government. Why? Because they're too big. It's not the small guy. It's not the small businesses that get bailed out. It's the big ones. Why? Because they have so much infrastructure and they have so much dependency from the economy and from a political side and from a community perspective and offering so many jobs. They literally are too big to fail. No one's ever said that a business is too small to fail. And if I want to make sure that my business doesn't fail, I want to make it big. Basic math, very simple, maybe oversimplified, but there's 3 reasons right there why you would want to have $1 million business. Fourth reason is that there is upward mobility for the team. Personally, I want to work with people that are constantly trying to improve and make themselves better, and they want to make more money. I want to work with those type of people. And I can't build a business where they can be promoted and make more money and move up inside the organization if I'm not building a business that is doing at least $1 million in revenue. Because I can't even get them to become mid-level managers or estimators or mechanics. I can't afford any of that if I don't build $1 million business. Now, the whole goal of this course is threefold. Okay. Number 1, there are 3 steps to what we're going to be trying to achieve. Number 1 is we are going to get to 20% profit margin. Okay. That is the number 1 goal. I don't care if you're doing $150,000 in annual revenue now or $600,000 in annual revenue. The entire goal is to first, number 1, get to 20% profit margin. Okay. Number 2 is we are going to get equipment and labor to be able to get to $1 million. So we're going to grow. That's step 2. We're going to grow to $1 million in annual revenue. Step number 3 of the book and this course is going to be step 3, raise prices and make more money. Because this is the goal of the entire operation. So the entire course is going to be built like this. Build a business that has 20% in profit margin. Profit margin being money you can take out of the business after you're paid as a salary. Do that first. Make it a profitable operation using systems and procedures. Then we're going to scale it up. We're going to use that profit. We might even put some of it back into the business so we can grow past $1 million in annual revenue. And then we're going to keep raising prices. Whether you want to get 2 million or 3 million, that's fine. But assuming we're getting past just $1 million, we're going to then raise prices and make more profit. I don't want to grow forever. I want to make more money and more profit and take out of the business real cash and some cash flow. So these are the 3 steps that we're going to be working on in the course. The entire business model of home services is simple. And that is to take $25 or $30 per hour that it costs us for labor. Our goal, the entire goal of home services is simply to take that $25 that we pay an employee per hour and sell it to the customer for $100, $120, whatever you're charging. That is like literally all we're doing. I don't care if you're in painting. I don't care if you're in cleaning. I don't care if you're in lawn care or landscaping. The entire goal of home services is to take labor, inject equipment, skill that you train the employees, and systems. We're going to inject that into this process, and all of a sudden, we now get an hour of time, an hour of labor that is worth $100 per hour. That's all we're doing is selling labor. And we throw equipment, we throw skill, we throw systems into this process, and that's the operational side of the business that must be added in order to be able to charge the customer that markup, that $100 per hour. So the reason this is, my goal in the course is to make this simple. Some of it's going to seem oversimplified. It's going to seem like I'm repeating myself, but I want to make this so simple that when you are faced with a problem in your business, you know exactly what to do. You know exactly the answer. I'm not going to try to wow you with facts and figures and stats. I can do that. I could go and I could do research and get those things. I want to make this where you have a roadmap, a plan to be able to turn around your business, because I get super ticked off by that fact that 90% of home service business owners don't make it past 5 years. I get very, very mad about this. I know it's like to work really hard, doing lawn care, sweating, having, I had rashes. I couldn't breathe very well because of the grass. I'd wake up super early to try to beat the sun because as soon as the sun came out, the pollen would get up. I know it's like to work crazy hours and then come home and have tons of invoicing and estimates and office work and paperwork and phone calls and voicemails to go through and unhappy customers and reviews, and everything goes bad. And employees quit on you and they say negative things. Customers quit on you and they say negative reviews online. And it just cuts to your heart. And it's horrible. It's like a punch in the gut every single day that you wake up. And yet so many home service business owners don't make any money. And that makes me super ticked off. And that's why I made the book. That's why we do the videos for the turnarounds. And that's why we're making this course, is I want to make sure that these principles that I've seen time and time and time again on these turnarounds inside of Augusta Lawn Care and the franchise, inside of Copilot, over and over and over again. I just see these constant themes that if fixed, you would not only build $1 million business, you would have a 20% profit margin, and you'd be able to raise prices and make more money. That's what the entire goal of this is. And if you see me get worked up inside the course, if you see me get mad, especially when I start talking about these actual real business owners that I've met and I've seen the pain that is created when these systems are not followed, the reason I get worked up is because I do not want you to go through this. I know the pain of failure. I know the pain of not being able to make payroll. I know the pain, and I don't want you to experience it. So hopefully these next 13 principles will allow you to build $1 million business, make it 20% profitable, raise prices, and make more money. All right, so this is the most important chapter of the entire course, of the entire book, because it's about cash. So let me start off by talking about one time when I went to Arizona. There's a turnaround that we did for a business called Universal Roofing Systems. And when I was there, the owner was actually considering getting a $300,000 loan from the SBA. It was kind of like a weird thing in the SBA. Part of it was SBA, part of it was from the bank. And it was going to be at 18% interest and a 24-month payback period. So it really wasn't actually an interest every month as much as like, it's like, hey, we're going to give you $250,000. You're going to pay us $300,000 over the course of, at the end of these 2 years. And it all ballooned at the end. So like, you're basically just kind of pushing the inevitable failure of the business down 2 years, because I didn't see this business being able to generate $300,000 in 2 years in cash to be able to give back to the bank. Anyways, 18% interest, 24-month pay period. And the reason he was thinking about doing this is because he was having $500 per day in short-term payments on short-term debt. So he only had about $40,000 of debt that was short-term. Again, from a credit card processor, high interest, and he had to pay $500 per day, which was like sucking him dry. He owed vendors a bunch of money on top of that, like, so people that he would get roofing supplies from. And now they were like, we're not giving you any supplies until you pay us. So he couldn't even do a lot of these jobs that were coming in because he couldn't get the materials from his vendors. And he had sold his second truck for his roofing company. He'd sold the second truck just to make payroll of 2 employees that had left and were threatening that they need to get paid immediately. And so he had to sell the other truck just to make that payroll. And what's crazy, honestly, when I was there, if you watch the show, is he had a full-time salesperson working with him on salary that had not made a single sale in 4 months since starting. And it's kind of crazy too, because this salesperson also had like a part-time business of their own, like doing a party event business. Kind of crazy. Kind of insane to me the fact that someone would fire 2 production workers instead of firing the salesman. So these 2 employees, he just didn't have the work for him, so he let them go, and then they were not happy about it, even though he had like tried to help them with. They had like recovering addicts, and he had tried to take them to meetings and to church and things like that, and pick them up because they couldn't drive. And sure enough, eventually he has to let them go because they didn't have no work coming in, and he fires them instead of the sales guy. Didn't really make a lot of sense to me because they produce revenue. He's a straight overhead cost, and he wasn't bringing in any revenue at all, let alone selling any jobs. And so he held these short-term loans basically paused for a couple weeks when we showed up to basically give himself some breathing room. And sometimes if you're in a really bad spot, these high interest debts, like they don't want to lose the loan because then they lose all their money, but they might give you some forbearance. Like, hey, we'll give you 2 extra weeks. It'll be an extra little fee. We'll tack it into the principal of the loan, stuff like that. So that's what he was doing. And what was really crazy is he had some really massive contracts, like commercial jobs for apartments and like solar and stuff like that in the pipeline. But every single one of his jobs and 100% of his revenue was coming from residential work. And so it was really kind of strange to me that he had this full-time salesperson going after these massive projects, which they were not getting. And 100% of his revenue was coming from residential work, like little patch jobs, re-roofing, $2,000 here, fixing the roof, things like that. And that's where he was making all his money. And he could make really good money, like $30,000, he could easily make per employee. He was making like $50,000 a month, just him doing the work and the sales all in the residential side. So he has a good business, but like all this overhead being paid on the salesperson, no work coming from the commercial side, but yet that's where all their focus was. And really all their leads started to dry up over the past couple of months because they actually changed their whole website to really look like this massive company. They showed big pictures of like warehouses and solar projects. It's like, look, like that's not where not any of our revenues coming from. And it scared away all of our leads. Like the couple months previous to us coming, like there was no work coming in. And sure enough, it's like, well, yeah, if someone residential goes to the site, they're not going to think that you do residential roofing. You're going to think you do these massive commercial projects. Even the name, like Universal Roofing, and like the logo was like the shield and like very, very corporate. Looks like a $10 million business, but definitely didn't look like a $200,000 locally and owned and operated business that really he was. So anyways, when it comes to kind of limiting belief that I see business owners having, and I had myself when I first got started, is that we think that bigger jobs and getting more of those big jobs and projects and contracts is what's going to turn around the business. And we're going to somehow fix our cash problem using these big contracts and projects. This is the equivalent of kind of like being low on gas when you're driving and be like, if I can just go really fast and just push the pedal to the metal, I'll be able to make more time and I'll be able to get further. Like, no, actually, you'll probably use up your fuel faster if you do that. And so just trying to get like massive projects is the equivalent of like, pedal to the metal. We're going to give you, I don't have a lot of cash. I don't have enough fuel available, but like, I'm just going to floor this and see what happens. I'll get further. Usually doesn't work out very great. And really like same thing with this owner, like the most business owners are always thinking about the next deal. It's like the contracts they almost had, the massive estimates that are in the pipeline. And like, if that gets accepted, everything else will be solved. And that's why when I went to Universal Roofing, I was like, oh yeah, we got the like 2 big commercial apartment complexes. If they accept, like we can pay this off, no problem. We're going to be just fine. It's like, how long does it take to realize that like one big project is not going to solve all of your problems? One big job that's half the amount of revenue you made last year is not going to solve all of the problems that you have. More employees, more jobs, and more revenue on a broken business model will only make things worse. It's kind of like putting a really heavy roof on the top of like a crumbling foundation. Like, I got this great roof, and yeah, it's so heavy and it's steel and it's just going to crumble the entire house because the foundation is messed up. And so getting bigger jobs, bigger contracts, although it's appealing, if it's built on a faulty foundation of a business that isn't profitable, it'll probably just make things worse. More complexity of the business, more equipment, more employees. It just makes things more difficult. if you don't have a right business model. And the reason is because a lot of times bigger jobs are not better jobs. Owners will think that, hey, if I I'll be able to solve all my cash problems, pay off my debts with this one big deal. And they don't realize that these jobs take more management, more materials, more manpower, and a lot of skill, and typically more cash up front because you got to get the materials, you got to get everything set up. You might have subcontractors involved. It also takes longer sales cycles. So it'll take like months to sell the job versus a smaller project you might be able to sell right away, like, or even in person really quickly in a matter of an hour or two. Also, collecting times. These big corporations and commercial jobs, a lot of times they want to wait and to pay you for 60, 90, 100 plus days before you actually see your final invoice paid. So you're going to be floating the difference of payroll and materials and everything that you purchased for the job to get completed. You're going to be acting kind of as the bank because they know that the longer they can hold off on paying, the better it is for them. So profitable businesses from a profit and loss statement. So if you look at your profit and loss statement, like, I'm profitable. On your P&L, you can look profitable, but because of bad cash management, the balance sheet, you are negative. You're losing money. You're bankrupt. And this is why in QuickBooks or any sort of accounting software you're using, I would, like, when I first got started, I would see like, oh, I made $100,000 in profit for the year. And I'm looking at the P&L and I'm like, I have no money in the bank account. And I haven't taken a paycheck in months. And the reason for that is because, like, I was doing these big projects where I was owed all of my profit, $100,000. So on my P&L, looks like I made the money, accrual accounting, but I never actually saw the cash. So bad cash management can keep you really poor, even though on paper, like a profit and loss statement, these big contracts are making you money. In fact, it reminds me of another turnaround we did up in Ontario, Canada, for grounds guys of Newmarket. And they actually went from like $900,000 in annual revenue to like just over $300,000 in annual revenue. Why? Because they lost like just a couple big projects and contracts. And so sometimes, like, these big contracts, if you start to build your business around it, you have the infrastructure of $1 million business, and then all of a sudden 70% of your revenue is gone because one or two contracts leave. Now all of a sudden you have all the trucks, you have the staff, you have an office. He had all these things. Like, he had hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of equipment because of these big projects. He had this massive loader from Caterpillar, like, huge thing. I think it was like worth like $150,000. It was huge. Front loader for snow plowing, and then he loses these big contracts. And so he's like, yeah, well, like, that hardly got used the entire winter. And yet his insurance was like huge. Like, he was still paying insurance as if he was a $1 million business because he just lost these contracts and he still got all this equipment. And so I really am hesitant when owners want to take on contracts or big projects. They're making up 30, 40, 50% of last year's revenue. I'd rather, instead of going for those big home runs, and trust me, I know what it's like to hit the home runs. It feels good. I'd rather they'll go for singles and doubles and just the consistency of being able to keep doing things over and over. Because in business, the only thing you don't want to do is strike out. Like, just get singles and doubles, like little wins, keep getting little projects, like more and more recurring work, the smaller jobs that come in, just capitalize on those. And yes, you can build up to a triple and maybe a home run occasionally, but don't try to go from home runs, especially right from the get-go, because you'll end up striking out more often than not. And in business, like, that's the only thing we want to avoid. We just want to stay in the game. So don't strike out. So just take the swings at the smaller jobs at the beginning when you don't have the manpower, you don't have all the equipment, you don't have the skill, you don't have the resources and the knowledge to be able to actually manage the job effectively and make it profitable. Like, if you're the lowest bidder on these massive projects and massive commercial jobs and you're small, like a business under $1 million, there's a really good chance you're going to lose your shirt. Because if massive companies that are doing 10, 20, $30 million in revenue are bidding on the job and they can't make sense of making profit on it and you're way below them, there's a really good chance you're going to lose money because they've actually done these type of jobs. They have the skill to be able to estimate these jobs accurately. And if you're below them, you're probably going to lose money. So I don't like to say don't take these big jobs because they are great when they work well. But I don't want to strike out and lose my shirt because I misquote a job. I don't know what I'm doing. I mismanage it. I'm understaffed and under-equipped to take on that type of project. So really, when it comes to cash, like, I really believe there's a fine line between being motivated, and then being delusional. All right. There is a fine line. And like at the roofing company, I really saw this, and I'll talk more about this in a minute, but like, it was like, yes, I want to be positive and I want to like stay motivated, but like, I got to look at the numbers, and cash doesn't lie. And so I really see cash problems occur when the business is either unprofitable or there isn't enough cash. And I deal with them in a specific way. So two different problems. One, unprofitable. Oops, let me do this. Unprofitable, profitable. And I would say this is like the P&L. P&L. And then the second cash problem, as we've already discussed, you can have a profitable P&L, but still have a cash problem. Why? Because the second part is, do you have enough cash on hand? Cash on hand. This would be like the balance sheet, where you would look to see if you have enough cash on hand. So these are the two ways that you have a cash problem in the business. So when I do these turnarounds and I'm walking into a situation like I did with Universal Roofing Systems, I'm trying to figure out, okay, they have a cash problem. Is it because they're unprofitable, or is it because they don't have enough money in the bank account? All right. So you can also look at this as like, if we look at the P&L, this is kind of like, are you losing fuel? Right. So if we take back to our example of the fuel thing, the P&L and being unprofitable is like, are we losing fuel? How fast are we using the fuel? And then cash on hand is like, how much fuel is in the tank? And I need to know those two things if I'm going to accurately predict how far I can go. Like, how far can I take this business without running out of money? Well, I need to know how much fuel do I have and how fast am I burning through it, if I'm burning through it at all, if I'm like unprofitable. So very important if you're actually trying to figure out how far you can take your business is it unprofitable? And secondly do you have enough cash on hand? All right, now let's break this down into these two different categories. So we talked about being unprofitable and not having enough money in the bank account as the problems. Let's look first at number one, which is being unprofitable. All right, how do we fix this? So first, there are plenty of people that make plenty of money, whether it be W-2 employees or business owners. They make plenty of money and they still live paycheck to paycheck. Why? Because they're just using all their money as they make it. They still have a cash problem. You're like, oh, they got all these assets and they got all these fancy things and they make all this money. They make $2 million every year. There's tons of people like in the NBA and pro sports. They still live paycheck to paycheck and they still have a cash problem because they're burning through the money. That is being unprofitable. All right. So there's several things we can do. Number one, or A, we can raise prices. We're going to talk about this a whole lot more down the road because honestly, raising prices will literally solve 90% of your problems. This is the long-term fix. All right. So raising your prices is the most long-term fix you can have. We'll talk like a lot about raising prices down the road. The next thing we're going to do is audit. And we're going to audit employees. We're going to audit customers. And we're going to audit our services. Okay. We're also going to audit our expenses. Okay. So in terms of employees, I'm going to be auditing like which employees are actually generating the most profit. And I can look at my effective hourly rate, which is my labor revenue divided by the earned, how much labor revenue they're earning per hour, my effective hourly rate that they're clocked in. So I'll actually, let me go really quickly. I think we go over this quite a bit later on, but like if we looked at the effective hourly rate, it is the amount of money earned divided by clocked hours. So if someone makes $500 in labor revenue for the day and they work 10 clocked hours, their effective hourly rate would be $50. Okay. So we can look at things like this, our efficiency, to be able to see which of the employees are the most efficient, the most profitable, and actually the ones worth keeping. So we're going to audit all of these things. You can also use labor efficiency score, which I like more. And that's the number of budget hours they complete divided by their clocked hours. And this will give you a percentage. We'll talk more about this later in the course too. Amount of budget hours they complete divided by clocked hours is going to give you some percentage, and you'll be able to literally know what percentage of the day is waste versus what percentage is actually getting jobs done. All right. So if I complete 6 budget hours and I worked 8 hours, I would then have a 75% efficiency score. We'll talk more about that later. So that's what we can use to figure out which of our employees are most efficient and profitable. Now, customers, we're going to be auditing this as well to figure out, okay, which of our customers, which of our jobs are we actually making the most money on? Potentially, some customers, you might make good money on their job, but they're too far away. Your service area is way too far away. and you're appealing to the wrong customers, right? So I'm auditing like which customers I'm actually appealing to. Are they too far away? Are they in the wrong age demographic? Like, is my brand speaking to my target demographic of the customers I actually want? Okay, so I'm gonna audit that if I have a cash problem. The next thing I'm gonna audit is my services. Are there specific services that like I'm making way more money on? Are they way more profitable? Certain services compared to others. Which services offer the most consistent revenue? Because if some of your revenue, like it's super profitable, but we only do it for like 1 or 2 months out of the year. Great, but like I want consistent profitable services, right? So I want consistency and like which ones are in demand for the most months of the year because I want to reduce the seasonality of my business. And to do that, I'm going to choose the services that I can do for the longest period of time throughout the year. Also, which services, again, back to services, can I train my employees on the most efficiently? Does it take 1 month to train someone on building walls versus 1 day for them to be trained on mowing grass? Not making a point there, just saying that like one took literally 20 times longer than the other to train them up on. So some services, although they might be profitable, if it takes 6 months or a year for an employee to become proficient at that service, might be difficult to actually retain employees that long consistently as you scale up. So you might cut some services simply because of their complexity when it comes to training. I'm also going to audit my expenses. Like fixed expenses are going to kill seasonal businesses all the time. Especially because you're like, if you're seasonal, it means that, okay, for 9 months out of the year, I'm making good money. The other 3 months, I've still got to pay my rent, my utilities, my shop, for my any loan payments that I have for the trucks or equipment. I've got to pay any sort of debt. These are all things that are not going away. Like your insurance is not going to be like, oh, you made less money last month. We'll discount your rates by 40% because you made 40% less revenue. Not happening. Fixed expenses, you're still going to have to pay for them throughout the winter or throughout the off season. And so you're going to have to audit your expenses and figure out like, okay, I'm unprofitable. Is there anywhere I can cut, especially if they're fixed expenses that I can prevent burning through my cash reserves during the off season? Okay. We talked about auditing. C, we're going to go back to being solo. Back to solo. And this is a tough one because actually I went and did a turnaround for Rough Cuts in California, Rough Cuts Lawn Care. And the owner, Carter, I actually recommended that he go back to being solo. He had like 4 or 5 employees and he had already sold off equipment just to make payroll. He was losing money. He was like $96,000 in debt. And I'm telling him like, hey, you got to go back to being solo. And I'll talk about Carter later on, but like ultimately he didn't know how to manage that many employees and he was losing money like crazy. It was super unprofitable. And okay, let's go back to being solo. And by doing that, we can increase our prices because we already have too much work for just you as one person. Let's raise our prices. Because remember, the whole point of this course is like, let's get to a 20% profit margin, raise prices, and then we can continue to grow the business. Well, he was like negative profit. He was losing money. So we need to like cut back on how all the employees and the trucks and the equipment so you can raise prices. So if you go back to being solo, say, why would you do that? Like, it's kind of counterintuitive. Like, you're definitely not going to build $1 million business being solo. You literally, if you do the math, you have to make like $600 or $700 per hour just to be able to make $1 million business by yourself. So you're probably not going to be able to charge that much in home services per hour. So to build $1 million business, you're going to have to hire people. And so going back to being solo can seem super counterintuitive and like you're kind of taking steps back. But if we're going to have an unprofitable business and then try to scale it and grow, you're just going to make it more unprofitable and lose more money. Okay. So growing an unprofitable business, not a good idea. It's just making the problem worse. And so, what I wanted him to do, and the reason I tell someone to go solo if they're unprofitable and sometimes is because you cut out all of the extra trucks, all the management of employees, all of the extra selling you have to do to get the leads required to fill your crew's schedule, and just focus on producing revenue. So instead of being an overhead expense of the business, you become a revenue producing machine. And honestly, you're probably super efficient because you're the owner. So sometimes going back to being solo is actually what you need to do to be able to reduce your expenses, be able to audit all of these things, go back to being solo, raise your prices, and then go grow the business later on. Okay. D, the rest of this book is really showing you all the things to do to become more profitable. Okay. So I talked about these main ones. Like raising your prices, auditing these 4 categories, and then going back to being solo. But really, the rest of this course and the rest of the book is really all about how you can become more profitable. And again, this is why this chapter is the most important. All right, so we've talked about the first case of having cash flow problems, and that is being unprofitable. The second way to have cash problems is you don't have enough cash. There's not enough cash is in the bank. This is a problem. So we can be super profitable, number one, but not have enough money in the bank and still go out of business. All right. So what do you do first and foremost if you have what I call an acute cash crisis? I define this as you can't make payroll. If you can't make payroll, we have an acute cash crisis. All right. Not fun. Feels horrible. First, what I want to do is look where money hides. There's several places that money hides. Unpaid project deposits. So if someone has accepted the job, but they have not paid their deposit, you can literally call them right now and be like, hey, let's get that deposit paid so we can get you on the schedule. Great. There's one spot money hides. You can quickly get the money for payroll. Second thing is accounts receivable. In other words, money that people owe you. Overdue invoices. We're going to take an entire chapter on this later on in the course and talk about it in lots of depth. But there's no reason for people to be owing you money and you not collecting on it and having cash problems. So go get that money. Hiding. Third place that hidden money hides is unfinished projects. They're almost completed. They're almost done. Just go knock them out real quick. I've seen business owners have cash problems, attack these 3 areas of where cash hides and make $20,000, $30,000 and be able to make payroll. So not necessarily a long-term fix, but if you have an acute cash problem, we are looking for unpaid deposits. We're looking for overdue invoices to be able to get paid, or also known as accounts receivable, AR. And then we're also looking for uncompleted projects, jobs that you can knock out really quickly. An extra day or two, you're almost done. And then you unlock the rest of the invoice, 50% of it, really quickly. This is what you do in an acute cash crisis. Now, the second way to be able to deal with not enough cash in the bank is to go get debt. Okay. I'm not a huge fan of debt, but there are times to use debt. Ultimately, avoid short-term debt. And when I say short-term debt, I mean credit cards. I mean payment processors that are offering you money that are going to be like predatory credit rate terms like 18, 20, 30% interest. It's insane. Try to avoid those at all costs. And make sure you have a plan to actually pay off the debt. Because remember, you don't have to pay the monthly payments for interest. You got to pay the actual principal. And that's where when it came to like Universal Roofing, he was like, hey, if I get $250,000, I'll be able to build a business in the next 2 years and be able to afford the $300,000. Remember, you got to pay off $300,000. That's like the kicker. That's a lot of money. Especially when your business last year did $200,000 in annual revenue and was unprofitable. So keep in mind, it's not just the monthly payment of interest you're going to be paying. It is the final principal. Another thing you can do in terms of getting debt is get a line of credit. And a line of credit from your bank, ultimately, if you can get where it's revolving, so where you use it and then you can pay it off. So maybe you use it for like a month or two, but you don't have to go into a 24-month debt cycle with massive amounts of interest. You can just use it as you need it. And remember, getting a line of credit when you need it the most, they're not going to give it to you. So sometimes what you might have to do is collateralize the line of credit. In other words, say, hey, look, if I don't pay this, I will give you trucks and equipment with assets in order to be able to get the line of credit. But if you have the line of credit, it's like an insurance policy just in case something really bad happens. And again, you're not going to get the line of credit when everything is bad and you're unprofitable and you have no assets. You're going to have to do this when things are going good. Get a line of credit. Okay. Another thing you can do is just increase your credit card limits. It's not ideal. It's still short-term debt. I don't want you to be using this all the time, but as an insurance policy to make sure that I don't run out of cash. I just don't want you to die. At the very worst case, you can use the credit cards. So increase the limits. Like ask your credit card provider if you can just increase their limits. You might have been at $20,000 as a limit for the past like 3 years. You ask them to go to $50,000. I'm like, yep. A lot of times you can just do this online. Like ask for a credit card, credit increase request, and let's like increase it randomly. Like, oh, sick. I should have done that for a long time ago. It gives you more cushion. It's an insurance policy, and you can do this to make sure you don't run out of cash. Um, Really the goal is like, I want to increase my cash flow. I want to not have to go into debt, but there's going to be times that I might need the debt in order to be able to grow the business. There's a certain amount of risk that you take on, though, taking on debt. So, Universal Roofing was actually trying to refinance their current like $40,000-$50,000 in short-term debt, and they had all their vendor loans. They were trying to take all of that, like I think it was like $80,000 to $100,000, and then refinance it by getting this other loan that was much bigger and trying to like pay the one off and move on with this longer term debt. So, in my opinion, refinancing debt like that is only acceptable if your growth has been steady and your profit margins are increasing and the assets that you have are greater than your liabilities. So when you look at your balance sheet, because again, we're talking about the balance sheet part here. That's what not having enough cash is. It's all about the balance sheet. Okay. So if we're looking at the balance sheet, we have to think about assets and liabilities. If your assets are greater than your liabilities, maybe you take on some more debt to pay off other debt. Maybe. All right. Talk to someone that really understands this ideally to know like your accountant is going to be good. The banker, they're probably going to be a little bit biased to get you that loan. So be careful. But I usually don't recommend doing this unless you have healthy profit margins. You're growing a lot. And so getting that money is going to really unlock growth. Just be careful. When I was at Universal Roofing, they had a lot of motivation and like positive thinking. And they really, said so many things like God told us to do this and God. And I'm not taking that away from them. That might be true. And that's awesome. But also like in the Bible, if you're religious, like the Bible also says in Proverbs 22, it literally says the borrower is servant to the lender. In other words, like you are a slave to whoever you are borrowing money from. So some people really use like positive thinking or like motivation or even religiosity to somehow like claim, like justify why they're going into debt. Like, well, if God wants this, I can go way more into debt. Be careful about that. You could really put your family in a bad situation. And so be careful about, remember, like there's a fine line between delusional and motivation, and try not to use scapegoats like religion or positivity to be like justify getting into really crazy amounts of debt. And that's really what I felt was happening a little bit at Universal Roofing. And so I'd be careful about that. Don't use anything really to mask or ignore the cash position in your business. I don't care if that's certain excuses about like your past. I don't care if it's using religion, trauma you've been through, negative experiences, insecurities, mistakes you've made in the past. You're trying to prove someone wrong. You're trying to live big and appear really, really successful. Don't use those as filters to mask whether or not you should use debt. But the third, or C, if we don't have enough cash, like worse comes to worse, you're going to sell off paid assets. All right. So sell assets. Assets you've already paid off, you're going to sell these. And this is not a good direction. You're literally selling off your assets on your balance sheet. You're basically converting an asset from a truck or equipment to another asset is cash. But then usually you use the cash. Not good. It means you're bringing down assets in the business. Not a good thing. But we sell off paid assets. Our goal is to free up cash. We need money. And so depending on how bad the situation is, you might have to get here. And if you're going to be selling off assets, it also means you're going to be decreasing your revenue potential because you're probably selling off trucks and equipment that would otherwise be doing more services and otherwise be creating revenue. And so if you're selling off assets, really, I would recommend, if you're gonna cut services, cut the services that are least profitable. And when you cut those services, then you can sell the assets required to do those services. For example, if you're doing tree service and you're like, well, that's the least profitable part of the business. I don't have any cash. Great. I'm going to cut the service. I'm going to cut that service out. I'm unprofitable at it. And by doing that, I'll be able to sell off the assets like a bucket truck or a chipper or a dump truck. I'll be able to sell off those assets required to do those unprofitable services. That's where I give the green flag on when you don't have enough cash to sell off the assets. Just remember, those assets is what brings in revenue. So you're likely going to decrease in size and reduce the amount of revenue you can do simply because you're selling off assets. But this is a great opportunity to cut out services that are unprofitable, cut out customers that are unprofitable, reduce your service area, because like the least profitable way to grow your business is by expanding service area and adding more services. It's also the easiest way to increase revenue is to expand your service area and increase the amount of services that you offer. So if you've overextended yourself and you don't have enough cash, you can sell the assets to the services that are the least profitable and serving the wrong customers, i.e., way too far away from you. You're having to drive for an hour or 2 hours to get to their property. Let them go. And then by doing that, free up the assets required to do those services, and you'll be able to sell them, liquidate them, and get that cash back into the business. I really am really stressing to amplify instead of new. Okay. So instead of trying to dig all these little holes, right? All these services that you have in your business, you're digging all these little holes. Instead of doing that, just focus on one thing and amplify it. So instead of using a shovel, instead of using a shovel, I'm going to go get myself an excavator so that I can really do some damage. And instead of trying to dig 5 holes, I'm just going to dig one massive hole. I'm going to focus all my time and attention on one service. So instead of doing all these little services, I'm going to focus on one. And so to do that, I might need to get the excavator. So what am I going to do? I'm going to potentially sell off the assets, free up cash so that I can focus on getting the excavator that's going to dig one massive hole. Okay. Really amplify instead of new. Okay. There's 3 ways you can grow your business. Now let's go over this real quick. This is new information. You can do things more, you can do things better, or you can do things new. Everyone adds new services, adds new customers, adds new service area, and it's the least profitable way to grow your business. If you do things better so you can charge higher prices, or you do more of what you currently do and upsell customers, you'll probably make more profit. Okay. All right. So this whole cash, like why is it important that we actually have cash? Well, cash, not having cash and having this problem, when you grow an unprofitable business model, it isn't going to solve your cash problems. So that's why I'm always afraid when I go into these turnarounds and someone's like, well, I don't have enough money. I'm going to keep growing the business. It's like, we're probably going to keep making this worse. If we just constantly am putting more and more employees and more equipment and more services and adding more and more revenue to this business model, it's probably just going to get worse. And so a business model that loses 10% per year, if it's small and it's doing $100,000 in annual revenue and they're negative 10%, they're losing money. Guess what? You're only going to lose $10,000. Not bad. And you're like, well, I'm going to keep growing. Okay, great. But we're running a negative 10% profit margin business. Now you build $1 million business. Guess what? You are now $100,000 in the hole. See, that's really simple. Yes, but that's literally what we're doing when we have an unprofitable business and we try to grow it. That's why step 1 of this entire course is grow a business that is doing 20% profit and then grow it. Because otherwise, I see people have an unprofitable business, like, I'm going to scale it up and I'll eventually make money. That's true sometimes, but far too often the times people run out of money before they actually reach the $1 million marker. In-home services, we have variable costs. We have equipment, we have labor, we have materials, we have things that go into the job that are required and it costs money, which means if you sell more work, your expenses are going to go up, okay? Because you got labor and you have materials that need to go into the job. To think that you're magically going to like grow the business to this tipping point where it becomes really, really profitable is very rare. And I'm going to talk a lot more about this in terms of overhead expenses and how you can reduce those and prevent this happening, especially during the off season, which can kill the business. And that's we're going to talk a lot about that. But when I was at Universal Roofing, one of the things that really caught my attention too was causing these cash problems is they were going after these big projects. Back to what we talked about earlier. They literally had 100% of their revenue coming from residential work, yet they were changing their website to look like they're servicing commercial customers. And I see this as a problem because, tying back to this, someone has a negative 10% business, negative 10% profit margin business, and guess what they do? I'm going to go get $1 million contract. I'm going to go get a $400,000 massive project. And what they're doing is they're simply pouring more gasoline on a burning business, a business that's not doing well. And so that's what Universal was doing. And that's what a lot of business owners do in a state of emergency when they have cash problems is they just grow, or they get a massive project, or they get a huge contract thinking it'll solve the problem, when in reality, it usually just makes it worse. And so Universal Roofing they changed their website all these massive commercial jobs, projects, like literally probably a $4 million job was shown on the picture of their website. And it's like, look, 100% of your revenue comes from residential houses, not these massive commercial jobs. Like, you're going to scare away your ideal customer that you're currently making money from. And maybe you can merge into large projects down the road, but don't change your whole brand to alienate the customers that are actually coming to you right now. Having that brand clarity is so important. And if you just focused on that at Universal Roofing, you'd be able to drive way more leads, because right now they didn't have any leads. And it was causing all these cash flow problems. And he's going after these massive contracts with a salesperson that is on salary, not producing any revenue, and hasn't made a single sale in four months. It's crazy. So ultimately, it'll create confusion if you're trying to look like something that you are not. So if you were really small and you're trying to appear really big, it's going to create confusion. If you're really big and you're trying to act really, really small, it's also going to be confusing. So just be who you are when it comes to marketing. Give the brand clarity, and don't try to take on jobs that are way outside your scope of work, whether it be new services or just size and scope of a project. I've seen too many people think that that's going to be the magic bullet, the golden bullet that's going to like solve all their problems is going to be that one massive project or contract. And it really crushes their cash flow even more. And their cash problems just get worse. So how do we when we solve the cash problem, what does that do for our business? Well, solving this is going to get you close to $1 million business because several things. Number one, if we solve the cash problem, what's going to happen? Well, first and foremost, we're going to have the necessary cash to grow the business. Okay. Because when you're growing a business, you need capital expenditures like trucks, equipment, trailers, machinery, tools, office, etc. CapEx, capital expenditures. You also need to hire people. You need to do more marketing. Okay. So I can now grow my business if I have more money. If I fix the cash problem, and remember, there's two ways to have cash problems, either unprofitable or not enough cash in the bank. If you can solve those problems, you'll be able to grow the business using that money. There's nothing worse than turning leads off during your busy season because you don't have the cash to get more employees or equipment or vehicles. So if you have the money, you're able to grow. When all the leads are pouring in and you need to extend your capacity and get more trucks, get more equipment, hire more people. If you don't have enough cash, you could literally have to turn off your leads because you can't take on any more jobs. That stinks. The fact is that when all the leads are coming, you have the opportunity to grow. You can't because you simply don't have enough cash on hand. That stinks. Much less likelihood of getting to $1 million in revenue if every time we get super busy, we can't capitalize on the new leads that are coming in. Okay. There's also nothing worse than having to turn away great employees during the off season because you don't have the cash to sustain until the busy season. Like, you run out of all your cash through all the winter. There's great employees available and willing to work for you, but you have to say no to them because you don't have enough cash in the bank and you're running an unprofitable business, and you therefore have to turn away great employees and you're not able to capitalize on leads during the busy season. That stinks. Okay. So if we have cash, we solve the cash problems, both of them. We'll be able to grow the business. We'll also be able to stay in business. Because ultimately, cash is like oxygen, and we need to have it in order to be able to stay in business. You'll also honestly prevent a lot of stress-induced bad decisions if you just have cash in the bank. Like, a lot of business owners just make bad decisions because they don't have enough cash in the bank and they're running an unprofitable business. So having a cash problem, unprofitable, or not enough money in the bank, creates so much stress. A lot of times people will then make really bad decisions. So cash is your greatest defense. Cash is your greatest defense. Because it'll prevent you from making really bad decisions. Even if you do something wrong in the business, if you have a lot of cash in the bank, it's like your defense. Like, it's like, okay, we're fine. I can absorb it because I have cash in the bank. If you don't have cash, that's why you're so stressed. You have no defense. If all you had was an offense, you would be freaked out to turn the ball over. Because then you know the other team would just run down to the end zone and get a touchdown. Having more cash in your bank, having a profitable business that's not 4 or 5% profitable, but it's 20% plus, is your best defense, right? So if anything happens that's bad in the business, you could literally be just completely totaled if you don't have cash in the bank and you're running a very low profit margin business. All right. we've talked about several of these things in terms of what happens if you have money. How does it actually help you get to $1 million? We're able to grow the business. We stay in business. Another thing to keep in mind is this is why startups raise money, because they realize that defense is awesome. And if they have a bunch of cash, it will prevent them from going out of business. Okay. And it gives an artificial cash position by them raising money from venture capitalists or private equity. It gives them like a cash cushion, a defense from them going out of business during a time when they should be trying to grow really fast. They should be trying to pour more money on leads, hire more people, capitalize on the opportunity, but they can't. Right? They can't grow because they have cash problems. So what do? They go raise money. They burn through it, and there's problems to that in and of itself, but they're able to stay in business and keep capitalizing on the opportunity of hiring the right people and capitalizing on the leads that are coming in because they have a lot of cash. And when it comes to, VCs, venture capital, and private equity, it really only solves one side of the equation, because when we looked at being profitable and having a good cash position, we go back here. There's two things. There is one, not having enough cash, and there is two, being unprofitable. Having venture capital, investors, private equity solves this part, not having enough cash. What it doesn't fix a lot of times is making the business profitable. And that's why, like in 2022, when interest rates went up and all of a sudden they couldn't raise any more money, they ran out of cash. Why? Because they were unprofitable. They were using up their fuel too fast. So regardless of having tons of money from venture capitalists and investors, they still eventually died. That's why you have to have both sides of the equation: the balance sheet, enough money in the bank, enough cash, and the profit and loss statement being profitable and actually making a profit margin on every single sale. All right, let's move on to a diagnostic tool. When it comes to the cash position, how do I diagnose whether or not it's a problem or not? First and foremost, the diagnoses is if you are under 10% profit margin. So if less than $1 for every $10 in revenue is profit, if less than $1 is profit out of $10 in revenue, we have a cash problem. Okay. In order to grow $1 million business, work ethic will get you there. But let's make sure you're profitable and you don't kill yourself doing it. You can work crazy hard and build $1 million business and die on the way to doing it and run yourself into the ground. That's not the goal. We want to run a 10% profit margin business. We're not stressed out. We don't have tons of money, like loans and massive debts. We build $1 million business, but we're like running a negative profit margin business, or we don't have enough money in the bank account. So if you're running under 10% profit margin, I would say you are not profitable enough. Now, that might be in the short term. You might be growing really fast, etc. But I want to make at least 10% profit. And for the sake of this course, profit is simply take home money after you've paid yourself a salary. Okay, so don't overthink it, because some people are like, I'm super profitable. I have like 80% profit margins. Yeah, but you're running as a solo operator. And if you were to pay someone $25 an hour to do your job, you'd be losing money. So don't think about how much like profit in the business is in terms of profit and loss statement. Like at the bottom of that, how much money can you take out of the business? To me, is profit. Okay. Don't overthink that. There's like, everyone has different opinions what profit means. I think it's a matter of like, if you paid yourself a reasonable salary, what money would you then be able to take out of the business and take it home? Okay. So first and foremost, we realize that if you're under 10% profit, you're running a pretty unprofitable business. Not great. We're shooting for 20% profit, but if it's under 10%, it's simply going to put you in a position of being vulnerable to economic tides, bad things happening, a competitor coming into town. We see this all the time. Like every 10, 15 years, you have an economic collapse or we have some sort of recession. And the people who get wiped out are the ones that are making less than 10% profit. Okay. I also wanted to ask you the question, like, do you have enough cash on hand? Is very important. And so we've talked about, this is the being profitable part. Number one, diagnostic tool is under 10% profit. Now it's a matter of, do we have enough cash on hand? So the diagnostic tool that we use for this is, if you're growing by 15%, like it's really, you want 1 month of revenue. That's ideal. At least 1 month of revenue in the bank is ideal. We talked about why you need to have cash on hand. It reduces stress and all the rest of it. In my opinion, you want to have 1 month of revenue in the bank. Now, if you're growing really fast, I see people go less than this. It really comes down to your risk tolerance. If you're willing to take on more risk and have less cash in the bank, fine. I like to have 1 month of revenue in the bank account. And this is really going to be determined by if you are in profit mode versus growth mode. Are you trying to grow? Are you trying to make more money? And we're going to talk a lot more about profit mode versus growth mode, because I believe you can only be in one of those categories. You can either be trying to maximize profit or maximize growth. And this will play a lot into whether or not how much cash on hand you keep in the bank account. Okay. And 1 month of revenue, in my opinion, it really just ensures that if the business had zero income for some reason, you'd be okay. And everyone's like, oh no, like that doesn't happen. Like there's no way I'm not gonna make any money this month. I've made money every single month since my business started. I'm not gonna make zero revenue. No one planned for COVID-19. No one plans for a pandemic. No one plans for a payment processor just freezing your account because of some crazy fraudulent charge. Supply chains blocking materials from getting through. You can't do any jobs. Mass layoff, mass strikes. All your team members having a revolt and leaving. Canceled contracts, like going from 900,000 or $1 million business to 300,000, like out in the grounds, guys. Or even if this roofing company actually got big contracts and then they lose them, like no one plans for that sort of stuff. And so that's why having that much cash on hand, in my opinion, is a requirement to be able to not have a cash problem, because 1 month of revenue and like really ensures that any unforeseen one-time expenses that pop up, it will not cause the business to close. Because ultimately, the only real failure in business is quitting and stopping. And so I've seen these happen, like lawsuits, insurance claims from auto accidents or failed projects, customers sue you, labor disputes, workers have an injury on the job, accidents that happen, theft. You might have a massive maintenance issue with like one of your trucks, like a new engine or a new transmission. So these problems happen all the time. Our goal is to not have a cash problem. In order to not have a cash problem, we need to have above 10% profit margin, as stated here. And we need to be making sure we have enough cash on hand, which in my opinion is 1 month of revenue. If you have less than either of those two things, 10% profit margin or 1 month of revenue in the bank in terms of cash on hand, I think you have a cash problem, and you might want to read the whole chapter, like listen to this whole thing again of what you can do to solve that cash. Last month, the average location that was just getting started inside of Augusta Lawn Care brought in over 50 leads in 1 month, and they're just getting started. Why? Because AugustaLawnCareServices.com has a domain that has national authority and ranks very high on Google very quickly. So if you'd like to grow your business, take it to the next level, and scale with multiple locations, go to AugustaLawnCareServices.com/franchise and book a call today. Now, back to the video. All right, so the second reason why you don't build a $1 million business is because you have a leaky sales process. So let's go ahead and talk about this and why it prevents you from building a $1 million business. So first off, let's look at close ratio. I love close ratio. It's a great way to be able to measure how many of your estimates are being accepted. Close ratio is simply the number of estimates accepted divided by the total number of estimates sent. Okay. So if you sent out 100 estimates and 40 of them were accepted, you would have a 40% close ratio. Okay. Very basic, very good way of being able to know how efficient you are with your sales. However, close ratio is easy to track, but really what I would love to be able to track, but it's more difficult, is lead efficiency. Because I actually believe that we're only tracking one step of a sales process when we look at close ratio. And I'll explain that's what this whole chapter, this whole part is going to be about. So most people would say, hey, I convert 50% of my leads into customers. And they would be thinking about their close ratio. But if you really understand the full sales process, I actually think that 20 to 50% of their actual leads aren't even being accounted for in that equation. So let's go ahead and talk about why that is. So I want to break down the entire sales process of what most home services are going to look like. Okay. Now, some of you might have slight differences based on your business model. your industry, etc. But we're going to assume this is where you have to go visit the customer, get information at their property in order to be able to give them an estimate. Let's go ahead and go through what a typical sales process looks like. Okay. It's an 8-step process. Number 1 is an estimate request form. So I'm assuming they came to your website from an ad. They came to your website from a door hanger or an every door direct mail campaign or a radio ad, or doesn't matter. They submitted an estimate request form. Okay. And so what we're going to do at this stage is we're going to process the contact. So it comes into your office. They're going to put that contact usually into your CRM. Let's go. Number 2 is we're going to do the office replies via phone. And what we're trying to do is set up the appointment. Number 3 is we're going to go and actually visit the property, talk to the customer, see the scope of work, and assess the property. And the next step after that is going to be to actually create and send the estimate or the proposal or the quote or whatever word you want to use. Number 5, we're going to make sure that the client actually receives, quote, and accepts. Okay, so the actual process of them getting the quote accepted. This is usually going to come in the form of like an email link or something like that. We'll talk more about all of these. Now, the office, because they got an accepted estimate, the office is going to respond with scheduling. Okay, we can get you done on this specific day. When can we do the work, etc. Number 7, for most of us, if it's a project, you're going to need some sort of down payment or a deposit, or you're going to have a card on file if you're doing a recurring service, like mowing, for example. So card on file or have a deposit. You're going to have to collect that before you keep going on in the process. And then 8th, finally, the job is scheduled and can be started. Okay. So at every single step and transition of the sales process, at every single one, there's leakage. All right. So when we look at close ratio, really all we are measuring is the difference between step 4 and step 5, which is the difference between how many estimates we send versus how many get accepted. So although I love close ratio, and we will talk about it because it's so easy to calculate, when you look at close ratio, it's really only measuring this one step of the process and how many customers drop off at this stage. When in reality, there's 8 different stages and there can be leakage throughout the entire thing. You say, how is that possible? Well, let's go ahead and go through each step. So someone submits an estimate request form up here, and they might not submit the form. They might actually fill the information in and never click submit, or never click send, or maybe their internet isn't great, and when they click send, it doesn't load quick enough, and they log off. You don't even know about that lead. You never even hear about it because it never even gets to you. They never were able to get the form submitted. Maybe they called you and you called them back, and you got the process, the contact, the estimate request form came in. Your office calls them, and the problem is you get their voicemail, and now you're back and forth, and eventually they just end up leaving. So you missed a call. They don't have a voicemail set up, or the voicemail box is full. Can't do anything. Or maybe you try to call them back here in step 2, and there's bad contact information that was submitted on the estimate request form. They literally gave you the wrong phone number. They literally gave you the wrong email address. They gave you the wrong street number. And you're kind of stuck until you can hear back from them. And so there's leads that we never even get to stage 4 where we send them an estimate that we're actually losing out on because of previous steps in the sales process. Okay. So let's look at what else can happen. Well, we might play voicemail tag back and forth because they call us after hours. We call them back during office hours and they're busy. So it's like phone tag. And then by the time they actually get a hold of them, they've already got someone else to do the job. We never even got to stage 4. Okay. Then let's assume we actually did assess the property. Okay. Talk to the customer. Well, let's say you delay the proposal. Like you're so busy. It's in the middle of spring rush. Things are crazy. You don't actually get a send, like you delay, like you take 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days before you send them a proposal. And all of a sudden, they don't want the job. Okay. So we never we never even were able to send the estimate, and they're like, oh, we got someone else to do it. We haven't even sent it to like, oh man, we delayed. Like that's horrible. Now let's assume we actually create the estimate and send it to the customer. It could still fall through the cracks because it's lost in their email or their spam filter. They don't even see it. And this that's happening every single stage of the sales process is people are falling off, and it's very difficult to measure these things. Okay. So now the client receives the quote, but they get confused by the client portal because it links to your CRM client portal on the back, and they're like, well, I have to do a password, and I have to like set up security questions, and I have to put all this information. I get confused. It's not really straightforward. They get confused and don't even accept the estimate. Okay. So now let's assume that they do accept the estimate. Great. Now you're going to respond back with scheduling. Okay. And you're like, hey, we're trying to get you on the schedule. Oh, wait, you don't have a card on file. I need to get your deposit. So now you got to send them an email. Okay, fill out this form. Or, hey, I'm going to send you an invoice for half the invoice or for half the job. You need that paid before we can get you on the schedule. So now you've got to wait. And if they send you a check in the mail for the deposit, that could take forever. If they just don't see your email again, they get distracted. Life happens. Gets caught in spam, whatever. They don't put their card on file. You don't ever actually get them to number 8. Because in my opinion, until they get to number 8 and the job is on the schedule, you haven't really got the job. Everyone's like, I got this estimate. I got a new customer. I got a new estimate request form. It's like, no, until the job is scheduled, you have payment information on file. You know exactly what's going on with the scope of work. You don't have the job. And so until we get to number 8, we haven't really solved any of their problems. And so instead of trying to increase leads and just like pouring more and more estimate request forms in the top, i.e. new leads, people asking for jobs, etc. Instead of doing that, let's try to just plug all the leaks. So the leak at every single stage in the sales process, let's just plug those, prevent all these things from happening. And the reason, in my opinion, is the reason we track close ratio only is because the other leaks are really tough to figure out, right? Like it's really easy to figure out lead count. Like how many leads came in? No problem. Let me go ahead and see how many estimate request forms came in. See how many calls came in. Great. There's my lead count. How many new customers did I add to my CRM? Oh, there's my leads. Like that's pretty easy to be able to figure that out. Your close ratio, also pretty easy to figure out. What's really, really tough though, lead efficiency. Because in my opinion, lead efficiency takes into account all 8 of these steps and how many leads at the very top actually were converted into customers in step number 8. So that's why we don't measure it. That's why it's very difficult to measure. But it must be said that close ratio is only measuring one leak in the sales process. And what gets measured gets managed. And so for that reason, people get sold tons of ways to get more leads. They get sold tons of ways to improve their close ratio and follow up and do automations. And those things are all positive and all very good. But because lead efficiency is so hard to measure, it therefore does not get managed. And because of that, we are losing massive amounts of leads at all these other stages and steps in the sales process. So let's go ahead and go through every single one of these steps and talk about how we can plug holes. I'm going to try to put my pen down so I don't just keep writing all over the page. So we're going to go through every one of these stages, and we're going to talk about how do we plug the holes and the leaks in the sales process. So first and foremost, when a prospect comes in and they fill an estimate request form, you do not need to have 15 different fields for them to fill out on your estimate request form. A lot of companies ask for like your email, and that's it, just to get in. Like, just get the lead. Don't have 15 forms, different columns, multiple pages they have to click through to submit a lead. Make it easy, okay? We're trying to prevent people from starting the form and then realizing you want their social security number and their date of birth, and you want their shoe size just to get an estimate. So just keep it simple. Ask what they need. Address, phone number, email. Keep it as few fields as possible. There's a lot of science behind and data behind less fields equals more leads, because less people are likely to click out and stop filling in the form. Another thing you can do is keep your estimate request form above the fold of your website. What that means is when they first show up at the website, do they have to scroll away to the bottom? No, we don't want that. We want it at the top, above the fold. They can see it immediately. Because most people, when they come to your website, they're trying to get an estimate. And guess why your website exists? To get people to ask for an estimate. So don't hide it. Don't put it on a different page. Don't put it at the bottom of the homepage. Put it above the fold right when they come to the website. All right, number 2, we're trying to prevent these leaks in the sales process is the office replying to the customer via phone to set up an appointment. I recommend having appointment windows, maybe 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, where you give yourself some flexibility for you to show up and meet the customer. Otherwise, they're like, you're late. Or they leave because you're like 5 minutes after 2 p.m. because you said you'd be at 2 p.m. Just tell them between 2 and 3 o'clock is when you'll show up. Give yourself some flexibility. Ideally, when you're setting up these appointments, you're doing it within 24 hours. I don't want to be waiting 3 to 4 days before I meet with an estimator. I want to be able to schedule this estimate as fast as possible because the person that gets to the customer quickest is usually the one that gets the job. I want to have automatic and manual reminders to remind the customer that I am coming. Once I've set up the appointment, I want to make sure that they actually are showing up there because otherwise I am wasting my time and the estimator's time. So I'm going to have automatic follow-ups like text messages, emails, and then I might even do a manual reminder when I'm on the way to the property and call the customer. I do not want to drive 15, 20 minutes, wait for 10, 15 minutes. They're not there, and then waste an hour of my day waiting for an appointment that they never show up to. Honestly, the number one way you can reduce issues with this stage of the sales process is increase your estimator availability. Just increasing the amount of hours you're available will massively improve the amount of leads that you get and get through this whole process. Why? Because if someone has to wait 4 days, not good. If someone you can only see people between 2 o'clock and 4 p.m. every day, that's a problem. What if someone works from 9 to 5? They're never going to be able to do an estimate with you. So if you can increase your estimator availability to more hours, more days, and more flexible times, you will get more leads. Otherwise, they'll drop off at stage 2 because they can't even set up an appointment with you. Number 3, you're going to go assess the property. Again, still people lose leads here. How do we plug some of the holes here? Well, you can do over the phone estimates. So you don't actually have to go assess the property. You can do it via satellite to prevent time and money being spent on going out to the property. You can do online price ranges and rounding. So instead of having where you're like, I got to visit you, have to meet you at the property, just tell them, hey, here's 3 different options. It's on my website. Which one looks like your property? Which one is your service? And have rounded pricing. Yes, some people are going to be too high. Some people are going to be too low. It's going to average out. Just be able to make sure that you don't have to even have step number 3, assessing the property, if at all possible. Next is qualify the customers. So if you're going to talk to the customer, before you assess the property, qualify the customer and make sure they actually have a budget. Do they know what scope of work they want? These are the type of things that you can do to qualify the customer and prevent them leaking from this part of the process. And all of a sudden you show up at the property, you go to assess it and realize, they have a $50,000 budget and they have a $400,000 job they need done. We got ourselves a problem. So you qualify them before setting up the appointment in order to be able to make sure that when you assess the property, you don't waste your time. Now, when it comes to creating and sending the estimate, I recommend creating the estimate in the driveway of the customer. On your way out, you are literally, before you leave the customer's property, making the estimate in the driveway. I recommend making an estimate video. So you actually have a video of everything that was done. It needs to be done on the property, and you can store it. So if in 6 or 8 weeks, you're actually on the property doing the work, or your crew is, that you don't have to show the crew, and you don't forget any of the details that were talked about in person at the estimate when you're talking to the customer. And you can also kind of put in details to the crew that you don't really want to write down in the estimate notes. Also a great opportunity. But make a video on every single estimate, store it away on WhatsApp or YouTube or Google Drive, or put in Copilot, and be able to have it where you can reference that video for your crew so you never have to go back to the property. Let's go. We'll talk more about that system in a later chapter. But when it comes to creating and sending estimates, also make sure that your estimate comments have a template. Don't have it where you're typing out every single estimate by scratch. I've seen this before. And that is people literally typing out a paragraph, a block of text of a whole bunch of random stuff for their estimate. It was all of your estimates probably fall in 10 or 15 different categories. Have templates, edit them based upon what service you want, and then just copy and paste them in. Ideally, you have an item description inside of your CRM, like Copilot, so that when you click on something in your estimate, it just populates everything you standard usually put in there, and then you can change 1 or 2 things. that it will allow you to be able to make the estimate when you're still sitting in the driveway and not wait all till this evening or this weekend to get time. Again, we're trying to compress time, not let people leak out in the sales process. All right. What are we looking at next? Number 5, client receives and accepts the quote. Don't have a client portal where they have to make a password and they have to have 5 security questions. Just let them click one button and immediately be seeing the estimate and being able to accept it. Attach the PDF to the email just in case they have bad self-service and they can't click through to your client portal. Just have a PDF attached. You can have contracts. I see the value of them, especially if you're in profit mode, which we'll get into later. However, contracts will add friction and reduce the amount of people that accept your estimate. Why? Because another step in the process, and we want to remove those if at all possible. Ask yourself if you're really going to take someone to court over $1,000 or $2,000. The answer to that likely is no, because it takes way too much time, energy, and money to get an attorney to actually go after them. So why not just reduce the friction in the sales process, and maybe 1 out of 100 or 1 out of 1,000 estimates don't pay? That stinks because you don't have the contract, but are you really going to take them to court anyways? And furthermore, how many other estimates were actually lost due to the fact that people didn't actually watch through your 5-page contract and sign it? You probably lost 3 or 4 out of the 100. And so you're crying about the one that didn't pay and you lost 3 or 4. So keep that in mind. You're going to add friction by having a contract, not against them, especially for commercial, large projects. But I really think that most people shouldn't be doing contracts because it adds friction to this sales process. SMS versus email. When you're sending out this quote in stage number 5, send this out via email, send it out via text. We do both at the same time. Why? Because most people open up their text messages a lot more often and a higher percentage than their email. So I want to make sure they get the email. I want to make sure they get the estimate. I want to make sure they get the text message. And if I can increase that percentage, I know that I will increase the lead efficiency of my sales process. All right, number 6. Now they have accepted the quote. The office is going to respond with scheduling. Use budgeted hours for every single job, task, visit, estimate in your schedule. Why? Because then you'll be able to accurately predict exactly when your next available spot is. You'll know exactly what day that is. I should be able to wake you up in the middle of the night and say, when is your next date of service available? Like it's in 3 weeks on April the 31st or April the 28th or whatever it is, because you already know based upon how many budget hours you can slot in. It's a mathematical equation as to how far you are booked out. You're using budget hours for every job, every recurring visit, every estimate, and you know exactly when you are booked out until. If you have a route, if you have recurring jobs like mowing, cleaning, etc., any sort of maintenance, if you're doing a route, have designated days where you move from left to right, top to bottom, or bottom to top, or right to left in your market. Instead of just having random spots where you're going all the time, like have good route density, but know, okay, Mondays, I do the left side of my territory. During Wednesday, I do the middle. And then I do the other side of my territory on Friday. And I move from that direction to that direction, move from west to east, east to west, north to south, whatever it is. Just have some sort of systematic way of doing it. So when they call in, they accept, or they accept on your client portal, you can immediately tell them what day of service they're going to be on the schedule. All right, let's move on. How else can we make sure that we have the office can schedule appropriately? Well, first and foremost, we don't want to overschedule ourselves because we're booked out for 6 or 7 weeks and we just throw someone on the schedule and all of a sudden we get to 6 or 7 weeks out and we're way overbooked. We don't want that to happen. That's why in Copilot, we have the budget hour capacity chart. And it literally shows you if you're overbooking yourself from 4 weeks through, 1, 2, 3, and 4 weeks from now. That's why it's there. Because when you're putting things on the schedule and you're using budget hours, you can exactly see how many labor hours you can get completed, your capacity, and you can see if you're exceeding it. It'll actually go red when you're scheduling the job. Every time you schedule the job, it's going to show, okay, if you added this budget hours to your schedule, oh man, in 3 weeks, we're going to be overbooked. Oh, let's move the job down. That's all part of the office being able to quickly schedule this job with the customer and prevent leakage, because I don't want to wait. The customer doesn't want to wait a week to just have a rough estimate of when you're going to come. They want to know now. And so if you were going to give your office the ability to be able to quickly schedule and prevent leakage, we need to be able to look at that chart and know predictably and accurately whether or not we're going to be exceeding capacity and if we're going to run into trouble, like we're overbooking our schedule. Number 7, get a deposit or credit card on file. Inside of Copilot, both of these things are kind of taken care of for you because you can hit the deposit threshold and immediately before they accept the estimate, they will have to pay the deposit. Same thing with credit card on file. If you make that a requirement, they can't accept the estimate until they have a card on file. This means that when you get an accepted estimate notification, You now actually know they have a credit card on file. You already know they've paid the deposit because in the back in a Copilot, you just be like, hey, anything over $1,000 in project value, I want 50% down payment. Great. You will not be notified that the estimate is accepted until they have paid that 50% down deposit. Same thing with you. If you require a card on file, they won't be able to accept the estimate until the card is on file. And so you won't even have to worry about the step. You can completely negate it. But ultimately, if you're going to not have Copilot or not have these features, you need to have some sort of automated way to collect these. Like as soon as an estimate is accepted, send an email out asking for a card on file. As soon as the estimate is accepted, send out a deposit saying, hey, you need 50% down payment. I'm going to send you an invoice, etc. But Copilot kind of takes this step out because we make sure it's all done in the estimate acceptance process. All right, number 8. This is one thing that we are working on at Copilot as job scheduling. So you can actually have this all done for you. It's going to be called drone mode. It might already be out by the time you're watching this, but it's coming up in the next couple of years where we're going to build in where based upon budget hours, based upon where geographically someone is at on your territory, Copilot will be able to schedule them for you. Because our whole goal here is we don't want leakage. I don't want back and forth to a customer asking for asking for a deposit, asking for a credit card on file, asking to set up their client portal, making sure that certain time works for them. I don't want to be doing that. I want to be making sure this is all as smooth as possible. The goal of Copilot really is to cut out the steps between number 1 and number 8. Like I don't want to have to do these steps all in here. I just want, an estimate? Someone wants an estimate? Great. Let's get them on the schedule. Because until I get them to number 8, I don't even consider them a customer. I don't even have to put them on the schedule. There's no work. There's no money being transacted. And so the whole goal of Copilot is to make sure that things like estimate or deposit thresholds, credit cards, all automated. You can make sure it's all automated. The job being on the schedule down the road, we want to make that using drone mode automated. So when the customer comes to your page and fills out the estimate request form, they immediately get pricing. They accept the job, they put a credit card on file, and they have the date of service given to them. And all of these steps in between are completely eliminated. That's really the goal. So, all in all, how does a leaky sales process that we've talked about and poor lead efficiency keep you from building $1 million business? Well, a leaky sales process will create so much frustration that paid marketing doesn't work. You're like, I do all these ads and I run all these and I'm getting all these leads, but like it's not working. This is why people always say like Facebook ads don't work, Google ads don't work, door hangers don't work. And the business isn't growing as much as I would like, as most of us would say. And if you're doing this, spending money on advertising will literally feel like it's wasted. It's like putting money into a shredder, especially online ads. You just feel like you're shredding money. When in reality, like you're putting leads in the top of a funnel that's extremely leaky. And by the time you get to the bottom, there's not a lot of customers left over because at every single stage, all 8 of these stages, you're losing 1, 2, 3%. And it's death by 1,000 cuts. By the time they get to the bottom of the funnel and actually on the schedule, very, very few are actually accepting jobs. And that's why most people will say paid marketing doesn't work. So if you can solve this problem and you can actually make it to where customers that come in and want service very quickly get to number 8 and you patch all the holes in the sales process. If you do that, you're going to get much closer to building a $1 million business. Solving a leaky sales process allows you to convert more prospects into customers. Earth-shattering statement. If you convert more prospects into customers, there's a higher likelihood you'll build a $1 million business. All right. Diagnostic tool. So like, is this a problem in your business? Do you have a problem with sales? Do you have a problem with close ratio? Do you have a problem with a bunch of leads coming in and not getting a lot of customers? When I go to a turnaround, I honestly don't have time to measure every one of these steps and see like exactly every single one. Like, 2% here and how many calls came in and like how many people did you call and you left a voice message and you didn't hear back from. It's very difficult to track. So I do use close ratio because close ratio is at least one step that's very easy to measure. And again, when you look at close ratio is simply the number of estimates that were accepted divided by the number of estimates that were sent out. If we take that number, if your close ratio is above 50% and you have a cash problem, okay, so let's write this out. So if we have above 50% close ratio and we have a cash problem, what are we going to do? We are going to raise prices. We're going to talk all about raising prices down the road. But when I look at close ratio, if someone is 50%, above 50% close ratio, and they have a cash problem, it means like, hey, like let's put the brakes on close ratio. Let's like close less jobs. Let's make sure we have some money in the bank. Because if we don't have money, I don't care how many jobs you close. If we don't have enough cash, we will die. Okay. So if your close ratio is above 50% and you have a cash problem and you're not trying to grow super fast, raise prices. If you're trying to grow really quickly, I've seen some people be okay with just having less cash in the bank, like we talked about in the last chapter, and that's fine. All right. Next thing is we talked about if you have above 50% close ratio and you have a cash problem and you don't really want to grow too much, you need to raise prices. Close ratio, if you are less than 25% close ratio, you have another problem. We have a very leaky sales process. Okay. And again, we're only talking about one step of the whole sales process, but just your close ratio going from stage 4 to 5, back to our example here, if just from 4 to 5, creating the estimate to accepting the estimate, if less than 25% of your estimates are getting closed, this is like red alert. The reason for that is because the cost of getting estimates sent make the customer acquisition cost extremely high. Because now, and we'll talk about a lot of this later on, everyone's like, marketing doesn't work. It's like, no, you're not only closing so few of them that you're having to pour so much money and leads at the top that nothing's coming out the bottom of the funnel. And so if this is your case where you have low close ratio, you should really focus on your sales process. Everything I just talked about, go through every single one of those stages. Follow up with customers on estimates. Create automations to follow up with customers. Do follow-up calls. We'll talk a lot about that. Get your estimates out faster at every one of those stages. How do I speed it up? I don't want customers waiting 2 weeks from the time they go from stage 1 to stage 8 of that sales process. I want to be as fast as possible, ideally within minutes, ideally within a couple hours. Days, we start stretching it. We start losing customers. So if you're under 25%, it's hard to make any sort of marketing work because for every one customer you actually get paying, you got to pay for 4 or 5 leads. And so now all of a sudden your customer acquisition cost looks horrible because you have to pay so much for leads and so few of them become customers. So the fastest and easiest way to increase close ratio. So how do I get more jobs? How do I fix this? You could lower your prices. And that's why we have a race to the bottom in most home service industries, because everyone knows if they just lower price, they will increase close ratio. So to get more jobs, what do you have to do? Just lower price. But what I want you to focus on is instead of lowering price, I want you to increase value. Because as long as price is lower than value, the transaction will take place. As long as price is lower than value, the transaction takes place. So there's 2 ways to do this. Either A, reduce price, or B, increase value. I don't want to be in a race to the bottom. So this is much harder. Increasing value, being professional, answering your phone 24/7 or as fast as possible, getting to customers quickly and respecting their time and having a professional uniform and trucks and insurance and a great looking website. This is all increasing value. And so if you have less than 25% close ratio and you scour every single step of your sales process and try to make it tighter and get back to customers quicker, what are you doing? You're increasing the value to the customer. And by doing that, you'll be able to keep a higher price, be able to solve your cash problems, and most of all, you'll be able to fix this leaky process inside of your business. You can't be having only a 15 or 20% close ratio. Okay. You can't do it. And if you're above 50% close ratio and you have a cash problem, you're going to need to raise prices. That's how you do a leaky sales process. If you're under 25%, we got serious problems. We've got to fix it. We've got to not just focus on more leads. Everyone thinks they need more leads. When really, in fact, the leads are pouring in. They're paying all this money for marketing and it's leaking out throughout their whole sales process. Now we're measuring just close ratio. Oh no, 50% of 40%, 30% of my customers accepting. And you look at just like, you're taking like 3 days to get back to people. You're taking a week or two to get an estimate proposal. You're taking 2 weeks to get them on the schedule. That is going to reduce your lead efficiency, and you're going to get less jobs for it. And get less jobs, high likelihood you'll have a harder chance, a harder time of getting to $1 million business. All right, so the next reason that people don't build $1 million business is they don't follow up. They never get the job closed. They send lots of estimates, but they don't actually close the deal. Freedom Lawn Care was a turnaround that we went to out in Missouri, and great business, great owner, love the team, but honestly, they're doing $200,000 in revenue. They had $95,000 of debt. 70,000 of that was for a Kubota that they hardly ever used, maybe once or twice a month. While I was there, credit cards were bouncing, and I was in the office as I'm talking for maybe an hour with the office gal and the owner. Literally within 1 hour, twice employees came back to the office because their credit cards were not working and they couldn't buy materials at the job at Home Depot. So that wasn't good. The only reason it happened twice, and then he ended up just giving them his personal debit card so they could actually get the materials for the day. And honestly, there was dysfunctional scheduling because we showed up at job site at 11 a.m. by the time they actually finally got the materials. After starting the day at 8 a.m. at the shop, 11 a.m. we show up at the property, and the customer didn't even know they were showing up. And I was like, oh, I can't get the job done today because I need to move everything off my deck. They were redoing their deck. I don't know how our lawn care business was doing decks, but they were. And they were supposed to have 8x10s, but instead they got 6x10s. So not only was the materials that they purchased at Home Depot not able to go through because of the credit cards, and they finally got it to go through, now they had to go return that lumber back to the Home Depot and pick up a different size piece of lumber and give the customer time to get everything off of their deck because they were never notified that they were coming. It wasn't good. Now, the thing that was really bad, though, was there was absolutely no follow-up. There was no follow-up process. And I would say about 40% of the estimates were either not opened, because you could tell if they were opened up or not on the CRM, or they just never heard back from them. And their actual close ratio was somewhere between 15 and 20%, which from the last chapter, if you're under 25%, that's not a good thing. They're at 15 to 20%. And the biggest issue was there was no automated process for follow-up, and they weren't doing follow-up phone calls. They would only even reach out to customers about their estimate if it was a large project, which was 1 out of 10. They'd be like, oh, there's a $20,000, $30,000 job. Let's go ahead and actually follow up. Bad news. So let's talk about follow-up, because it is absolutely not doing follow-up is one of the reasons why people don't build $1 million business. I truly believe that we have a limiting belief. I had it when I first got started, and that is we need more leads. We have a leads problem. I genuinely believe that instead of having a leads problem, we have a follow-up problem. And everyone thinks that, hey, I wish I could get the magic bullet for getting marketing, getting more customers, and all these things that we think about how to convert more leads and how do we get all of these new customers. I got to do this advertisement, and then you're looking on Facebook, and someone's like, "Oh, do door hangers." Like, "Oh, do door hangers." You're like, "Oh, Facebook ads. Oh, Facebook ads. On Google ads." And we got all these new leads, but instead of focusing on actually getting customers, we just focus on getting all these leads. It's like what we should be focused on is how we take the leads we got and turn more of them into paying customers. Well, we talked about in the last chapter, but today we want to zero on very, very closely and take one very precise thing you could do to increase your close ratio, increase your lead efficiency, and that is follow up and call people after you've sent them an estimate to make sure they got the estimate, they understand the estimate, and that they accept the estimate and actually get on the schedule. I call this ghosting. And ghosting last year cost me almost $15 million. At Augusta Lawn Care, this is the amount of estimates that never got back to our owners. They just sent the estimate out and never heard back from them. And if you're watching this, it's probably over 20 million by now. And this is the amount of people that estimates are sent, and we never hear a yes, we never hear a no. I think it's absolutely ludicrous that we allow customers to take our time, energy, money. It takes a lot of time and energy to do an estimate, and we just don't ever hear back from them. And we as owners are like, oh, well, we'll go ahead and get another customer. And we keep advertising, getting more leads. And we neglect the prospect that has already asked for service. We've already assessed their property. We've gone through the stages of the sales process already to the point of like, we're already at the point of they just need to accept. We've assessed the property. We've gone to the property. We've given them the pricing. We've sent them the quote. They've seen it. And then we just like, don't hear anything from them. They ghosted us. They literally ghosted us. The same way that you like go on Tinder or you go on Bumble and you set up a date with someone and they don't show up. That's what's happening with our customers every single day. In my opinion, if I'm going to spend all that time and energy getting the estimate to the customer, I expect a yes or a no. I'm okay with a no. That's fine. I just want an answer and I don't want to be ghosted. You create work. This is something that blew my mind, but it's true. You create work for the customer by providing a quote. They will avoid this. All right. Like if you're creating work for them, they don't want to have to get an estimate. We would rather them not even having to come visit their property, send the proposal, etc. You're going to have to coach them along this sales process because they need to accept the estimate. They need to click the button that says accept. They need to put their card on file. You got to get them through this process. And we're going to have to coach them through this because it is work for them to accept. It is work for the customer to put a card on file. It is work for them to open up their email and click accept. So we're going to have to help them through this process. And the number one way to do that is through follow-up. Now, let's actually run some examples because we have business A and we have business B. So business A is going to have 100 leads. All right. Business A only sends the estimate, no follow-up. They send out the estimate. Fantastic. And they are going to close 10 people. In other words, they are going to have a 10% close ratio. All right. Because out of the 100 estimates that they got, 10 of them accepted. All right. Business B. Let's move on. Business B is going to have only 20 leads. Business B is only going to have 20 leads. And they send follow-ups. Trust me, they do all sorts of follow-ups, text and email campaigns. They follow up with phone calls multiple times with the customer. And because of that, they close 10 customers. Okay, so their close ratio is what? 50% close ratio. So which business has more customers? Well, business B, we go here. Business B has 10 customers. Business A also has 10 customers. All right. Well, does business A need more leads? Or do they need to take the leads that they currently have, follow up with them, and improve their close ratio? I would say yes. And so business B makes way more profit due to the fact they're way more efficient when it comes to getting estimates. They have to send out only 20 estimates to get the exact same result of 10 customers. Literally business A had 5 times as many leads as business B and got the same exact result. And so if you actually looked at this, the customer acquisition cost for business B is way lower. Why? Because they only had to get out 20 estimates. They didn't have to have an office for 80 other leads that came in for business A. They had to take the phone calls, set the customers, go visit the property, send out a proposal, all this other stuff that goes into actually getting the lead, getting the customer the estimate. They literally had to do 5 times as much of that admin and overhead and sales work in business A. Business B, much more profitable, higher close ratio, better lead efficiency. Now, if both businesses, business B and business A, were given 100 leads, okay? Sorry, if they were both given 100 customers, what that would mean is that business B would need 200 leads. So in order, like, hey, I need 100 customers. Okay. Well, if you're going to get 100 customers, that means you're going to need to get 200 leads. All right. Fantastic. Well, business A, if they're going to have 100 customers, they are going to need to get 1,000 leads. Check this out. Literally, to get the same exact result, if you're trying to get 100 more customers, they need to get 800 more leads. That is way more customer acquisition cost. You got to spend way more on marketing, 5 times as much to get that many in leads. And then you got to actually fulfill on getting the estimates sent out. All the admin and sales time to actually get that done. That's insane. But like, this is what's crazy. All right. At Augusta, check the stat out. So if we send an estimate out like business A and we do not do any follow-up, we don't call the customer, don't do any sort of follow-up, we have a 34% close ratio. Check this out. If we add 3 or more follow-up phone calls to the customer, that close ratio goes to a whopping 65%. Without spending any more money on lead acquisition, without spending any more money on ads, without spending any more time and energy going on, doing way more estimates, I almost doubled my business from 34 to 65% close ratio simply by following up. And that's where I have the question. Do we have a leads problem or do we have a follow-up problem? Because everyone thinks they need more leads. The vast majority of turnarounds I go to, I'd say 90% or more, don't have a leads problem. They have a follow-up problem or they have some other operational problem inside of the business. Okay. Now, here's another thing. If you can really dial this in and say, okay, 34% close ratio, if I had 3 follow-up phone calls, I get 65%. What if I added text messages? What if I added not only phone calls, follow-up phone calls, I did emails? What if I actually went to the customer's property, knocked on their door with a printed off copy of their estimate, and actually went over it in person? I guarantee you could increase your close ratio. And you can really make a great close ratio will hide the sins of customer acquisition cost. Because if I can close almost every single lead, my customer acquisition cost will look really good. We'll talk more about that in the future. But if you're like, man, marketing is good, my customer acquisition cost is $300. Okay, great. Ads don't work. Or maybe you're only closing 1 out of 10 of your customers. And if you just close half of them, you'd go from a $300 customer acquisition cost to like a $60 customer acquisition cost just by following up and closing more of the deals. Okay. So I address bad close ratio by follow-up phone calls and automated follow-ups. Inside of Copilot, you can create all sorts of automations around text messages, phone calls, or text messages and emails. And then you can send yourself a reminder to do the estimate follow-up phone calls. Just hit them from every single angle. Because remember, our goal is for them not to ghost us. We need them to get the job either accepted or we want a no. All right. A better follow-up process increases close ratio and brings down customer acquisition costs because I convert more leads to customers. And you can honestly make sense of any marketing spend given that your close ratio is high enough. If I can close every single lead, it makes my customer acquisition costs look really good. Okay. We discussed the sales process in the previous chapter to cut out leaks in your lead efficiency, leaks in your sales process. Let's dive into one of the simplest and free ways to increase your close ratio. All right. And that is going to be 3.5 words. Drum roll, please. Follow up calls. All right. That's it. Do 1 follow up calls. It's 3.5 because there's technically a hyphen here. So if you just do follow up calls, that is like 80% of the challenge here. Just do them. Like, I'm going to talk about all the ways that you can improve them, make them better, do better follow-up phone calls. But if you just do follow-up phone calls and just call customers and be like, I'm just following up on that estimate, just doing that will get you 80% of the way there. So if you get confused or you think there's more complicated aspects of like sales tactics to be able to convince customers to accept, that's fine. Just do follow-up calls. That's it. Like, you're like, oh, automations are really struggling. I'm really struggling with it. just do follow-up phone calls. Like, it will be a huge, massive increase to your close ratio. All right. Now, in my opinion, there are two different types of customers that will ghost you. One customer is on the fence. In other words, they have not made up their mind. The other customer, they want it cheaper. Okay. Let's go through both of these examples and what we can do to make sure that they get off the fence and they still purchase from us. And if they want it cheaper, they either get it cheaper and we close the deal, or they don't get it cheaper and we move forward. Because all I want to do is not let them ghost me. This is why they're ghosting you. They're not sure. Or they're like, that's too expensive. I'm not going to buy that. Let's get them to actually make a buying decision. All right, number one, they are on the fence. So the first customer, they're not responding back to you, and that estimate is just sitting in their inbox because they are on the fence. They are undecided. All right. What the customer is going to say to you is like, oh, I'm going to get some other quotes. Or they're going to tell you, I'm going to talk about it. Or they're going to say, I need to talk about it with my spouse. Or they say, I'll let you know. I'm busy right now, but I'll contact you back. I'm going to wait and see. I think the worst spot to be in. I don't want to ever be where like the customer, I'm relying on the customer to call me back to confirm a job. Like, no, I'm in the driver's seat here. I don't want to hear that. Now, that might be what they say. What they're also thinking, though, by the way, is they're comparing, like, what about the last contractor? They really messed me up. They did a bad job. Is this contractor going to do the same thing? Are they going to do a good job? Are they going to use chemicals? Some people really care about that. Is it going to make a bunch of noise? Do I need to be home for the service? How long is it going to take? Will they lock the gate when they leave? These are the type of things they're actually thinking. But what they're saying is like, I'll think about it. I'll talk to my spouse and all this other stuff. It's important to know that because that's why we follow up with them. Because we need to answer all these untold, unsaid questions so that way we can just grease the gears to getting the job accepted and get past all these questions they might be having. All right. So how are we going to deal with these customers that are on the fence? Well, there's a couple ways to deal with these people. The first thing we're going to do is we are going to do scarcity. Now, this is a beginner move. Not saying it's bad, just saying it's easier to get done if you just are getting started with doing follow-up phone calls. Scarcity is saying something like, hey, we're booked out several weeks, but I had one spot came available next Thursday. Would you like to get that? You're creating some sort of scarcity. You say, hey, we're booked out really far. I got one spot came available. I know it's important to you. I just want to give you a quick call, follow up on the estimate, make sure you got your questions answered, and try to get you on the schedule for Thursday because we got that one spot came available. So create some scarcity. All right. Question becomes, are you going to do a scarcity plus discount? So are we going to discount? In my opinion, if you are fat and happy, booked out super far, lots of jobs coming in, don't discount. Give the scarcity like we just stated and leave it as B. If you're skinny and poor, though, in other words, you need the jobs, you're not booked out, you need jobs on the schedule like for tomorrow, then you might give a discount. Now, if you do that, give the discount from the beginning. So, for example, it'd be like, hey, Mr. Jones, I got a spot came available tomorrow. It opened up. I'd love to get you on the schedule. I know it's really important to you. So because we have that spot, if you book tomorrow, I'm able to give you 10% off. So wrap the scarcity of the offer, the discount, around the fact they have to accept on a specific day. Otherwise, they won't get the discount. Don't just give them the discount because guess what they'll do? They'll expect the discount next time. So in order to prevent that, wrap the scarcity in with the discount, but do it from the beginning of the call. Otherwise, if they're like, oh, no, I don't want next Thursday, and you're like, oh, I'll give you a discount. It seems kind of like slimy, salesy. It doesn't feel good. All right. Offer the discount with the scarcity close at the beginning of your offer, and then they can accept or reject it however they like. Again, I just need an answer. I just need a yes or no, and scarcity will push them off the fence because they got to make an answer. Will they want the job tomorrow? Do you want the job next Thursday? So whether or not you discount or not, that's fine. But I'm going to create the scarcity to push them off the fence. The second thing that I'm going to do, I talked about scarcity. Next thing we're going to do, and this one's a little harder, conviction. The reason it's harder because it sometimes is a little uncomfortable to tell people that you really believe you are the best option. And if you have conviction in your product and service, and you really do believe that you are the best option for the customer, and you care about the customer, you'll do whatever it takes to convince them to accept your estimate. Like, think about it. If you believe that you are the best value and the best option for the customer, and you care about the customer, you are letting the customer down if they don't accept the job. So use your conviction. If you actually believe you're the best thing for the customer, you're the best service, any other vendor contractor they're thinking about, they're waiting for other estimate proposals, like use conviction. Mr. Jones, like, has anyone else called you back and actually followed up on your estimate? Honestly, most people don't. 95% of contractors don't follow up with phone calls. So use your conviction. Like, hey, Mr. Jones, we care. I actually called you back because I want to make sure you understand the estimate. That's the type of level of service you can expect while you're working with us the entire time. It's not easy to say that. It's not easy to say, Mr. Jones, I can guarantee you're going to be satisfied with this job. I will personally guarantee that you will not be disappointed with our service. You can only say this, you can only have conviction if you actually believe it and if you actually believe you're the best value for the customer. So if you're like, well, I can't really do that because I don't really believe it, fine. Fix the problems. Fix the issues with your product or service so that you can have conviction and you'll be able to close more deals. So sometimes the very first person that you actually need to agree with or you actually need to sell is yourself. You got to sell yourself on the fact that you are the best option for the customer. All right. So we talked about being on the fence and we talked about two ways you can do it: scarcity, conviction. Another way that you can deal with them if they're on the fence is agree with them. Keep the ball moving forward in the direction of solving their problem. All right. They didn't reach out to you to get an estimate. They don't, that's work for them. They don't want to do that. They reached out to you because they want you to solve a problem. So we need to get there as fast as possible, not getting the estimate, solving the problem. And so I'm going to agree with them to get them to move that direction as quickly as possible. I'm going to say things like, absolutely, for sure, let's go. Is that fair? Like, keep things moving in the directions. Agree with them and make sure that we get them to their destination as quickly as possible. If you start disagreeing with people, if you start confronting people, if someone says, I need to talk with their spouse, like, no, don't do that. You're just stopping the conversation right there. Absolutely. I think that'd be a fantastic thing if you wanted to talk to her. And him or her, like your spouse. I think that'd be an excellent thing to do. And then you slide in there and you say, I'm going to use some scarcity. I'm going to have conviction. You know, does your spouse support you taking care of the property? Do they also want this project done at the house? Absolutely. Wouldn't it be a great thing if we could get this done for you guys next Thursday? Let's go and wrap this up. I'll give you 10% off if you accept next Thursday because we got a spot came available. We're booked out 4 or 5 weeks, but just that one spot, if you take it, I'll give you 10% off. These are the type of things you can use, but you've got to agree with the customer. All right. The fourth thing, I think this one's like lethal. It's great. Reserve their spot. You can use this if you have a voicemail too, because they will force them to call you back. Like say, hey, Mr. Jones, give me a call. A lot of your follow-up calls are going to be to their voicemail. Give me a call. Just wanted to, again, you just use the scarcity close next Thursday, whether or not you give them a discount. I believe we're really going to can't wait to do service to you. Guarantee it's going to be fantastic. All right. I'm going to go ahead and reserve your spot because I know that we are booking out fast and that spot's going to get filled up. So I'm going to reserve your spot for now. Give me a call back to confirm that and we'll get you locked and loaded. Something like that, you're agreeing with them. You have conviction. You're offering scarcity and you're reserving their spot, which forces them to call you back when it comes to the voicemail. Also, if you tell them if they're on the fence, remember we're talking about being someone on the fence. If they're on the fence and you tell them you're reserving their spot, they've got to make a decision now. They've got to either tell you, no, I don't want this, or great, fantastic, let's go. Let's get their card information. Let's put a deposit. That's what you want. You just don't want someone ghosting you. So reserving someone's spot, great to use on voicemail and really great to be able to use when they're on the fence. Okay, moving on, because we talked about people that are on the fence and they haven't made a decision. They're indecisive. Now we're going to talk about the people who want it cheaper. All right, so this is the second form of people that are going to ghost you. They're just not going to say anything. They think it's too expensive and you just don't hear back from them. Don't like this. So these people, what they're going to say to you is things like, I can't afford it. I'm on a fixed income. Let me check my budget. Price is a little bit high. These are things they're going to say. Okay. Now, what I like to think about is you can have things cheaper, faster, or better. Okay. But you can't have all three. There's no service that's going to be the cheapest, the best, and the fastest. So this is the no-go zone. You can have two, but you can't have three. All right. So either you're going to be cheap and fast, you're going to be cheap and really, really good, or you're going to be fast, and you're going to be really, really good. Okay. But you're definitely not going to be cheap, fast, and really high quality. Okay. It's impossible. So for example, over here, someone who's cheap and really, really good, you're probably going to wait 2 years before you can get your service done, Mr. Jones, because we're cheap and we're incredible. We're awesome. We're really high quality. You're going to wait 2 years because we're so far booked out. Great. Okay. So over here, I could also live over here where it's fast and it's cheap, but guess what? You're not getting high quality. This is like fast food. Okay. Then you have fast and better. But if you have fast and better, guess what? It's not going to be. It's not going to be cheap. You're getting it fast and it's going to be high quality. So here's the deal. If someone really cares, if they actually really do have a fixed income, if they really do have a budget concern, I can give them cheaper. I can give them here, or I can give them here. Okay. What that means is if I am going to give something to someone cheaper, it means I can delay their service into my off season and give them a discount. Mr. Jones, hey, sounds like you really do have a budget concern. I want to make this work for you. I can go ahead and give you 10% off, but I'm not going to be able to get the job done until our off season, which is like 3 or 4 months from now or 6 months from now. So again, what are we offering in that scenario? We're offering it cheaper, but we're not going to offer them faster. So we're going to be living over here. All right. Over in the cheaper and better category. If someone still wants it cheaper, like, well, no, I can't wait 6 months. I can't wait 2 years. Okay. Well, that means you want it cheap and you want it fast. All right. And what that means is I'm going to give the customer, I'm going to give them exactly what they want. I'm going to give them a discount. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to reduce better. In other words, I'm going to reduce the scope of work. So I'm going to look at the estimate and say, okay, Mr. Jones, out of these 5 things, let's go ahead and remove one of them. I'm not going to do as good. It's less better, quote unquote. I'm going to do that in order to be able to close the deal, make it cheaper, and still get it done fast. So you can always get this. And look, if someone doesn't actually have a real price problem and they really don't need it cheaper, when you say that, they're like, oh, okay, you know what? I don't want to wait 6 months. I also don't want to remove anything from the estimate. Let's just get the job done. And you smoke out the price objection if they actually don't have a fixed income, if they actually don't think it's too expensive, if they actually can afford it. Okay. So if they say they want it cheaper, just use this kind of in the back of your mind. You can give it to them cheaper. They're just not going to get it as fast, and they're not going to get as many things in the scope of work completed. So you can just look at the job and start taking things out in order to accommodate the fact that they want it cheaper. Not a problem. We're going to make sure that whenever we do follow-up, we're going to automate this process. Using Copilot CRM, you can make an estimate follow-up process that once the customer is sent the estimate, every day for 21 days, every day for 7 days, every other day, however you want to set it up, text messages, email reminders back to your office telling them to do follow-up calls. This is so important. Follow-up cannot be overemphasized when it comes to building $1 million business. In fact, Luis from Freedom Lawn Care that we talked about earlier, if he would have just taken his close ratio, let's say it's 20%, it's probably more like 15%. Let's just say it was 20% close ratio that he was at. If he could take that to 45%, right now, his business last year did $200,000 in annual revenue. If he could consistently have a 45% close ratio, he would actually have taken the exact same number of leads that he had last year, and he would have built a $450,000 business. Why is this important? Because at $450,000 in annual revenue, now all of a sudden, his $90,000 of debt doesn't seem as bad, right? Up here, he was doing $200,000, had $90,000 debt. Doesn't look good. But he can actually grow himself out of that debt and it not look so bad. And how do you do that? There's just one thing in this entire equation that he would have had to change. And that is right here, he would follow up and not have ghosting. Follow up on estimates. This is the untold secret of building a business. And it's not sexy because it doesn't include getting more leads. It's simply taking the leads you currently have and making more of them into paying customers. And that's how you grow a business without spending more money on ads. Luis could have literally more than doubled his business just by doing follow-up calls. That blows my mind. Okay. So if you do follow-up phone calls, you do follow-up text messages and email sequences inside a Copilot and make these automations, you will increase your close ratio. I can guarantee it. It will definitely not diminish it. You're like, I want a surefire way to grow my business. Okay, I promise you, you will not decrease your close ratio. and decrease your revenue by doing more follow-up phone calls. Guarantee it. By doing this, you're going to reduce the amount of money required to get more leads. Okay? Like, you're going to get all these leads coming in. You're not going to spend a single more dollar. You're just going to focus on follow-up, and you'll get more customers at the end of the day. This will allow you to get the money you spend on marketing back in the form of profit sooner and allow you to keep reinvesting into growth. Because now, if I can take $10 of ad spend, get 10 customers from that ad spend, that's $1 per customer. Awesome. If I can only get 3 customers, that's $3.33 per customer I have to pay. Who do you think is going to be able to grow their business faster? The customer acquisition cost with the business with the lower customer acquisition cost, because they can put more money, the other $2.33, back into growing the business, buying trucks, hiring more people, etc. That's the business that wins, the one with the lower customer acquisition cost. How do you bring customer acquisition cost down? Bring close ratio up. How do I bring close ratio up? I do follow-up phone calls. All right. So instead of focusing as much of our time on cost per lead, CPL, instead of that, I actually want you to focus more on your calls per lead. Because cost per lead, hey, I can, I can measure it. I have to, most people don't measure cost per lead for every single channel, like Facebook, Google. They just have a blended average of how many leads I got in and how much my marketing spend is. That's fine. Great. I'm glad you got started. But what you can measure is how many calls per estimate that you send out did you get done? How many times? That's my CPL I like. Cost per lead, good. Calls per lead, you can control it and it's easier to measure. So focus on how many times you actually follow up with every single estimate. The reason I say this is because I do not find that most people have a leads problem. I find most people have a follow-up problem. And let me convince you of this. All right. I don't want to do follow-up phone calls. It's not fun. I agree. It's not fun. But let me convince you of this by using some math. So let's just say 1 out of 3 calls that you do for follow-up phone calls are answered. Okay, because most of them are going to go to voicemail. Most people don't answer their phones. So 2 out of 3 voicemail. Let's then assume that 1 out of 5 are going to close on the phone, which means 15 phone calls are going to be required to get 1 new customer that we would otherwise not have got if we didn't do the follow-up phone call. So 1 out of 3 people answer, 1 out of 5 that do answer end up closing, which means it's going to take us 15 phone calls in order to be able to get 1 new job. Now, let's just assume that it's going to take 2 minutes per call. That means for 15 phone calls, it's going to take 30 minutes. And in those 30 minutes, we'll do 15 phone calls. And in those 15 phone calls, we'll get 1 new customer, which means if I can just do 30 minutes of phone calls, I will get 1 new job. Not bad for 30 minutes to be able to get 1 brand new job. If you don't have any jobs, why are we not following up? Why are we allowing people to ghost us when we could just spend 30 minutes and get new jobs? And people are spending all this money on marketing and it's not working. Why don't we take the leads we currently have, follow up with them, and every 30 minutes get a new job? All right. Now let's assume that we do 60 estimates per month. Okay. How many estimates we sent out? And we're going to do 2 follow-up phone calls per estimate. Okay. What's that going to mean? It means we're going to do 120 follow-up phone calls. Now, out of those 120, we know that out of every 15, we're going to get a customer, which means we're going to get 8 new jobs if we do these 120 follow-up phone calls. Because for every 15, we close 1 new job. This is fantastic math. All right. Now, let's assume a few things. We got 8 new jobs because we did follow-up phone calls. All right. We did 60 estimates. We did 2 phone calls per person. That's 120. We closed 1 out of 15 follow-up calls. We got a new job. 8 new jobs on the schedule. Let's see what that really impacts, though. Let's assume first that we have a customer acquisition cost of $100. If you go from just by getting 8 new jobs, you can multiply this by 8 and say, this effectively was the equivalent of spending $800 on marketing. Because if I had to go out and buy and spend a bunch of money on ads and my customer acquisition cost was $100, it means that just by doing follow-up phone calls, I was able to save $800 on marketing. So instead of putting money in the shredder of Facebook or Google or doing other ads, I saved $800 by getting these 8 jobs because the alternative was to go buy them via advertising. Like, well, I don't really care about saving money. I would rather make money. Okay, great. Well, let's assume that these 8 customers, we have a $2,000 per year value, which means whether you're doing recurring work or reoccurring work, we'll talk about later, whether you're doing projects, whether you're doing maintenance, whatever, every year on average, you get $2,000 per paying customer. Great. Well, if we multiply that $2,000 by 8, that means that we're going to make a whopping $16,000 in extra revenue from these customers. All right. And so if we're going to add that's $16,000 that you just added in revenue, and that's insane. For doing what? Oh, yes, you did 120 follow-up phone calls. Assuming 2 minutes per, that's 3 hours. You spent 3 hours and were able to increase your revenue by $16,000. I happen to think that is a very good deal. $2,000 per customer, 8 new customers. We just made $16,000 in new revenue growth for the year. Okay. Now let's assume also that you had a 33% close ratio. 33% close ratio, which means because we had 60 estimates that we did last month, we used to close 20 of them, but now we close 28 of them because we did follow-up phone calls. Why? Because we closed 8 more new jobs. We went from 20 closed jobs to 28. Fantastic. What happened to our close ratio? We went from 33% all the way up to 47% close ratio. By doing what? Spending 3 hours in the entire month doing estimates of phone calls, doing follow-up phone calls. Literally going from 33% to 47%. We didn't spend any more money on marketing. This is the power of doing follow-up phone calls. Last thing on follow-up phone calls. Number 1, slow down. Don't talk as fast as I have been. When you're talking to older people, you're going to talk painfully slow. Mr. Jones, we can get you on the schedule for next Thursday. We did have an available spot, and we're booked out like 3 or 4 weeks, though. Someone canceled. I have a spot come available next Thursday. If you accept today, I can give you 10% off. The reason you want to talk so slow like that is because otherwise people think that you're selling like fast or they don't understand or comprehend. A lot of our market or demographic that we're selling to is older homeowners. Slow down. Other thing, get reps. This is all about reps. Someone's going to take what I just talked about and be like, oh, I did 15 calls and no one accepted. Great. Do another 15. The 1 out of 15 that I just mentioned there is relatively standard. After you have done some reps, do 100 of these calls before you judge them. Get the reps. It'll become easier. It'll become easier to use scarcity. It'll become easier to be able to use conviction. It'll be easier to be able to get them off the fence and talk to people that want it cheaper. And so by doing reps, you'll be able to figure out exactly what strategies on the phone you're able to use, and you'll get way more comfortable doing it live when you're talking to the customer. Now, when you are about to get on the phone and do follow-up phone calls, you do need a couple things, all right? First off, you need to know if you have price flexibility. Price flexibility. Like, are you going to come down in price? Whether or not you're going to offer the discount. Remember, going back, are you fat and happy or are you skinny and sad? Do you need the jobs right away? You're really you're trying in growth mode, etc. Then you might have some price flexibility. The second thing we're going to be looking at is estimate info. Be looking at the estimate notes when you do the follow-up phone call. Why? Because if they want to compensate and bring down the scope of work to accommodate their budget, back to our handy dandy little diagram here, if they want to bring down the scope of work, You need to be able to say, okay, let's look at number 5. Let's take that one off. Number 3, let's take that one off. Do that maybe in the fall once you have a better budget. You need to have the ability to be able to go through the notes, answer questions they might have. A lot of times people on the estimate follow-ups and you're doing phone calls, they have like one question that's super minor about the job. You answer that and like they're good to go. Like, oh, I didn't know that. Great. Let's go ahead and get scheduled. Like, oh, sick. I should have just done that from the very beginning. So action item before you continue. All right. There's a tax to this chapter, and the tax to this chapter is I want you to do 15 follow-up calls. And what I want you to do is in the Facebook group for Copilot CRM members, I want you to tell me what happened on these 15 follow-up calls. I think some people will skunk out. I think you might call 15 of 14 more voicemail. You're like, nothing happened. Well, what are we going to do on voicemail? We're going to reserve their spot. We need that call back. But I really want to know. I think that a lot of you might close a job or two, and you'll realize that that's spending a few minutes closing $800, $1,000, a $2,000 job. You spend a couple minutes to follow up. Diagnostic tool. All right. If more than 20% of estimates are ghosting you, and you're not getting a yes or a no, we have a problem when it comes to ghosting. We have a problem with our follow-up process. So if more than 20% of your estimates are being left pending, you can just run in your side of your CRM, sent or pending as a status, filter those out and see what percentage of the estimates you were sending are just left pending. Never given a yes, never given a no. If it's more than 20%, I see it as a massive opportunity in order to be able to fix that problem, increase the size of the business without spending any more money on ads, and be able to grow much more efficiently to $1 million. You don't want to have more than 20% of people ghosting you. A couple here and there because of whatever. But I don't want that. I want to do whatever it takes. I will do anything short of harassment to get a yes or a no. I just want an answer.
When you become an owner inside of Augusta Lawn Care, you get daily masterminds and live streams with me. You get weekly office hours with your owner success manager. You get monthly one-on-one coaching from a coach, and every quarter you get together with all of Augusta Nation. This sort of camaraderie, community, and support is what you'll need to take your business to the next level. If that's of interest, go to AugustaLawnCareServices.com/franchise.
All right. The fourth reason why we don't grow $1 million business is because your prices are way too low. Let me tell you about Brandon from May Landscaping out in Augusta, Georgia. So we went out to Brandon's place. He had $30,000 in credit card debt, a $50,000 business loan, and over $100,000 in equipment. Let's go ahead and write this stuff down. So we got $30,000 in credit card debt. We got $50,000 as a business loan. Okay. We got $100,000+ in equipment debt. Okay. And what else we got? We got $5,000 in the bank. That's not fun. And then we also last year had $800,000 in revenue. So a good sized business, not horrible. What's the big problem? We only got $5,000 in the bank. That's really, really scary because remember, if we're trying to get 1 month of revenue in the bank, we should probably be having more along the lines of like $80,000 in the bank to be more comfortable in terms of 1 month's worth of revenue. Okay, so what happened last year, the year before I came for the turnaround, he got 75 new customers given to him by a company that was going out of business. I wonder why they were going out of business. Oh, that's right. They were underpriced. All right. Like, if someone's giving you something for free, there might be a reason why. And so he got 75 free customers. The person's going out of business. Hey, can you take these off my plate? It was pretty far away from his service area, but he went ahead and took them because they were free. Doing so, he had to ramp up all his employees, get more trucks, more equipment, hire a bunch of people, and all doing these for jobs that were underpriced. And so when I showed up, he only had 5 or 6 employees, and six employees, I guess. But he had like more than 10, and it was bad news. All sorts of losing money. Ended up having to just let all those customers go, but had already like ramped up all the trucks and equipment and employees and all the rest of it. It was an absolute mess. And now he's on all these debt, and this debt, he has no cash. and had to sell his house. Had to sell his house to be able to pay off the debts and restructure things. And that stinks, but he kind of had to do it. Like there was not enough money. These debts were all coming due, and it was just really weighing on him. So the thing is this, it's really basic. Grow to capacity. I'm going to write this whole thing down because it is, in my opinion, pretty important. Grow to capacity, raise prices. Okay. And this is what I explained to him. You gotta first off grow to capacity. That is actually step one. Everyone like reads this and like, oh, he's telling me to raise prices. No. You need to grow to capacity, then raise prices. Okay. So what I recommend that he do is actually grow, because right now he was doing $16,000 in recurring work with 2 trucks for his mowing crew. I said, hey, look, we need to grow that to $32,000 in recurring work per month in monthly recurring revenue. Okay. And so how do we do that? We need to focus on more mowing customers. Focus on this only because our capacity, we know we can do $32,000 in mowing jobs without having to buy any more trucks and any more equipment. We already have 2 trucks. We should just max those out. Okay. That was number 1, grow to capacity. And then raise prices, because I knew if we could double the amount of mowing customers we had and go from 16,000 to 32,000 in monthly revenue, if we hit that capacity where we were filling up both those trucks, I would then do number 2, which is raise prices. And I knew if we raised prices by 20% on $32,000, that would be approximately $6,000 in extra profit added to his business immediately. And that was exactly what his monthly payment was for all the debt. Says, hey, look, like, assuming we don't have to sell the house, this is how you actually grow out of this problem. You grow to capacity, and then you raise prices. Because when you raise prices, you're going to drive instant profit to your bottom line. All right. Now, what's crazy is Brandon from May Landscaping, over the past 4 years, his average entry-level wage has gone from $18 per hour to $18 per hour. That is a 50% increase in wages. And he had not raised his prices. You're not going to be able to make money if the number one expense in your business goes up 50% and you don't raise prices. Okay? And I know he was pretty apprehensive about raising prices, mostly because he was like, hey, some of the customers, like, we're making lots of money. Like, they're really well priced. Great. But if the few well-priced customers that you're making good money on is keeping you from raising prices on the other 80% of customers that are underpriced and caused your business to really, really suffer last year, then, like, who cares? Just raise all the prices. And we'll talk about how to raise prices on existing customers. But ultimately, if overthinking it is going to be a problem, just raise prices. Okay. I cannot overemphasize this enough. Now, let's jump into this. Okay. Because I had the same problem when I first got started. I didn't want to raise prices, and I thought there was like some perfect science to it. Like, maybe it was when the sun was out. Maybe it was when at a certain time of the year. Maybe it was like at certain day of the week or on the weekend. Should I do it via text? Should I do it via phone? Should I do it via email? Should I give them 3 weeks heads up? All this stuff that I thought through. All right. How to raise prices. I overcomplicated it. Some sort of timing. I got to get this perfect so people don't leave. All right. There's an exact science to it. All right. Most home services don't charge what they're worth. In reality, if they just raise their prices, they would probably solve 90% of their problems. 90% of the problems that we have in our businesses would be solved if we raise prices and we're more profitable. Like, raising prices also sheds off your worst customers, because it's all the customers that complain. They're the ones who leave when you raise prices. Also, by raising prices, you're like, oh no, it's going to like make me not be able to grow. No, now you have the profit to be able to invest into marketing and advertising to be able to get more leads. You're able to afford higher wages, better website, afford better equipment. These are all things that just like compound the business's profitability. And that's what we should be focused on. And that's why we raise prices. But yet we're all freaked out and we're allowing our wages to go up by 50%. And yet we don't raise prices. Okay. So I always thought it was like some like algorithm and like, luck and like what day of the week and when do I do it? And based upon the weather, when I raise prices. No, there's an actual formula and a system for when you raise prices. And it goes right back to this: grow to capacity. And we're going to define what capacity is and then raise prices. This is the definition of when you raise prices. After you grow to capacity, we're going to define that in very definitive terms for you to be able to know exactly when to raise prices. Simply put, when demand, people wanting your product, exceeds supply, i.e., how much labor you can provide to customers, raise your prices. Unless you want to grow faster. If you want to grow faster, what are you going to do? You're going to go get more laborers. You're going to increase the amount of supply that you can give to customers instead of raising prices. But ultimately, if demand exceeds the supply, that's when you have more price. Price should be going up. This happens when you have too few workers or trucks to service the abundance of new customers. So you have all these customers coming in and you don't have enough workers and you don't have enough trucks to service them. That's when you should be raising prices, really simply put. You can hire more workers and get more trucks, i.e. increase supply, or you can raise your prices. It's one or the other when you hit capacity. Or you could do both. You could raise prices and increase supply. So by doing that, what actually happens is, like, if you're just overwhelmed with work, like tons of leads coming in, and you don't have enough labor, and you don't have enough trucks to get the work done, guess what you can do? Raise prices and increase supply. Like, go get a truck, more employees, i.e. increase your capacity, and still raise prices and still be just fine. People overthink raising prices so much they think it's going to drop their close ratio massively. It doesn't work like that. When it comes to close ratio, it looks something like this. At the beginning, if you lower your prices, or if you have any sort of price whatsoever, so this is like cheap, this is really expensive. Okay, this is a high close ratio. This is a low close ratio. If you start charging more money, yes, you are going to have a decrease in your close ratio. But there's this part right here that is so nifty. And that is, I can increase my price from here all the way to here, and my close ratio barely drops, just a little bit. And most home service businesses are somewhere right here on this continuum. And if they raised prices a little bit, they would actually very small decrease their close ratio. And everyone's afraid of this scenario. And that is, you're currently here and you raise prices and your close ratio falls off a cliff. But most home service business owners are over here. And the reason I know that is because they raise prices and they're like, no one left. All my customers are still with me. What happened is you raised price and your close ratio hardly dropped at all. All right. So lower profits occur when a business's revenue is not maximizing the use of their employees, their trucks, or their personal talent. All right. I address this by maximizing, but not surpassing, the revenue thresholds or capacities possible in terms of employees, trucks, and personal capacity. All right. Employees, trucks, and personal capacities. Okay, so 1, 2, and 3. These are the capacities that make up when you should raise prices. All right. So we are going to maximize, but not surpass these in order to be able to maximize our profits. So when capacity is reached, one of two things happen. A, we can go into profit mode, which is going to be raise prices and maximize profit, because we are in profit mode. Or 2, we are going to be in growth mode. And if we are in growth mode, we are going to hit a capacity, and then we are going to increase capacity. So we continue to grow the business. So that's what always the question is, like, when you hit capacity, do I raise prices or do I increase capacity? Am I in profit mode and raise prices, or am I in growth mode and I go buy trucks, hire more people so I can make more revenue? It is a binary decision. We're going to talk about which one we should be choosing. Your most profitable revenue lies between what you are currently earning in revenue and the amount of revenue you would be able to make if you used all your trucks and employees every single day. So for example, If right now you're making $40,000 in monthly revenue, but if you use all of your trucks and employees every single day of the week, if you could make $60,000 in monthly revenue, this is where all of your profit is at. This $20,000 is why you need to grow to capacity before raising prices, because there's so much lost profit in the fact that you aren't using all your trucks and equipment and you're not using your employees. This is what we call asset utilization. This is how often are you actually using your trucks and equipment. And it boggles my mind when I go to these turnarounds and someone has 5 trucks and they use like 1 a day or 2 a day. It happens all of the time. It boggles my brain. We recently went to a turnaround and literally 5 trucks, 4 of them didn't work. Jack Mack Landscaping, and the one that worked is the one he used all the time. But he had 4 trucks sitting at his shop, didn't work. Poor asset utilization. I want to be using my trucks and equipment all of the time. And the amount of trucks that I have, my asset capacity is going to be determined by if I was using that truck all day long, every single day, what would that revenue be? And if right now, this is where you're at, the focus needs to be first and foremost on grow to capacity. And then we have the option to raise prices. Okay. If you already are paying for the trucks and equipment, they don't make money until they're being used. So if I have said 5 trucks that are sitting at my shop, I am paying for them regardless. They only make money for me if I use them. So what do I want to do? I want to use them as often as possible, i.e. maximize their capacity, i.e. asset utilization up. All right. I want to use them as often as possible. And by doing that, I'll be able to get closer to this capacity, because inside of here is where all of my profits are. That's why the first step is grow to capacity, then raise prices. Okay. And in doing this, you really want to be self-aware of the fact that, how big of a business can you build without losing your marbles, right? Physically, mentally, spiritually, emotionally. Like, you build a business too big, too fast, and you lose your marbles, everything goes to waste. Family relationships, you lose money, you lose business. All of it can go to waste if you push yourself way past your personal capacities. So, like, when we think about these 3 different capacities, we think about our employees, our trucks, and our personal capacities. I also call these labor. Trucks are assets, and our personal capacities. When we look at labor capacity, asset capacity, and personal capacity, when we look at them, you can push like above them for a short period of time and you will make more money. You can push your employees to work overtime, evenings, late into the night, on the weekends, 24/7, overtime. Eventually, long term, is a disaster. You'll lose employees, good employees will leave. Trucks, same thing. If you're like putting way too much work on these trucks and they're working 7 days a week, there's no time for maintenance. You're not able to do brake checks. You're not able to check the tire pressure. You're not putting on, filling up the fluids, etc. Eventually, you overuse the trucks too. Same thing in your personal. If you go way past your personal capacity of what you can build the business, eventually you run out. Like, you're running out of fuel. In the short term, surpassing the capacity in any of these 3 will make you more money. And that's why it's so tempting. It's tempting to work 7 days a week, not see your family, and make more money. It's tempting to work all of your trucks 7 days a week to where they don't get any time for maintenance. But eventually, if one of them breaks down, you're in a really bad spot. And you put all this dependence and way too many budget hours on one truck, and it goes down, and you're in a really, really rough spot. Same thing with the employees. 1 employee leaves, 2 employees leaves, and all of a sudden you are in a crisis mode because you were putting way too much dependency and you're putting way too many hours on them, and they're way over capacity. So in the short term, you can push past these capacities that we're going to talk about in the diagnosis phase of this chapter. But in the long term, eventually it'll fall apart. All right. So when you hit the max threshold of what these capacities are, you're going to raise prices. This will increase your profits, and it will release a lot of stress that comes when any of these 3 are maxed. When you're maxing out your personal capacity, when you're maxing out your truck capacity, when you're maxing out your employee capacity, your labor capacity, it's stressful. Raise your prices, get less customers because you lose some of them. You actually want that to be able to back yourself off of the capacities that you're maxing out. All right. I used to overthink this, like I said, based on the weather, timing of the year. I'd ask on Facebook groups, people see other people. Look, if you hit capacity, you are going to be raising prices. And you do that because you need to actually lose some customers. You need to lose customers in order to be able to replace them with higher paying new customers that are willing to pay a higher price. Okay. Now, in all of this, please don't turn off your leads. Okay. I see a lot of times people get really busy during their busy season and they'll just turn off their leads when they hit capacity. Don't do that. When you have all these leads coming in, is the perfect time to raise prices, get rid of your lowest paying customers by doing that, and then keep the leads flowing in and replace all of them with higher paying customers. You can easily increase your prices by 10, 15, 20%. Get rid of some of your lowest paying customers because they are the ones who will leave, and then replace them with your higher paying new customers. All right. Don't overthink this stuff. Yes, ideally, I would like you to have metrics of which ones are budget hours versus actual hours. What jobs are you losing money on versus not on recurring jobs? That's ideal. And you can run reports to be able to say, look at what are the actual hours, what are the budget hours. Those are fantastic. That's the way you should raise prices. But most people have paralysis by analysis and therefore never actually raise prices. So if you just need to raise prices across the board by 20%, just do it. Because when you hit capacity, you can't take any more customers. But don't turn off your leads. Keep the leads on, raise your prices, assuming we aren't trying to grow and increase capacity. You're like, I can't go any further. Don't turn off your leads. Keep the leads coming in. Raise your prices to get rid of the lowest paying customers and just raise price across the board if you have to. I don't care. You just need to get rid of some of them so that way you can replace them with higher paying customers. Okay. So the question is, well, how do I raise prices on new customers? Just do it. Like in a lot of this stuff, when it comes to raising prices, I just default to violence once capacity is hit. It's like, if you're not trying to grow and you hit capacity, raise prices. Choose violence. Just do it. I don't care if it's 10% across the board, 20% across the board. I need you to raise prices. Okay. When it comes to new customers, the reason you can just do it is because they're new. They don't have a new price. They just are coming in and they're approximating your value versus your price. They're assessing you from day one, whether or not they're going to accept you. And if you're at capacity, you don't really need them. Raise your prices to new customers. Very simple. It's to existing and recurring customers where people get really, really agitated. It's like, oh man, if I'm charging $50 per mowing cut, I'm going to be raising it to $60. You're right. And you're going to raise your prices by 20% by going from $50 to $60 per cut. We'll see in a second just what that's going to do to your profit margins. But this is the juiciest part, in my opinion, of home services, is raising prices to existing customers on a recurring basis. The reason is because the switching costs. It's not easy. Like, no one wants to go and get a new provider. They don't want to go and ask 5 other people to get an estimate. Make this part where you're raising prices to existing customers nice and short and sweet. Here's your new prices going forward, effective this date. Let us know if you have any questions. Don't tell them they have to call you and call you to confirm or anything like that. Here's your new prices going forward. If you have questions, let us know. That's just leave it. Go forward, move quickly, make it painless. That's my suggestion. All right. So if you have this problem of prices being too low, how is this going to keep you from building $1 million business? Well, this is a big problem because exceeding capacity without raising prices will make the business owner quit. If you exceed the capacities of your labor capacity, your asset capacity, or your personal capacity, eventually you will quit. And so if you want to build $1 million business, you don't want to quit. Brandon, for example, at May Landscaping, had a mental breakdown the year before we came. And he literally was driving and had to pull over and he couldn't function. His wife had to come pick him up because he had customers were complaining, employees were mad and asking for more money, and all these things were bad happening. Reviews were coming in or negative. There's things breaking down. He had no money. He was going into debt. So much stress and anxiety. Why? He'd exceeded his personal capacity. What could have happened is he could have raised his prices before he got to that situation, increased his profit margins, got rid of some of the customers, and never exceeded his personal capacity. He had all these callbacks and it gets it's really stressful. I understand. But a lot of times the reason we quit, the reason we have these breakdowns is because we exceed our capacities. We're overworking our team, we're overworking our trucks, and we're overworking ourselves. If we do that for too long, eventually it catches up with us and we throw in the towel. And so what I actually recommended Brandon do is is take 1 or 2 years before you try to get to $1 million. If you're doing like 800,000, like the inclination is like, well, I'm just going to grow to $1 million. Of course, that's like awesome. That's exactly what we want to do, baby. But remember, we got to get 20% profit and then get to $1 million and then grow and expand. And what I recommend you do is, hey, take 1 or 2 years, raise prices, because you're going to hit capacity a few times. Every time you hit the spring rush, you get really busy, you're getting all these leads coming in, raise prices, make yourself more profitable, take 1 or 2 years and just stay at 800,000. And then you'll have the profit margins to be able to jump above $1 million very easily, and do it in a way where you don't exceed your capacities, because you can buy the truck. You don't have to go into a bunch of debt. You can quickly hire the employees. You can afford to pay them more. You're able to personally, you've taken some time, you've systematized the business, you're more profitable, so you can afford to be able to have a manager in place, and then you can go past $1 million. And so sometimes just taking some time, staying in profit mode, and when you hit capacity, instead of just always grow, more trucks, more equipment, just raise prices for a couple of years. Whenever you hit capacity, just raise prices. You'll come out of it way more profitable, and then you can turn on the growth mode down the road if you would like. Okay. Really, like, I recommend you do that too, because like the damage that it causes employees, his culture, his trucks, they were all beat up and dented and messed up, and his personal life with the mental break, like all of that was solved if he just raised prices when he hit capacity and went to profit mode instead of trying to always be in growth mode. All right. So what does it mean? How does this get you closer to building $1 million business when it comes to raising your prices and making sure the prices aren't too low? Well, identifying and maximizing your labor, asset, and personal capacity will get you closer to $1 million business, because you will know when to raise prices versus when to grow revenue, expand, hire more employees, and buy more trucks and equipment. Everyone always wonders, like, well, should I grow and keep getting more trucks and equipment and employees? Or should I raise prices? Like, it's very simple. You hit capacities and you have two options. Either raise prices and go into profit mode, or buy more trucks and equipment and expand your capacity. That is all there is when it comes to whether or not you should raise prices. And honestly, why a professional home service business is so sticky for the customer, for the right customer, is that the real cost to the right customer is not the price. It's not the actual dollar amount. It is the risk of changing. It's the time they have to spend in order to get more vendors and estimators to come out their property. I was speaking with a really wealthy person, and they were talking about the fact that they had to go back to their house and talk with the estimator for their janitorial service. And they said the 30 minutes away from the office that I had to spend to go meet with them at my house cost me more in time and the value of my time than the entire year of their service. The entire year of them cleaning their house was not worth the 30 minutes for them to leave their office. That's insane. That's what a great customer is, though. They're a wealthier customer. They're going to be much less price sensitive. They usually don't want to talk to you. They're just like, get the job done. I accept. They take upsells and they just want the job done. In my opinion, if you're making less than $500,000 in annual revenue and you're profitable at all right, if you're trying to because hey, I know a lot of people watching this like, I want to grow fast. Great. If you're doing under $500,000 and you're profitable at all, I would say when you hit capacity, go ahead and increase capacity. Okay, which means you're going to buy more trucks, you're going to buy more equipment, you're going to hire more people. Great. That will allow you to grow the business much faster. Now, if you are above $500,000 in annual revenue, and you want to grow the business, I want you to be at 20% profit. Okay. So I need you to get to 20% profit margin before you try to keep growing. I give permission if you are under $500,000 and profitable at all. So like you're not digging a hole, you're not going into debt, you're profitable to some extent. Just keep growing. If you're trying to grow a business faster, get to $1 million faster, you can keep growing as long as you're profitable to any extent. But as soon as you get above 500,000, I want you to have a higher profit margin. The reason I say this is because so often the times, like Brandon, people go to 800,000 annual revenue. They have no profit or negative profit margin. They're going into debt, and there's all sorts of bad things that happen. He has to sell his house, his personal house, to cover the debts now. Like you can tell the equipment has been overused. The employees, there's all sorts of cultural problems. He had a mental breakdown because he grew past $500,000 without having that 20% profit margin. All right. And then what you can do if you're at, 500, 600, 700,000, take a year in profit mode, raise your prices to 20% profit. And then guess what you can do? Go right back into growth mode, which is going to be what? You're going to go buy more trucks, hire more people. And that is usually then when you go past $1 million in annual revenue, and you do it without losing your marbles. You do it without a mental breakdown. You do it without having beat up your trucks and your equipment and your employees. All right, diagnostic tool. All right, we're looking at our capacities. Labor-based capacity. How do we determine what that capacity is? This is the amount of labor revenue per employee that can be produced. This can be calculated by figuring out how many billable hours an employee completes in an average month and then multiply by the average rate to the client per hour. For example, they have 30 budgeted hours they complete each week. We have 4 weeks in the month. We can confidently say they're going to complete about 120 budget hours per month. And we usually only do about 30 budget hours per 40-hour clocked week because that assumes a 75% efficiency score, 30 divided by 40. So 120 budget hours per month. I'm going to assume I can then charge the customer $100 per hour. That's going to lead me to a $12,000 per month per employee. That is my labor capacity. So now if I had 3 employees, I would have a labor capacity of $36,000 in revenue. In monthly revenue, which means if I go over $36,000 in monthly revenue, I am exceeding my capacity for my labor, my employees, if I remain at just 3. All right, that's labor capacity. Asset capacity. This is the amount of labor revenue per truck setup that can be achieved assuming that the crew is full. This can be calculated by multiplying the average crew size by the capacity per employee calculated previously. So for example, we already know that we make $12,000 per employee in labor revenue each month. Okay. Now, if we assume that we also are going to have 3 employees in a crew, and you just for example, we only do 2-man crews. So I would put 2 employees here. Let's assume that you have a 3-man crew. That would mean that per truck, you can do $36,000 in monthly labor revenue. Okay. And this is per truck because 1 truck has 3 employees. And each employee does $12,000 in monthly revenue. So now our labor revenue, our asset capacity is $36,000. Back here, our labor capacity is also at $36,000. Okay, let's keep moving along. Let's go to our personal capacity. Okay, this is the amount of revenue essentially that you can handle without mental, physical, or emotional breakdown. This one's not really math driven. You might want to ask people that are really close to you, like what they think, how big of a business. Be really self-aware, get some assessment. Because really, ultimately, mental health is a major cause of business closure and business failure. All right. So you're going to know these 3 numbers. You're going to figure out which one is the lowest. And then you're going to be able to grow to that capacity. So if you say, well, my personal capacity is 60,000, assume that personal is 60,000. Let's assume in this case that actually we only have 2 employees. So our labor capacity is going to be 24,000 for the month. 24,000. Great. So our labor capacity is $24,000 in monthly labor revenue. Our asset capacity is $36,000 in monthly labor revenue, and our personal capacity is $60,000. Okay, so personal is 60, labor equals 24K, and our asset capacity, so our trucks in this example, 36K. Here's the problem. When should I grow my business? There's 3 different capacities. You're going to grow to the lowest capacity, and then you have the decision. Do I raise prices or do I increase capacity? In this example, what you could do if you hit your labor capacity and you're like, I have money in the bank, I still want to keep growing, and we choose growth mode. What should we do? We should hire another employee. Why? Because we hire 1 more employee, we are going to be able to make our labor capacity $36,000. And we'll be able to grow the business all the way to $36,000 before we need to buy another truck, before we need to buy more equipment. And so you always, if you're trying to grow the business, you're looking at the lowest capacity and how do I increase that? Now, for example, if our personal capacity, let's just say was 30K, I would need to work on my personal capacity in order to be able to grow the business to 36,000. Because even though my trucks and my employees might be able to handle that $36,000, I will lose my marbles if I have not grown myself personally to be able to handle that. Whether I need to work out, lose weight, make more time for my family, have a better structure on the weekends, whether I need to watch some videos about how to improve myself as a business owner and leadership, listen to Audible programs or podcasts. These are ways that you can increase your personal capacity. So knowing these numbers specifically will give you definition and clarity to when price increases are an option or whether you want to grow. And you won't have to second guess yourself on whether or not you need to raise prices. In my opinion, you should raise prices really when you're within 80% of these numbers that we just talked about, because this will really prevent any sort of option or capability of burnout and ensure that you're actually charging what you're worth. Because the vast majority of home service business owners aren't charging what they're worth. And if they just raised their prices, they would solve literally 90% of the problems that we talk about in the rest of this book. All right, so the fifth reason why we don't build $1 million business is that our marketing doesn't work. So I went to a turnaround. His name was Zach, Music Mountain Compost out in Vermont. Awesome dude. And great business, doing $187,000 picking up food scraps for people. And you go like twice a month, pick up the food scraps in like these 5-gallon bins, and he charged them like $22. Awesome business. Had like 700 customers. About 580 customers, and he had a bunch of commercial clients too that he'd get like the big 55-gallon drums, so from like schools and government buildings. And so he'd take the food scraps, bring them back to his yard, and then pile it up, turn it over a whole bunch, and monitor it with these temperature gauges, and that would become compost. Really, really good soil that you can put on your garden beds. And he'd sell that material for $100 per cubic yard. Good little business, $187,000 in annual revenue. Basically had like he really had a hard time keeping employees, but mostly by himself. And then like one employee doing like almost $100,000 in profit. Good stuff. However, he was working like 7 days a week because he couldn't keep an employee. He was doing all the work himself. He didn't have any routing or scheduling software. And so now he's using Copilot and like trying to use some software to keep things organized so he can have an employee. But at the time, 7 days a week, he's working out in the field. He was doing 1,000 miles per week on his truck. Blew my mind. And he had just got a new truck. And I'm like, yes, I think getting a new truck is probably a good thing for you. And putting 1,000 miles on this truck, and he was spending $300 per month on the same Google ad. They had it running for like 3 years. And he was spending about $7,000-8,000 per year on mailers and radio. And he had no idea if it was working. No idea whatsoever. Originally, he had got a TV station, news outlet to talk about his business. So he figured, hey, I should keep advertising on that sort of network. And so he kept doing that. And then he kept running the Google ad that he'd been same one he'd been running for like 3 years. And he just couldn't get enough customers to be able to afford another employee. He really needed to get a full-time employee so that he could spend some more time. He also needed to buy like any tractor and then a strainer, a separator for all the soil, like the compost. So you could dump it in there and it would separate it out and make sure that like the solids were removed and things like that. Anyways, and he needed the money to do all these things and keep growing the business and not have to work 7 days a week. That was what was really killing him, because he was like, I'm growing this business for my family, but I'm not spending any time with my family because I'm working so many hours on the business 7 days a week. And he had no idea if this stuff was working. He was sending all of the traffic to his website. On his website, it just said like sign up. But when you clicked on it, it just opened up his, an email that was, going to him. And you just like, he didn't like, there was nothing in the email. It was just like, you click sign up and it opened up an email to him. Very confusing. And so if they did email him and say, I'm interested, or can I get some more information or something, he just had this massive email that he'd copy and paste out of his phone and send back to them. And it would just confirm his pricing and all of his terms and conditions for picking up the food waste, etc. And so, massive opportunity to be able to improve in lots of areas, but really the marketing is important. We could definitely improve the website. We could definitely improve it. So when you click on sign up now, you're just putting your credit card information because all of his customers are paying the same amount. There's no reason to really have to do the email thing. Just sign up, put your information here. Here's your credit card. Give us your address, and let's rock and roll. So that can be improved. The website that can be improved. But what I want to talk about today is the marketing, because really the reason he couldn't keep growing the business is not because he did a bad job. He only lost a few customers every month. I think it was like 10 customers a month he was losing. Out of 600 or 580, not bad at all. That's really good. Customers are staying with you and you're losing like, what is it? Like 10, 15% a year. Like it's crazy. It's really, really good. And so he really was struggling to grow. Couldn't get past like 580 customers and he was working crazy hours. Need to get an employee, but couldn't really afford to get one full time. Now, I will admit, when I first got started at Augusta, I was always looking for the next place to be able to do ads, whether it be Nextdoor, whether it be TikTok, whether it be Snapchat, YouTube, Google, Facebook. You just go down the list of everything online. And then postcards, door hangers, flyers, every door direct mail, yard signs. Like I try it all. And I still try a lot of those things today. However, I was always looking for like the next magical hack, the next thing where I'd get the most customers. And this is why you always see on Facebook groups and things, people will be like, where do you get the most customers? How do I get the most customers? How do I get 100 customers the fastest? And it's like, look, this is very localized. It's going to really depend on your market. But I was trying all these things. And the actual problem is that really back in the day, and we aren't willing to do the same thing 100 times per day. And we don't measure the lifetime value and the customer acquisition cost to have a clear picture of what the return on investment is of our marketing. And so either A, you have time and you should be doing the same thing 100 times every day, just taking massive amounts of action. Or two, you have money to spend on ads, but if you're going to do it, we need to understand what the customer acquisition cost is. We need to understand what the lifetime value of the customer is, and we need to understand the return on our investment. So let's jump into this. So a lot of times, poor results and overspending on advertising occurs when results are not tracked. If we just tracked and actually figured out some of these metrics, we'd be able to accurately know which marketing channel is our best performing and then deploy our money in terms of advertising spend against that channel. And so really what I encourage everyone to do is figure out this equation. Like this is very basic, I understand. The lifetime value, the value of your customer over the course of their entire lifespan must be greater than what you spend on customer acquisition cost plus the cost to fulfill. All right. Said otherwise, all the money that you get from a customer needs to be more than the money that you spend on advertising to get the customer and then the labor and materials that you're going to put into the job. That's the basic math of advertising. Okay. And so if your customer acquisition cost is way too bloated, or you have an operationally unsound business, you have horrible cost to fulfill, this equation will not work. And why most people think marketing doesn't work is because this equation is not working for them. The value per year, of lifespan of the customer, their entire lifespan, they're not making enough money to make up for the customer acquisition cost, all the ad spend, and the cost to fulfill, which is the labor and materials to do the job. This is very, very basic. You're like, yes, of course you need to make more money than you spend on advertising and doing the job. Duh. But most people don't know what this number is. They don't know what the lifetime value of their customer is. They don't know how long the customer usually stays with them and how much they spend per year. So they can't figure out lifetime value. They don't know what they spend on average in terms of customer acquisition cost. And they don't know what the cost to fulfill, like what's the actual cost of labor? What's the actual cost of materials? What is my profit margin? These are things that if you can understand them, then you'll be able to actually have an educated guess as to what marketing channel you should be spending your advertising dollars on. So very basic, but you need more money in. You need the money in over here, the inputs, to be greater than the outputs. Okay. So we need to be able to make some money here off of customer acquisition cost, and we put time and materials into here, and we should get more money on the other side in the form of value from the customer over the course of their lifespan. And really, the thing that you have to really understand, we've talked about already in the course, is customer acquisition cost goes down if your ads are better or if you do better follow-up. So before we start getting all, because I think some people probably skip to this portion of the course and are like, I'm going to learn about advertising because I want to need more leads. Great. But remember, I don't think most people have a leads problem. I think most people have a follow-up problem. And so the way that you can actually drive this customer acquisition cost down and make this equation work is simply following up. But we also want to talk about improving your ads and making sure that they are going to be the most effective. Now, what we want to do is we want to have each channel, whether you can do this for Facebook, you do this for Google, you can do this for YouTube ads, you can do this for your every door direct mail campaign. And that is we want to track several things: cost per click, cost per lead, and our customer acquisition cost. Those are the three things that we need to track. So these are clicks, these are leads, and these are customers. Right? Now, some people will judge a marketing channel by their cost per lead. I don't think that's a good measure. Why? Because ultimately, I need customers. They are the ones that pay the bills, not more leads. Not all leads are created equal. If only a very small portion of your leads are getting converted because they come from a trashy source or because they're just never accepting your estimates because they're super price sensitive, I don't want those leads. Those leads are not as valuable to me. I really care most about my customer acquisition cost. How much do I have to spend in order to get one customer? Okay. And really, let's actually just do this as a funnel here. So this is really how I like to think about marketing. Boom. Up top here, we have all these clicks coming in. People clicking on your website, people seeing your truck and clicking on your website. They're coming to your website. And this could be measured as your cost per click, CPC. Okay, remember, there's these three that we need to measure: cost per click, cost per lead, customer acquisition cost. That's going to be on the right-hand side. That's the cost per click. $1, $2, $3, whatever you're spending on Facebook ads, Google ads, you can very easily measure cost per click. Great, but that's not the end result. What happens is I have a conversion ratio. And that is going to be what percentage of the clicks actually convert into estimates. This might be 1 out of 100, might be 1 out of 50, but some percentage of the clicks that come to your website will actually convert into a lead and actually ask for an estimate. And if they do that, if they get past this filter in the funnel, then they become a cost per lead. Because now they're a lead. I can now determine, okay, if I had, let's just call it 10 clicks and 1 out of 10 of them converted into a lead and they asked for an estimate, fantastic. Well, let's just say that I spent $2 per click. Okay. I got 10 clicks. That's $20. And then 1 out of 10 of them converted into a lead. That would be, the cost would be $2 for me to be able to get a lead. Okay. Or sorry, what did I say there? I messed up. All right. We have $2. I should have wrote it down. $2 is the cost per lead. We're going to assume that let's just do 1 out of 100 is our conversion ratio. That means my cost per lead would be $200. That means my cost per lead. Okay, well, I don't need leads. I need customers. Okay, great. Well, there's another filter that we have to filter through, and that is going to be our close ratio, something we've already talked about. What percentage of your leads become customers? Let's assume that's like 50% or 1 out of 2. Well, now all of a sudden, our customer acquisition cost equals $400. All right. I'm not saying this is good or bad. I'm just giving you numbers. $2 cost per click, 1 out of 100 conversion rate means I have a $200 cost per lead. I have a 50% close ratio, leads me out to a $400 customer acquisition cost. So if you could actually figure this out for every single one of the platforms that you're using, is like, what am I paying per click? What percentage of them become leads? You can use that using like a pixel or Google tracking code to be able to know how many of them become leads. And then what is your close ratio? And you'll approximately come out with what your customer acquisition cost is. So now if you're saying, well, I don't have any money. I don't have money to put in the top of the funnel. I don't have money to spend on getting clicks. Okay, great. Alex Hormozy has this thing at the very end of his book called the Rule of 100. And that's where you're going to take 100 actions every single day and go get more customers. And if you do this, it is mind-boggling how much progress you will see. I don't care if it is door hangers. I don't care if it is cold calling. Like, I remember cold calling people out of the white pages of the phone book. I paid my sister $15 for every lead that she would get for me. Cold calling, do it 100 times a day. This could be cold emails. This could be direct messages or comments in local Facebook groups or other community groups. but do it 100 times every single day. If you don't have time and you're super busy and you don't have money, you probably raise prices and go into profit mode. You're like, oh, well, I don't have time to do rule of 100. Okay. I don't have money to spend on marketing and our advertising. That means you're a really busy business owner, and it is likely that you need to raise prices, lose some customers, and get yourself some time so you can do the rule of 100. And while you're raising prices, you will probably make more money, which could also be funneled into marketing. So raising your prices has so many positive benefits. I literally get more time, make more money, and I can spend time getting more customers using the rule of 100, and I can use money to put in the top of this funnel and get more customers as well. That's why going to profit mode will allow you eventually go back into growth mode and keep growing the business. So you're like, well, I'm just too crazy busy. I'm too busy to do marketing. I'm too busy. Like, I have so much to do. You really probably have to assess the value of your time. If you're still working the field, it doesn't make sense. If you're going to try to build $1 million business, you're not going to be able to do it by doing work yourself that is worth $20 to $25 an hour. If you can replace yourself for $25 an hour out in the field doing the work or doing estimates or sharpening blades or doing equipment maintenance or whatever you're doing, whatever you're currently doing, if you can do that for someone else can do it and you can hire them for $25 an hour, there's a really good chance you should be delegating that and hiring that out to that individual and going out and doing advertising. All right. So that you can have time to do the rule of 100. Because if you can go get 3-4 customers in a day, that's worth so much more than spending $20 or $25 an hour to get a laborer to do the work for you. And so people that say they're too busy to do marketing, in my opinion, what usually means is they don't have enough profit, i.e. they need to raise prices so that they can afford someone else to go do the labor, so that then that frees them up to go out and do marketing. All right. Now, another excuse people have is I've tapped out my market. I live in a small city and I've tapped out my market. Well, here's the thing. When we started Augusta Lawn Care, we were in a little town called Blaine, Washington. You can look it up. It's like 6,000 or 7,000 person population. And we built it to over $1 million, 1.1 million, before we ever moved out of there. And I literally only served about 1 to 1.5 mile radius for years growing up to that point before we moved out to a city that had like 80,000 people and just outside of Blaine. And the bottom line was you don't need a large space. You don't need a large amount of population to build $1 million business. And unless you're doing something super specialized, or hardly any homeowner needs it. But most home services, if you're selling to homeowners, a lot of people need our services. People need their gutters cleaned. People need their walls painted. People need their plumbing done. People need their electrical done. People need their lawns mowed. Like, most homeowners need our services. So you typically don't need millions of people in a service area to build $1 million business. And here's the thing. You can sell more to existing customers. Okay. You can take a customer that's currently paying you $1,000 per year, upsell them into other services, other offerings, or just sell more of what you're currently selling them, and double the amount from $1,000 to $2,000 per year that you on average get from them, and double the size of your business without getting any new customers, without any new marketing. So first off, when people say that they've tapped out their market, or they capped out their size because their market isn't big enough, first off, they can sell more to their existing customers and still grow their business past $1 million. Secondly, in over the 100 turnarounds that I've done on the show, and all the Augusta locations that I currently know of, and we usually make sure that they have at least 100,000 people that they can serve in their territory. Not one single time have I ever seen them cap out their market. Not one time could they show me data to support the argument that they were literally controlling 80, 90% of the market in their community, in their service area. The thing is, that's a really easy excuse. If you have a small population, it's easy, like, well, we stopped growing. We really stagnated because we've really taken over the market, and there's just not a lot of people in the population. We're kind of limited, so we just can't grow. We're not going to be able to build $1 million business. Okay, let's assume that you are the snowflake scenario, the unicorn scenario, where this is true. And I'm going to set aside for the fact that I've never seen a business in all the turnarounds that actually had tapped out their market, and none of them had the actual data to prove it to me. Let's just set that aside. And I want you to think about the fact that If you are there, let's just assume you are, you have tapped out the market, and you literally have 80% of the market, 90% of the market. There's not much more people you can sell this service to. Great. Take your existing customers and sell more to them. Use the upsell feature inside of Copilot. So every time your employees are on the customer's property, you can upsell them using text messages and emails to other services that you offer that are complementary to the one that they're currently getting. Or you see other needs on their property that you could do for them that would be of service. For example, you're cleaning out the gutters and you see that the roof could get cleaned off. Fantastic. That could double the value of your customer per year and easily double the size of your business if you do that consistently across all of your customers. That's why we have the upsell feature. We want to reduce friction and make it as easy as possible for customers to buy more stuff from us. If you have customers buy more stuff from you, great likelihood you'll build $1 million business. Now, this is why it's so important and so valuable to keep your contacts in your database warm. Don't let them go to waste. Don't let them, they don't hear from you for 6 months. Keep them warm. Email them. Stay in touch with them. Because the whole goal here is take those customers and make them worth more to your business. In the event, again, we are assuming that we have tapped out the market. All the customers in our market, we just have a small city. We only have 5 or 6, 7,000 people or 10,000 people. So we can only grow so much. Great. We can still sell existing customers much more things. I would be careful when you're upselling to your existing customers to not add too much complexity. So when we're adding services in order to be able to upsell our customers into, great. I'm a big believer of offering those season-specific services so you can upsell customers during your off-season and be able to increase the lifetime value of your customer by giving them other services. But be careful because it's very easy to add so many services that you add so much complexity to your business that it's actually slowing you down. Like you're not able to get to $1 million because you're so bogged down doing 20 different types of services. When if you just focus on one, you'd be fine. And so a lot of times people will do one, they think I've tapped out my market. So what do? They start adding all these services and adding all this complexity to their business. I'm not opposed to adding more services that you can upsell. I'm definitely not against upselling. What I am against is thinking that you've tapped out the market on one specific service, that if you just put all your time and energy into focusing on that one thing, you could probably build a much bigger business. You probably haven't really tapped out the market and addressed the entire TAM or total addressable market. It's a total addressable market. That is every single customer in your entire service area that you could potentially serve. And your market share, I promise you, is less than you think. Unless you have a measure of your total addressable market and how many customers you have of that entire addressable market, guess what? You are making things up. Okay. I have yet to find someone that actually has tapped out their market because most people in look, you have a small city, you have less competition. As long as your service is valuable, you don't need much more than 3 or 4 or 5,000 people and a couple thousand homes to build $1 million business. If I have 1,000 homes, and I can do $1,000 per person per year, there's my $1 million business. So, there's not 1,000 homes. Great. We're going to do 200 homes and we're going to sell them all $5,000 per year. There's my $1 million business. All right. So growth stops. So everyone thinks that my total addressable market, I've tapped things out. When in reality, really, they've plateaued. They've stopped growing and they'll blame it on the fact that their total addressable market, they've tapped out the market. The market is too small, whatever. Growth stops when your churn is equal to new customers. And this is what happened with Music Mountain, is he was churning out about 10 customers per month. They were leaving, people pass away, people move, etc. And he was getting about 10 new customers per month. And so the only way in this scenario to be able to grow the business is either A, there's 3 ways. 1, you can increase the number of customers, i.e. improve your marketing. You can decrease your churn, i.e. less people leaving your business. Or you can also take the customers you currently have and upsell them more things. You can take what they currently are paying you per year and try to double it by adding more services and upselling them and selling them more stuff. So really what you want to be careful of is in this marketing funnel, at the bottom here, we have our actual business. This is our bucket, our business. Well, if customers come to the clicks, the leads, the customer acquisition cost. They come in and now they're your customers. What you want to be careful of is you're not spending all this money on clicks, leads, and then getting customers. And then you have a leaky bucket and there's holes in the bottom of the bucket and people are leaving. This is what we call churn. These are customers leaving. Okay. And this is what you got to be careful of, because if all the new customers that you're getting that are falling in here into your bucket equal the amount of customers leaving and falling through the holes in the bottom of your bucket every month, guess what? The amount of customers inside the bucket will remain the same. So you will stop growing when the number of customers leaving the business, i.e. churning, falling out the bottom of the bucket, is equal to the number of new customers, i.e. the amount of customers being added to the bucket. So we can decrease churn, increase customers, or we can sell more and upsell the customers that we currently have. That's how we can continue growing the business. All right. So how do we reduce churn? How do we keep people from going out the bottom of the bucket? How do we reduce churn? Well, there's several things we can do. Number one, high quality service. So really good quality service, great communication when people call in on the phone, fast delivery of emails, text messages, answering the phone as often as possible, great service, quality when you're on the property, doing great quality work. That's going to help with people not leaving. People don't want to leave if you do a great job. If you reduce callbacks, the amount of times they have to call you back to the property because you made a mistake. If you reduce their hold time and you reduce the amount of time it takes to communicate with you, you do it efficiently and fast. You text, you email, you answer your phone. These are all things that will reduce your churn. Okay. And if you reduce your churn, you won't have to spend as much money on marketing and get new customers because most of your customers will stick around inside of the bucket. All right. So let's now think about how this problem of marketing plays into this. Well, if I can't get a good cost per click, I don't know how to do good ads, I don't have good creative, my texts aren't good, etc. Well, my cost per lead isn't going to be good. And my cost per lead isn't good, even if my close ratio is good, my customer acquisition cost isn't going to be good. And ultimately, if you have great customer service, if you have great quality, if you answer your phone quickly and you don't have a lot of callbacks, the best way to grow your business is one of two things. Either sell more stuff to your customers or get more customers. And so if we're going to get more customers, we're going to have to improve our marketing. And so for Music Mountain, it was like, we got to figure out a way to not just throw money into these mailers and radio ads. We need actually a way to actually track and measure each of that step of that process in that funnel so we can really improve it, make it better, optimize it, and make more money and know exactly which channels are working. He didn't know if the Google was working. He didn't know if the mailers or radio ads were working because he wasn't tracking each stage of the funnel. All right, now let's look at this. So if you don't have a way to reliably get customers, you'll never be able to recoup the customer acquisition cost fast enough to grow profitably. For example, let's say that we spend $300 on acquiring a new client. Okay, so we have to spend $300 in customer acquisition cost to get one new customer. We go back here, cost to get the customer at the bottom of this funnel is going to be, in this case, $300. We have to spend $300 on Facebook ads, door hangers, whatever. That's going to be our cost to get the customer. Now let's assume that we make $1,600 per year, just making this number up, $1,600 per year in annual value. All right. Annual, some of you will ACV. So annual customer value. How much do we make per year from this customer? $1,600. Fantastic. Well, if we have $1,600 that we make in gross profit per year, and we have $300 in customer acquisition costs, and we have a 20% profit margin on the $1,600 of revenue that we generate from this customer, well, that means we are going to generate, if I divide by 5, so $1,600 divided by 5, it's like $320. $320 of profit, net profit per year. That means that it is going to take almost an entire year just to recoup the cost of customer acquisition cost. So we can confidently say it's going to take 11 months of serving this customer just to be able to pay off the customer acquisition cost and then make a little bit of money. which means if you lose this customer before the end of 11 months, before you break even on this customer, the break even point, before you get there, if you lose the customer within 11 months and they churn out, you lose them because of a callback, they're unhappy with service, you will actually have lost money on this customer because you paid $300 to get them. You did $1,600 in revenue. You did a 20% profit margin on that. So you made $320 in profit per year. Well, we spent $300 to acquire them. Therefore, it's taking us about 11 months just to get to break even point where we just make up the cost of acquiring the customer. And if I lose the customer before those 11 months, I have literally lost money on the job. And I really think we should measure this. This is our break even point. We recoup the cost of our customer acquisition. We have to get that back. And that's why referrals and people calling you from seeing your truck is so valuable, because guess what? Your customer acquisition cost is zero and your break-even point is zero. As soon as you get on the property and make any money, you're profitable. But until that wonderful day comes when leads just are dumped on you, or until you get so many leads to where your number of new customers equals your churn, you're like, well, now I got to go get more new leads. I got to go get new customers using marketing. Well, when that happens, I need to make sure I can recoup the cost of that acquisition, recoup the cost of that ad spend as quickly as possible. All right. So what does this mean? Efficient use of capital. Efficient use of capital. Very simply, I want to make sure that if I feed the marketing machine $10, this is the box, I feed $10 in, I want to know that I'm going to get $20 out. And I don't want to wait 10 years to get the $20. That'd be a horrible return. Because remember, I want to know what is my customer acquisition cost. This would be at right here. I want to know what is my lifetime value of my customer. That would be this right here. And then what is my return on investment? We started off this chapter by saying we need to figure out the customer acquisition cost, money into the system, the lifetime value of this customer, which in this case, $20. Let's go. And based upon that and how long it takes to actually get that $20, I will be able to determine my return on my investment. And this is really the whole goal of business, is to figure out this machine. This machine is all your systems and procedures and all the things you do in your business operationally. But ultimately, once you've built the machine, it's squeaky clean and it's greased and it's a great little box that you can throw money into. You put $10 in, you get $20 out. Ideally, as fast as possible. In other words, I put $10 in, my first service, maybe I make $100 and I'm 20% profitable. Boom. I'm able to make $10 into $20 on my first visit to the customer's property, for example. All right. I just want to repeat this over and over and over. You know, the blocking and tackling of sales, operations, admin, getting insurance, hiring, firing, all of that is simply trying to make this box, this machine, as efficient as possible. All the gears and levers and systems inside of this box is what you're really spending most of your time on. But if you step back from it and look at it from an investor's perspective, all I'm trying to do is build this machine that can take $10 and make it into $20 as fast as possible. And this is how I can determine whether or not I'm having an efficient use of capital. Is it efficient to put $10 in and get $20 out? Yes, if I can do it quickly. But if it's going to take me 20 years to double my money, not a good use of capital. Not efficient use of capital. All right, so diagnostic tool. Do we have a problem with our marketing? Here's how I measure that. First and foremost, when it comes to recurring services and recurring businesses, this would be like lawn care, cleaning, maintenance, any sort of time when you're coming back to the customer property multiple times over and over and over again. If your CAC is greater than 3 months to recoup and get to break even, we have a marketing problem. So if I cannot recoup the cost of what I spend on this marketing machine, if I cannot get the cost back out, if I can't get my $10 back out within 3 months, we have a problem. All right. And you can do the math. So if you spend $100 in customer acquisition cost, I need to make sure that I'm making at least $33 in profit each month, because otherwise I'll pass the 3-month marker. Ideally, I can get it back within a week or two or one visit. But if you're doing recurring services, I don't want to spend on one customer what I'm going to make more than one. I don't want to spend more on one customer than what I will make on that customer in profit over the next 3 months. Not in revenue, but in profit. Because that $1 that I put in customer acquisition cost, I need to get that $1 of profit, which means I might need to make $5 of revenue to get that $1 of profit out. And that's when I recoup the cost of my customer acquisition cost. All right, when it comes to projects, one-time jobs, I want to make sure that I have at least a 20x ratio on my marketing spend. I'm going to get a one-time job, one big project. It's a one-shot wonder. I don't want to have more than 5% of my revenue being spent on marketing for this project. So if I'm going to have a $100 project, I don't want to spend more than $5 on marketing. If you're spending $20 on marketing to get a customer that you get $100 from, that would only be a 5x. That'd be 20%. I don't want that. All right. I want to be making at least a 20x multiple on my marketing dollars. So if I spend $5, I want to be turning that into $100. That's a 20x multiple on my marketing dollars. So marketing $5, I need that to become $100 worth of revenue. All right. Ultimately, you can hide bad advertising with a great lifetime value ratio, right? Lifetime to CAC ratio. You can solve this problem. You can sell more and more to customers, keep them for a very long time. Great. It means you can spend more on acquiring the customer. Whoever can get the most value of the customer in their lifespan usually can spend the most on them on acquisition, which means if you don't have bad churn and you keep the customer for a very long time, by keeping the customer for a long time, you improve their lifetime value. If you improve their lifetime value and you make $2,000 when your competitor can only make $1,000 off of them, guess what? You can spend more money on advertising to acquire them and still make sense of it and still be capital efficient. And there was someone, I forget who, very smart person, I'm sure, said the person who wins is the person who can spend the most to acquire the customer, because eventually you'll be able to buy out every single customer. Okay. So if it takes you more than 3 months on a recurring business, or if in projects, you're not getting a 20x multiple in your marketing dollars, you have bad ads, or it's also possible you just charge too little. If you don't charge enough, you're not going to be able to recoup the cost of acquisition simply because your prices are way too low. Like, well, means your marketing is bad. No, it could also just mean that your prices are too low. Because again, for the vast majority of problems in your business, if you'd raise your prices, it would fix most of the problems. In this case, if you raise your prices, guess what? You recoup the cost of acquisition much faster. So keep that in mind. Are you tired of paying Google and Facebook a whole bunch of money and not really seeing any leads? If you want a custom website built for you in the next 6 weeks, go check out homeservicewebdesign.com. All right, so the sixth reason that we don't build a $1 million business is we work for free. You say, well, who in their right mind would do that? Well, to some extent, all of us actually work for free for some period of time. The reason is because we do the work and we never get paid. So you might as well be doing it for free. I went to a turnaround out in Indiana and to a company called Mr. Sudsy. And the owner, Blaine, was awesome dude. And he did pressure washing, they had Christmas lights, they had window cleaning, a whole bunch of different services. Really, really cool stuff. I really liked his brand. Mr. Sudsy made sense a lot, especially for the pressure washing and the house washing and the window cleaning. But he didn't have enough cash in the bank. And he didn't know why. He's like, I have all this revenue, and on my profit and loss statement, I should be having like $70,000, $80,000 in profit, but like it's a struggle sometimes to make payroll. There's not a lot of money in the bank, etc. Well, turns out that he had $80,000 in unpaid invoices, some of them which were overdue by like 6 to 9 months. And he was doing $500,000 in annual revenue. So in reality, literally like 70% of his revenue was unpaid. And if you're not going to collect on 16 to 70% of your revenue, there's a really good chance that that's most of your profit in home services. If you're running a $500,000 business, and again, we're trying to shoot for 20% profit. Well, 15, 16, 70% of that isn't getting collected. We're just like, that's all of our profit just being given away for free. And so it's kind of a cool turnaround. And there were several things that contributed to Blaine not collecting on his invoices, really. One of them was super distracted. Like he had spent a bunch of money on a mobile game development that didn't go anywhere. And so now he was like in the process of taking legal action against the game developer. And he was trying to do like franchising Mr. Sudsy. And he had like one franchisee. That franchisee paid him like $1,000 per year in fees because he only did like $10,000 a year in revenue. So he was going to take legal action against him. It's like he was so distracted doing all this other stuff that in part what kind of led to the fact that he was working for free. And you say, oh, no, like I collect my money, but if it takes you 8 or 9 months to get the money, we got a big problem. And honestly, like the amount of stress that's created for someone like Blaine, if he would have had $80,000 or $90,000 in his bank account, a lot of the stress of the business would be gone. He'd feel like it's much better business. He'd be much more excited about the business. He'd be much more passionate about the business. He'd enjoy the sales aspect, which I thought he was really good at and is something that he should focus on. And in part, like he put a lot of the blame on having ADD, and therefore he was like distracted by all these different things. He kept saying like his mind goes like 500 miles a minute. It's like a race car in his head. And I get it. But we are in business to make money. And if we do work in order to make the money, we need to collect on the invoice and we need to actually get the money. We can't just do the work and say I earned $500,000, but if you only collected 420,000 of it in cash, we're going to have a problem. You're probably not going to be able to be in business. It's going to be very, very, very stressful. And so really what it comes down to is if we're going to do all this work and if we're going to actually get the work done, solve the problem for the customer, let's get paid for it. And all these other things are distracting him. He was trying to kind of do this merger with his friend Chris, which was doing the window cleaning, but they're kind of running it like a subcontracting business inside of the business. So there's all these things distracting him. But ultimately what it led to is him working for free. Now, when I first got started, I still remember one day, it was crazy. We were probably doing about $1 million in revenue. And I remember one day though, looking at our CRM and like $100,000, over 100, almost 120,000 in receivables. This is money that was not collected. We have done the work, we have finished, we have sent the invoice, and we have still not gotten paid. And it kills you to think that like I literally only have enough money to make payroll, but yet I have $120,000 of work I have done and I've not been able to collect on. It kills you. And a lot of times we as business owners think we have a leads problem or even a pricing problem, when in reality, we just need to collect faster on the money that we've already earned. Ultimately, we are not a bank. A bank is where you go and you can borrow money and you can take it out. But guess what you do? You pay them interest. And a lot of home service business owners operate like an interest-free bank. Like where I go, allow my customers to go, and I am going to give them a loan with absolutely no interest because they don't pay their invoices. All right. And a big problem for Blaine was the fact that he was doing these commercial jobs and big projects for big chains of stores. And hey, look, these big companies know the longer they can drag out how long it takes to pay you, the better. Especially if you don't have payment terms in order, like you give them fees, like 1% a month or something, some sort of fee or penalty for dragging on, especially commercial contractors and commercial property management companies. They know they make more money if they can collect faster and pay their bills further away, like push them down. And so if you're not going to have penalties, if you're not going to actually collect on the work that you have done, they are going to use and abuse you when it comes to payment collection. And so you're also not the White House, right? So we are not an interest-free loan, giving out interest-free loans like a bank. We are not the White House, where we just give everybody money and we tell everyone they can just have loan forbearance and we just forgive everyone's debts, student loans. Like, oh no, you don't have to pay for that. We can't do that as small business owners. We don't have. We fortunately don't have trillions of dollars worth of debt, and you can see the direction that the United States is going in terms of how much debt they're having. Why? Because they're doing exactly the same thing. It's like, oh, you have a problem. We will give you money and we will never require it to come back to us. We will give you loans and then we will forgive them. We will not collect interest. This is insane. So we aren't a bank. We are not the White House. We need to collect on the invoices that we have sent out. And the advice we've already talked about in terms of having cash problems, in terms of profitability, still applies. But guess what? If raising your prices isn't going to help this problem, if you never collect on the invoices that you send to customers. And so someone will read the first part of the book and the first part of the course and be like, oh, I need to raise prices because I don't have enough money in the bank. Yes. But if you still never collect on the invoices when you send them out to customers and you perform the work, still, it does not matter how far you raise prices. You could double your prices, but if you're not collecting on any of the invoices, it's not going to do you any good. So we have to be able to actually collect on invoices and not work for free. All right. So when I talk about working for free, really what I'm talking about is not collecting payments fast enough. Because honestly, if you actually worked for free and didn't do any sort of payments, you'd go out of business so fast, we wouldn't even be talking. But most of us just take way too long to collect on the payments of the invoices that are due to us. And really, when I say working for free, it's like when a business cannot collect quickly on all of their invoices, we are going to have a massive cash flow problem. And I address this payment collection process and this problem in 3 different ways. So number 1 is I require autopay. I require a credit card to be put on file with Copilot. I require them to put ACH on file if they're a commercial client and they're like, I don't have a credit card. Great. In order to be on our accounts, you have to have payment method on file, and we have to be allowed to charge your payment automatically. And a lot of people will say, well, I don't want to have to put credit cards on file. I don't want to have to pay any sort of processing fees. And so I don't want to require autopay. Bottom line, when it comes to card processing, I would much rather pay 2, 3, 4% processing fees than never see the money. In the case of Mr. Sudsy, if he would have spent, on $2,000 or $3,000 in processing, he would have been able to collect $80,000 worth of his collectibles. You just call customers like, give me your credit card, I'm going to charge it right now. You're like, oh, I got to charge 3 or 4%. And I don't want to put cards on file because that means every single month I have to give 2 or 3 or 4% away. Raise your prices by 3 or 4%, cover the processing fees, and solve the problem of doing work for free, i.e. not collecting fast enough on these invoices. All right. Inside Copilot, you can just have it where every single customer, you can require them to have to put automatic payment as an option. All right. Number 2 is we require down payments. So this is going to be on projects. I'm going to require 50% down on any project that's above $1,000. Everyone has different terms and conditions, but that's just what I do. I know anything above $1,000, I'm going to need money down. I'm going to need to be able to buy the materials. I'm going to need to pay for the labor and the direct costs that go into the job. I'm going to require a down payment. All right. And inside Copilot, you can just set a threshold to where if the invoice is accepted, the estimate is accepted is over a certain dollar amount, the customer just has to pay the down payment before they even accept the job. And so that's a great way to never even have to balance in your head, should I get the job on the schedule when I haven't got down payment? It's just set the threshold. They will have to pay that 50% down or 25% down or whatever you're doing for down payment before you even see a notification that the job has been accepted. So also weeds out people that are tire kickers and they don't plan on paying you anyways. So just set the deposit threshold that if any estimate over a certain dollar amount is accepted, they have to pay that deposit before the job actually gets accepted. The reason this is so important is because cost of goods sold, this is going to be the direct labor. This is going to be the materials. This is going to be the things that actually go into making the job possible. Even your subcontractors go into your cost of goods sold. You have to pay them most of the time before the job is finished. If the job takes 3 weeks to get completed and then you send the invoice to the customer and they take another 3 weeks to pay you, guess who's not waiting 6 weeks to get paid from day one? Your employees. They're going to want weekly or bi-weekly payments on their payroll. Your subcontractors aren't going to wait that long. And you're definitely not going to go to Home Depot and be able to get payment terms for 6 or 7 months. And so your cost of goods sold, my goal is to be able to cover all of my cost of goods sold with that 50% down. Because I know that most of the time my labor is going to be 30, 40% of the revenue that I make on that job. And then I got material costs. And if I can cover all of that up front before the customer even has any job being completed, and I haven't even started on the project, but I got 50% down, I can at least cover the cost of goods sold. Yes, there's overhead and there's other parts of doing business that's going to be in excess of that 50%. However, I just want to at least recover and recoup the cost of goods sold before the job even starts. Now, sometimes this is what's crazy. Pay up front. Like I really hope that home services moves this direction. Certain industries inside of home services, this is actually more common, where the customer actually pays upfront for the entire job before the job is even started. This is most common for projects under $2,000 or $3,000, repairs, things like that. It's like, hey, you got to pay, and then we'll come show up and do it. But large projects, typically, you're going to be looking for a deposit or a down payment. But I really like the idea of paying up front and getting all my money up front. Number one, I know instead of having like a negative 30-day cash flow where after the job's done, they pay me 30 days later. Now I'm able to collect 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks before the job even starts. For them just to get on the schedule, they actually have to pay. Be careful if you're doing this. Like, don't just hear what I'm saying here. Like, I'm doing prepayments from now on. You might push away a lot of customers, especially as you book yourself out pretty far. If you're requiring them to pay up front today and you're booked out for 6 or 7 weeks, you might get a lot of kickback. And that's totally fine. If you're really dependent, you're very confident that you're going to keep having work on the schedule and you're in profit mode and you're raising prices, sure, require payment up front. But for the vast majority of home services, it's deposits or down payments we're going to be using. All right, the third thing that we're going to do in order to fix this payment collection problem is going to be automate collections process. All right, so this is in Copilot building automations where you can email, text message, give them phone calls. I don't care if you have to show up at their house, but we need to automate the collections process using the automations inside of Copilot to make sure we collect on invoices. Now, again, if I've done my job using number one, especially which is requiring auto payment, like requiring payment on file and collecting my down payment, number three should not be a problem because I should already have a card on file that I can charge at the end of the job. I should already have a down payment at the beginning of the job. I should never even have to have any collections. I should never even have any period of time that I have to wait for payment because as soon as I get done, I charge their card. However, if you're accepting checks and that's still something that you're doing, you want to make sure that you have a collections process in place that's automated. So after 1 day of being overdue, they get a text message. 2 days, they get an email. 3 days, you can set up Copilot, send your office an email or make a to-do for them to be able to follow up with the customer via phone call. You might have a to-do that's assigned to a certain employee that's on day 5. We actually go to the customer's house with a printed copy of the invoice and say, pay up. And then eventually, as time goes on, 14, 28 days, whatever you want to set up, you eventually have to take them to collections agency. And we'll talk about that later. But you want to have this automated as much as possible. So that way, when a invoice goes overdue, you don't just it just doesn't go into the ether. You actually have a process to make sure we collect on that money. Now, I can promise you this thing. When it comes to the automations collections process, I can guarantee you one thing. If you ask for money less, you will make less money. If you ask for money less, you will make less money. So if someone's like, well, I don't want to ask too much, I don't want to bother them, they owe you money. And if you don't ask for it, they will not give it to you. Especially if you have not done a down payment, like you got to get this money as fast as possible. You have literally paid money to do the job. You say, oh no, I'm still mostly doing the labor myself. You have materials, you have overhead, you have cost of doing business in terms of insurance and fuel. Like there is a lot of costs that go into doing a job. And if you don't collect, you are literally paying to do their job for them. It's absolute. I just hate the fact that small business owners go through this. And so ideally we require auto pay, we get down payments, and then we automate the collections process. And I know for a fact, when it comes to how many times you ask during this automation process, I can guarantee you, if you ask for money more, you will make more money. All right. How's it going to make me $1 million business? Trust me, if you ask for money more, you will make more money. Very simple. A cash constrained business can go out of business before they fully realize the full LTV, lifetime value of a customer. All right. So let's give an example. If your CAC, your customer acquisition cost, what you spend on advertising to acquire the customer, and then we have cost to deliver. Remember, we need this to be less than what we are going to get in our lifetime value. So what we make from the customer over the course of their lifespan needs to be less than what we acquire them for, and then the cost of actually delivering the service to the customer. Great. That needs to be true. So let's go ahead and figure this out. Well, if our customer acquisition cost plus our cost to deliver on some sort of project is just, let's call it $1,000. And let's assume that our lifetime value of the customer is $10,000. Well, this is fantastic. We are going to 10x our money. All right. Literally, maybe we acquired the customer for $100, and then the cost to deliver was $900. Like our actual cost of goods sold, our labor, our materials, etc. And we're going to be able to make $10,000 on this project. Wow. Yeah, that's amazing. That's literally like a 90% profit. All right. There's just one little kicker that we haven't shared yet. You're going to get paid over the course of, not $50,000, we're going to get paid that $10,000 over the course of 50 years. Now, all of a sudden, this looks like a very bad deal. Because if they're going to pay me $10,000 in 50 years, I will run out of money before I fully collect on the $10,000. Because I'll go get more and more and more jobs that cost me $1,000 in customer acquisition cost and cost to deliver. But in 50 years, you're going to 10x. I have a 90% profit margin business. And this is what people talk about. And then they don't collect on the money. And so I'm making this example, and I'm making it a little bit crazy. Obviously, you aren't going to collect from someone 50 years down the road. You will probably have marked it off as bad debt. However, if you actually, sometimes pushing things to extremes just shows how crazy it is. And you can realize that having a great profit margin and everything looking so well and how profitable you are making your high prices. You say, well, I have great pricing. Yeah, but if you collect on your invoice 50 years after the job is done, you're going to go out of business very quickly. The more customers you get, the closer you will get to bankruptcy. What's happening here is it leads to growing revenue and having a growing accounts receivable. And this is very problematic as a business begins to grow, that right alongside it, their accounts receivable starts to grow as well. You got to be very careful of this because it can take a very profitable business that's on the P&L, looks profitable, but the balance sheet, money in the bank, gets dried up. And it's not a matter of them being unprofitable. Like they're super efficient. You're probably running a 25, 30% profit margin business, but they never collect on the money. All right. So a cash constrained business can go out of business before they realize the full LTV of a customer. Let's give another example here where instead of doing something crazy like 50 years from now, let's look at more like a recurring basis customer. So now we're going to still assume that we have a customer acquisition cost plus cost to deliver of $1,000. Lifetime value is going to be 50 years. And what's going to happen if they pay us over the course of that entire 50 years? Well, they're going to pay us $17 per month. Okay, so I'm going to pay $1,000 to get the customer and deliver on the job. And then they're going to pay me $17 per month. Same exact thing. It takes me 50 years to actually get the $10,000. You're going to run out of money. The only people that can do this sort of math is large companies that have a massive amount of money from Wall Street that they just dump money and they're willing to pay $1,000 to get a customer that pays $17 a month. That's insanity. We as small business owners can't do this. And so when we see these massive companies and we say, oh, they're great and they're amazing, they have billions of dollars to be able to spend on $1,000 on a customer for a customer that pays $17 per month. And that will literally take you 50 years to recoup the lifetime value of $10,000. And if you do the math on that, it'll take you 5 years just to recoup the cost of actually what the customer cost you on the upfront, because that would be $1,000. All right. So if your overhead exceeds your income, and when I say income, I mean money collected every single day on your day-to-day, you will go out of business. Even if you're getting more customers, more employees, and more jobs, you can still go out of business. This is why growing businesses that are profitable still can go bankrupt, because they don't collect enough money to pay for day-to-day expenses because they are doing work for free by not collecting on their invoices or their accounts receivable. All right. So the reason I gave this example is because really monthly revenue is more important than lifetime value. Right. So monthly revenue is much more important than lifetime value. And this is why a lot of times people will do customer acquisition cost, CAC to LTV ratio. I'm like, oh, well, I have a 10-to-1 LTV to CAC ratio. Great. But how long does it take you to get that lifetime value? Because if it takes you too long, you literally could take years before you get enough money to make up for the CAC, and you'll go out of business. All right. If you're bootstrapped, you're not going to be able to do this. So when it comes to small businesses, home service businesses, most of us are bootstrapped. We don't have tons and tons of investors and private equity to be able to prop us up. We need to collect on this money as quickly as possible. All right. So how is this going to make you $1 million business? All right. You will collect the money you have already earned and is required to continue growing the business. Because here's the thing. If it takes me 5 years on the $17 per month person to get the $1,000 that I put into getting the customer and then delivering the product, if it takes me 5 years, guess what I can't do in 5 years? I have no profit to actually grow the business. So you say, I'm going to keep getting more and more customers. No, you need profit from the customer as quickly as possible so you can go afford to be able to buy the trucks and equipment and hire more employees and buy more infrastructure to be able to continue growing. And so you got to collect this money. And you won't need debt, because this is what a lot of times happens. People start growing their business, and as they do, they start getting this ballooning amount of accounts receivable or people that aren't paying. And because of what they do is they go get a line of credit, they go get a loan to bridge the gap until these customers pay. They're like, well, eventually they'll pay. And that's what I hear all the time. Well, eventually they're going to pay. Yeah, but because they're not paying, you have to go get debt. You have to go get a line of credit just to fill the gap. Like, you are literally taking on the interest and the liability for the customer who's not willing to pay you, because you've got to get past your break-even point. You've got to get to the point where, again, your break-even point is when the cost, customer acquisition cost, and the cost to deliver, you're able to make that much money. Well, if that's going to take you 6 months or a year or even 3 weeks, there's a certain amount of time it takes for you to work on a customer's property until you break even. And if that's too long, you will need to get loans and you will need lines of credit, even though you are profitable. Say, how does that even make sense? Because you're simply have all of your costs that you have to pay for now and the next week or 2 weeks for cost of goods sold, which is going to be your labor and your materials, but then you're not collecting for 30 or 60 days. It's an infinite loop of the bigger you grow, the bigger your accounts receivables get. And it's an unending cycle that can keep you poor. I don't like it. All right, so diagnostic tool. When it comes to collecting on these customers that are wanting us to work for free, you have turned your business into a charity and you're working for free if you have outstanding invoices overdue by more than 3 days. Say, how is that even possible? People cannot send you a check. Yes, I agree. We are working for free if we do not collect within 3 days, which means I want to collect immediately. If you're on a big project, I want the check before I leave the project. If I am doing recurring services, I want my credit card on file for all my customers, and I'm charging that bad boy immediately. Now, you might do services over the course of a week or a month and then charge them at the end of the month, but I'm not going to wait after the end of the month or after my billing cycle for another 3, 4, 5 weeks. It's not happening. I'm not going to wait for me to have to print out an invoice, put it in an envelope, lick it, put it in a stamp, send it to the customer. The customer they get it a week later because they were out of town and they didn't get their mail. And so then they open it up and it falls off their desk. And a week later they pick it up and they write out a check, and then it takes a week to send back to you. And all of a sudden it's been a month and a half since you actually sent the invoice. It's been 8 weeks or 10 weeks since you actually did the work and actually paid the cost of goods sold. Okay. So anything over 3 days, we are going to have a payment problem. Anything above 7 days, and this is the average amount of time it takes for you to be able to collect on these invoices, we are going to have a cash flow problem. Why? Because most of us, every single week, are going to have to pay for payroll, or we're going to have to be paying off our vendors. So cash flow problems start to happen if it takes, on average, more than 7 days to collect on invoices once they are sent. And then if we have 30 days where customers are paying 30 days late, now we have a legal problem. And we're going to be stopping service. You can avoid all of this by having a credit card on file. You can avoid all of this by going back to what we talked about, having them require a payment up front, requiring a deposit, a down payment on projects, having an automated process. So immediately when they start getting late on invoices, it's pestering them with text messages and emails. You're like, oh, I don't know if I want to keep pestering them. Like, what if I annoy them? Yeah, what if they give you money? And so it just really, really bothers me that we don't take this. Like, why does it have to be 30 days? Why does it have to be that we allow customers to pay in 30 days? Why not just take it by violence? Like, just be violent and be like 30 minutes. That is the goal. That is the expectation. From the time we send an invoice to the time that we are collecting on all the money, it should be 30 minutes. It's going to require credit cards on file. It's going to require you, when you wrap up a job, you go and collect the last of the payment from the customer in full, paid in full before you leave. 30 minutes. Why can that not be the standard? Because honestly, like, I am so frustrated by how many home service business owners are actually running a profitable business. They work their brains out and they're making good money on paper. Their profit and loss statement looks really good from a cash perspective, but from an accrual perspective, i.e. money collected, I did it wrong. A lot of times from an accrual perspective, they look good on their profit and loss statement because they earn the money. That's on accrual accounting. You account for it when you earn it. But from a cash perspective, they're horrible. Their cash accounting is brutal. And it's simply a matter they're not collecting on the invoices that are due to them. They're literally working for free. And a lot of us as business owners, home services, we just hate asking for money. And because you hate asking for money, it keeps you poor. And I don't want to see you being poor. The average service business owner in home service industries will literally get their power turned off before the work that they actually did for the customer, before they actually collect on it. And the customer is literally forgetting about the service you had already performed for them a month ago, 60 days, 90, 120 days ago. They forgot you even exist. And we're over there like, oh, I don't know if I want to ask for payment. I don't know if I want to send them an invoice. I don't want to send a text message or bother them at their home and with the print. Like, collect on this. It's so important for your business. You will not build $1 million business if you're taking 30, 60, 90 days to collect. Put a credit card on file, follow 3 different principles to be able to make sure you're not working for free. Kind of a good idea if you're trying to build $1 million business. So you might remember May Landscaping, we've already talked about previously. And one of the biggest things that they struggle with was mismanaging the spring rush. So just to catch you up, they had like $30,000 in credit card debt. They had a $50,000 business loan, and they had about $100,000 plus in equipment and truck debt. They only had $5,000 in the bank, and they're doing $800,000 in annual revenue. And they got a whole bunch of free customers last year. They were all underpriced, led to the owner having a mental breakdown and just really having to restart everything in the business. Lots of pricing issues, etc. And so I had recommended that, hey, during the spring rush, let's focus on filling up your recurring services. Because he had one, he was really only like, he could do about $32,000 a month in recurring mowing, but he was only doing about $16,000 because he had 2 mowing trucks, 2 mowing crews, and he could easily do over $30,000. We thought almost $40,000 in recurring services. And I said, during the spring rush, let's just focus only on marketing to the recurring services like mowing, treatments, etc., because he was in lawn care and landscaping. And then what we'll do when the big projects come in, we will book them out into the future. The same thing happened on a turnaround with Jack Mac Landscaping, where the exact same thing happened. Massive spike in demand during the spring rush. And then for 6-7 months out of the year during the winter, like no work would come in. And it was hard to keep employees. Cash flow was horrible. It was really, really bad. And a lot of times, because we're all in seasonal businesses for the most part in home services, the winter time or the time when we don't have a lot of jobs coming in is the thing that we all like think is bad. When in reality, we're just mismanaging the spring rush. And because of that, it makes our off season really, really bad. And so I think we can solve this if we manage the spring rush correctly. And instead of, for May Landscaping, for example, and Jack Mac Landscaping, both of them had a spring rush about from March till the end of June or July. tons of leads would pour in for all different types of services. And they'd be so far booked out, they would literally stop taking leads. Or in the case of Brandon from May Landscaping, literally would have an anxiety attack and burn out his crew and have to fire people. Like, it was really bad. Instead of doing that, why don't we focus on just the recurring services during the spring rush so we can sell that and then make that revenue the entire year? And then the one-time projects, let's go ahead and schedule those off into the off season because they're not time sensitive. Like, we can push them off. So let's go ahead and jump into this because I think mismanagement of the spring rush is actually, it's more of a scheduling problem. And everyone's like, well, I have a spring rush problem. I always like everything goes haywire and I get overworked and my crew goes south and bad reviews and callbacks and all the rest of it. We have a scheduling problem, not a spring rush problem or leads pouring in, or you can say it's your busy season or whatever it is. It's really just a scheduling problem. And so let's go ahead and jump into this. A poorly managed spring rush occurs, let's define it, when during the peak 3 to 6 months of the year, we are overbooked. And like we're literally turning work away and the schedule's booked way out. But then during the off season, the other 9 to 6 months of the year, we have no work and we're struggling to keep the crew busy. That is the definition of a spring rush that is being mismanaged. So I addressed this situation doing two things. First and foremost, if I'm booked way too far out and not taking leads during spring rush, we already know we need to raise prices because we're over capacity. All right. Once you've hit capacity during spring rush, when there's tons of leads pouring in, we are going to raise prices. The second thing that we're going to do is push off time insensitive jobs. All right. So there are jobs, time insensitive, jobs, like big projects, etc., that can be pushed off into the off season, a month, 2 months, 3 months down the road. And if I can do that and push those budget hours that would otherwise be done in the middle of spring rush, push those off into the slow season, and then be able to take on more recurring time sensitive jobs during those 3 to 6 months of spring rush. Ideally, you raise capacity. Remember, that's your trucks and your employees, your assets and your labor. Ideally, we raise those capacities before spring rush and then spend the majority of our marketing budget during the spring rush to quickly accelerate to capacity limits. Because that's, remember, where we know we make our max profit when we're using all of our trucks, all of our employees, and we've maximized asset utilization. We want to get to capacity as quickly as possible, but before the spring rush, to minimize going absolutely insane and being overworked, we know, okay, if this is January, this is July, and this is the end of the year, December, and our demand curve looks something like this, if that's what it looks like, we want to be buying trucks, equipment, etc., and expanding capacity right here. All right. So if I'm using an example of spring rush, this is when things get crazy, and this is our demand curve. And all of us need to know what the demand curve of spring rush looks like and when it's busy and when it's not. But right before you get this increased massive pouring in of leads, we want to expand capacity, and it's going to be buying trucks, and we're going to hire more people. And then what we want to do is do as much marketing during the spring rush as possible. So I'm going to do max marketing spend, okay, during the spring rush. And we're going to talk why in just a moment, why we want to maximize marketing during this time. But it's perfect timing because that's when all the leads are pouring in. I want to expand capacity right beforehand, so I don't have to be buying trucks and hiring people in the middle of spring rush. I want to increase my capacities and then market to be able to get all the leads required in order to hit those capacities and maximize profit for the rest of the year. So really what you want to figure out is, back to here, what we're doing to manage the spring rush better. First off, raise prices. What is the threshold of booking out at capacity before you raise prices? Okay. So this is really dependent on your industry. Some industries it's like a week or two. Some industries it's 5 or 6 months. I've seen a year plus for construction, hardscaping, those type of jobs. But you want to figure out, okay, once I hit capacity, I'm using all my trucks, I'm using all my employees, and then I start to have a backlog of work and I'm booking myself out. What's the threshold of how far I'm booked out until that I actually raise my prices? Technically, you could just keep booking out further and further, but eventually you're going to start losing jobs because customers don't want to wait. A time-insensitive job, maybe they're willing to wait 3 or 4 months, but they're probably not willing to wait a year or 2 years. So eventually, if you keep pushing your backlog out, you're just going to lose customers. So, for example, you say, okay, well, if you're 2 weeks booked out, what are you going to do? Well, if I'm in growth mode, I'm going to hire and extend capacity. But if I've already made the threshold, hey, at 2 weeks of being booked out and I'm max capacity, I'm going to raise prices. Great. That's a great way to manage the spring rush. But what about the rest of the year? How do we do with all these leads still pouring in? How do I actually capitalize on when they're not in the middle of spring rush? So first, let's talk about, though, what we do during the spring rush. The demand curve for our services look like this, but customer acquisition cost is the inverse of demand, which means, let me get a different color here. If I'm looking at my demand curve here, that means that my customer acquisition cost looks something like this, which it means it's the inverse, which when demand is really, really high. So if I go here, that when demand is really high in the middle of spring rush during this period, that is when my customer acquisition cost is at its lowest. And so when do I want to be marketing? I want to be marketing and spending my advertising dollars when customer acquisition cost is at its lowest point. And when is it at its lowest point? When demand is at its highest point. And this is what boggles my mind, because so often of the times, small business owners will actually turn off our marketing during the spring rush. Like, well, I'm busy. Like, all these leads are coming. I don't need to market. When in reality, most of our marketing budget should be spent during spring rush so we can acquire customers at the lowest prices possible. Because when no one needs our services, i.e. demand is low, when demand is low, guess what's really, really high? Customer acquisition cost. You're going to have to spend way more money to get a customer if no one needs your services. All right. It takes very little money to get more customers during the spring rush. This reduces your customer acquisition cost. And therefore, remember back to our last chapter, your break-even point, the amount of time that goes by before you actually break even on the customer, is way less if you acquire the customer for less. So our break-even point is also much, much smaller. Now, most people stop spending during the time when our customer acquisition cost is actually the lowest. Why do we do that? Because we failed to extend capacity prior to the spring rush. That's why I want to extend capacity before spring rush when I know all the leads are coming in, and then I'm going to dump my money, my marketing spend, into the time of the year when my leads are the cheapest, when I can acquire customers for the least. And then I'll be able to absorb all of those new customers because I expanded capacity prior to spring rush. That's why it boggles my brain when people buy trucks, equipment, and expand capacity out later in the year when they're in their off season. We're like, oh, I have the money. Great. I understand that. But if you would have bought that truck, you would have hired more people before the spring rush, you would have been able to actually expand your business during the spring rush when all these leads were pouring in, and you could then, again, fill your schedule to capacity. People will literally trip over customers that they could get for $10 or $15 or $20 during the spring rush, and they'll go out and they'll spend $100, $200 customer acquisition cost to go acquire another customer during their off season. Although I understand the need to go fill your schedule when there's not a lot of jobs on the schedule, ideally, I take all these leads that are coming in during the spring rush, I push some of them off the big projects, the time-insensitive jobs. I push those off into my off season. I push them off over here so that during when all these leads are pouring in, I can focus on time-sensitive jobs and recurring work. All right. Honestly, turning off advertising when it's the most effective basically leads me to believe you hate money. Like, why would you turn off your ads? Why would you turn off marketing and spending your money on ads at a time when they are going to be the most effective? When you're going to get customers for the least amount? Our whole goal is don't turn them off then. And a lot of times in most industries, I see a 10 to 20 times more that you have to spend for a customer in your off season compared to your spring rush or when it gets crazy, crazy busy. So if you have a 3-4 month window of time, your customer acquisition costs could literally go down 80-90% compared to the off season. That's when we should be spending our marketing dollars. All right. In other words, when you can blindly scoop fish out of the lake, that's the time to be fishing, not when you have to drill through 3 feet of ice and the fish are hibernating at the bottom of the lake, when they're literally just like droves of fish. Put in the little hook, the little net thing, and start getting fish. Like, just go for it. That's the spring rush. That's when you want to be marketing. That's when you want to be quote unquote fishing for customers, is when they're all there. There's high demand. When no one wants your services, that's the wrong time to be marketing. All right. Now, during this time, you're like, well, okay, great. That sounds fantastic, but I only have 3, 4, 5 months. I'm going to be super busy. Okay, so here's a couple options. During this time, you can hire temporary workers. And when I say temporary workers, I don't just mean H-2B program workers. I don't just mean migrants. What I'm saying is you hire workers knowing they are going to be seasonally hired. You have your core team, and then you have the seasonal team that absorbs all of this massive demand that comes during the spring rush. And you might even pay them some more. Like, hey, guaranteed amount of work for a limited amount of time. That's how you pitch it. We have a guaranteed amount of work. Like, hey, you're going to get 40, 50 hours a week. You're going to get paid whatever amount. Maybe you pay them more because they're temporary for a limited amount of time. Do it up front. There's a lot of people that are really looking for jobs that are only 3, 4, 5 months, and then they want to go do something else, especially if you have a ski bum or someone who wants to be on the mountain during the winter. Those are the people you want to be marketing to hire. So for the 4, 5, 6 months of summer, you got them. So you can also have your core team that you keep year round, but then have this temporary team, temporary workers that come in and really supplement your core team during the busy season. Now, during the spring rush, leads are pouring in, but leads don't pay the bills. Customers pay the bills after you've done work for them and after they've paid their invoice. We used to have a problem at Augusta Lawn Care. We have over 150 locations. But in our second year, when we only had like 10 or 15, 75% of our locations turned off their leads in some way, like turning off turning off in-person estimates or turning off drive-by estimates. In some way, they restricted their leads during spring rush because they were just overwhelmed with tons of leads coming in. Great problem to have, except it meant that we were mismanaging the spring rush, because ideally I'm able to absorb all those leads because I expanded capacity, and then I'm able to push some of my work that's really, really concentrated during spring rush into the slow season. I don't want to be turning off my leads. I don't want to be packing up my fishing pole when there's tons of fish literally just sitting right in front of me. Okay. And so turning away leads because you're overbooked and you haven't planned for spring rush and you haven't scheduled correctly is the chances of growing $1 million business are so much less, and it's going to take you way longer if you can't figure out spring rush. Turning off leads is horrible because it means you are losing profits that could be generated if you raised prices. Because remember, if we're exceeding our capacity, we're overbooked, and all these leads are coming in, to turn off my leads during spring rush means that I'm not going to go raise prices. Why? Because if I raise prices, I will lose customers. Well, if I keep my leads on, I can just replace all those customers that left with high-paying new customers. And so I don't want to be turning off my leads. That's like a big no-no. If leads are coming to you, maybe you turn off your advertising. I don't want you to do that, but let's assume that you do. Just don't turn away new leads. I'd rather you raise prices. Right back to here again. Raise prices to be able to make room for new customers. All right. And by doing that, we want recurring customers. The whole objective here is I want to be able to take what I have during the winter months. Now this is kind of getting messy. Let me do another drawing here. So if we have our demand curve and it looks something like this, I want to be taking as much during this time. I want to be focused on as much as possible on recurring. Why? Because I want to get those customers and then them pay me all the way through the year. Big one-time projects that make spikes in my demand because they're huge. If I can push those off into here and then I'll lower this trough or increase that trough, that's exactly what I want to be doing. Okay. Once at Augusta, once we implemented this strategy, less than 20% went from 75% down to 20% or less of our locations had to turn off leads because they started to think about what are the jobs that are recurring that I can focus on during spring rush and then push other jobs out into the winter. And I'm going to make sure that if I do exceed my capacity during my spring rush, I'm going to raise prices and make room for new customers. Okay. Because some people are going to leave. During spring rush is also when all of your competition are hiring. Okay. So beat them to it. Back to our example here, before we get to spring rush, I want to extend capacity before the spring rush. Because during spring rush and when demand is high, most of your competition, that's when they're out hiring. Beat them to it. Hire team members like even 1 or 2 months before. You can train them up. You can bring them to orientation. But okay, I'm going to train you up. Going to get you on orientation. It's going to take a couple weeks. And then you're going to come back in 1 month. Like that will never work. We do this all the time. There are people they're going to be moving to your state. They're going to be moving in town. And maybe you say, hey, look, I'm going to hire you. And in 6 weeks, you're going to start. Starting time is in 4 weeks. Like you can stagger those hires so that as the spring rush gets more and more intense, as it ramps up, you now have slotted in times when you're increasing your capacity by hiring more people. Okay. That's a genius way to be able to match your supply, your labor, with the demand of spring rush as it intensifies, is staggering those hires and then just having it where prior to spring rush, you are hiring them like, okay, I'm hiring 2 months prior. I'm going to hire a couple in 2 weeks and then another 2 in 2 weeks after that. And then 4 and 6 and 8 weeks. And now I hit the spring rush. I have matched the demand with the supply of labor and I'm not overworking my crew. Also keep in mind that if you overhire before spring rush, if you hire a bunch of people here, there's going to be natural turn. Like over the course of spring rush, 3-6 months, whatever it is, you're going to lose some of your employees. So that's why sometimes people will be like, well, I only need 4 employees. So I'm going to hire 4 at the beginning of spring rush. And then sure enough, 1 or 2 of them leave when? Right at the very peak of spring rush. And then they're left in the lurch. They're way over capacity. They're burning out their team. They have to cut customers. That's not where you want to be doing. That's why you want to exceed capacity in terms of exceed your hiring, what you believe you're going to need in terms of customers, or just overhire, really like overhiring. Okay. We want to overhire because we know that we need these employees to be trained up and efficient during the spring rush. I cannot afford to hire to what I think I'm going to need and then 1 or 2 people leave if I'm a smaller business. Now, if you have 50 employees and 1 or 2 of them leave, it's not going to be a big deal. But if you're having only 5, 6, 7, 10 employees, you can't afford to lose 3 or 4 in the middle of spring rush and you only hired 10 because that's what you needed. If you need 10 employees, I'd probably go hire 15. Knowing that over the course of 3 to 6 months, one's going to have to move away. One of them is going to get sick. One of them is going to injure. Like it's just going to be a law of numbers. Okay. So keep that in mind when it comes to hiring during the spring rush. So now the question is, okay, what if I'm completely overwhelmed? I've already mismanaged the spring rush. I'm watching this video and things are absolutely crazy. We're completely overbooked. I need to raise prices, but that's like even that. I just raised prices last week and no one left. Like we were just completely overwhelmed. Okay. I'm going to give you kind of a diatribe of a whole bunch of different things that you can do if you're actually in the middle of it. Let's assume we've already mismanaged the spring rush. This is a foregone conclusion. You're not watching this in the winter or you're not watching this in the off season when you can plan for the upcoming spring rush. You're already looking at me and be like, yeah, I turned off my leads. I'm not marketing. We're booked out way too far. Employees just left. I'm overbooked, etc. Okay. Here's some of the things we can do. All right. First, raise price on recurring customers because immediately we're going to put money to the bottom line, profit straight in our pocket just by raising those. And it's going to reduce some of our the amount of budget hours in our schedule because some customers will leave. Another thing you can do though is refer out jobs. And this might be more of like an affiliate or get some sort of kickback from another, even your competitor. This is why it's really important to be friendly with your competition. Like, hey, I'm overbooked. Do you want an extra 20 customers? If you just give me 20% off the top and take care of them for me for the next 3 months, you can, and that'd be excellent. And they might be happy to do that. You might just give them to them and then they give you some sort of like a couple $100 per customer or something like that. If you can refer out during this time and maybe you say, well, I don't have any recurring jobs. Great. Now you're overbooked. You're overwhelmed with work. Can you somehow get some sort of relationship with a competitor or a subcontractor where you can give them the work that is coming in and you still get a kickback? All right. another option to handle if you're in the middle of this and you haven't planned well for spring rush. Another thing that you can do is cut services or service area. Okay. Really, what we're trying to do is purge our database of customers that are the lowest paying or the ones that we make the least amount of profit on because they're so far away. All right. So again, we can also do by removing services, you immediately usually also are able to sell off equipment, give yourself more capital. That capital can then be deployed to extend capacity on the services you want to stay focused on. All right. So that's another thing to think about. Also, sometimes what happens is in like a really key employee leaves or a key person that is ideal or needed, required for a certain service to be done. Maybe you do putting greens and you're like, the only person that knows how to do putting greens is this one person. And then they leave. Usually they do it in the spring rush when all the leads are pouring in. You have a whole bunch of jobs in the schedule. Well, now we might be cutting out those services and it's going to be ugly. It's going to be horrible. Trust me. But we need to be able to get capacity back. We are way over capacity. This employee has left. Maybe you have to fire them. Maybe they leave. And at this point in time, you might have to remove services because of that. All right. Another thing we can do is reschedule projects into the future. Remember that your competitors are also booked out really far. They're also overwhelmed with leads. So if you schedule a project with a customer, even though they're going to be unhappy, if you have to push them off another 2 or 3 weeks to give yourself some breathing room so you can go hire people, for example, if people have left, like, man, I got to hire 2 people, get them trained up. I would take all of your projects that are one-time projects and just try to reschedule them for 2 or 3 weeks from now. The reason is it's going to give you breathing room to get an employee, and most customers won't cancel on you because if they go find another if they find a competitor, try to go find someone else to do the job, another vendor, they're going to be waiting 4, 5, 6 weeks. So they'll be like, they won't be happy about it, but you got to do what you got to do. And if you have twice as many budget hours you can handle, you're not going to be able to get to them anyways. So try to reschedule and move off the projects so that way it gives yourself a little bit of breathing room to go get some hiring. Okay. All right. Another thing you can do is overpay employees. So what would I want to do that? Well, if you go out and all of a sudden you raise your base pay by $5 an hour, you're probably going to get plenty of workers during spring rush. Another thing you might want to do is actually start hiring out of state. So you could say, hey, look, I'm going to run these ads and I'm going to bring people from out of state, maybe from a cheaper area. I'm going to pay for them to come in. I'm going to house them. I'm going to put them in a hotel. And I need someone for the next 60 days. I need someone for the next 30 days. And you're to overpay. Trust me, this is not the most profitable thing to do, but it might be what you need to hear right now. Because if you're in the middle of spring rush and you're way behind, here's your capacity in budget hours and it's double what you have on the schedule. It might take more reputational damage to try to reschedule or cancel customers or jack prices up by 3x just to get customers to leave. You might be willing to overpay employees to come in town and help you out. Okay, so there's 5 things you can do if you're in the spring rush right now and you haven't had the time to do what we talked about before, which is like overhiring before spring rush, extending capacity before spring rush, being able to market during spring rush and take advantage of a low customer acquisition cost. Okay. All right. During spring rush, here's a lowdown. I want you to prioritize 2 things. Okay. We're going to prioritize 2 things during the spring rush. Number 1, time-sensitive jobs. These are jobs that cannot wait. For example, mowing. Just going to use the industry I'm in. Cutting grass. I cannot wait for someone, if they call in, they want their grass mowed. I can't wait 6 weeks. Because if it's in the middle of spring rush and I wait 6 weeks, it's going to be a jungle, literally 2 to 3 feet tall by the time I get to that job. So I would consider mowing a recurring service and time sensitive. And that's the second type of job I'm going to stay focused on during the spring rush, recurring. Why? Because if I can focus on recurring jobs during the spring rush and get as many as possible, it'll help a lot during my off season when my cash flow isn't good. All right. And the rest of the year, when I don't have a lot of work that's coming in, I'll be able to keep getting money from all these recurring jobs. So number 1, time sensitive. Number 2, I'm focused on recurring. Okay. So mowing, time sensitive. Mowing, recurring. Paver patio. If I do that service also, not time sensitive. Most people, if you sell them, will be willing to wait 3, 4, 5, 6. I've seen people wait a year plus for something like a paver patio. It's not recurring either. It's a one-time job. So I'm not going to focus on marketing those services during the spring rush. I'm going to focus on the jobs that I can sell that are recurring when it comes to my marketing. And then in terms of priority, I'm going to give priority to time-sensitive jobs that cannot wait, which means not all leads come in and they get scheduled. Like, it's not a first come, first serve basis. There's a difference between when the leads come in and when the work gets done, which means leads come in and then I have to put this through this filters. Is this time sensitive or is this recurring? Because if not, they're going to be scheduled out into the future. They're going to be scheduled out into the off season or in the slower season so that I can level out the seasonality and not have these high highs and low lows that come with a seasonal business. Okay. This is not, I'm going to write this down, not first come, first serve. This took me so long to figure out. I just thought that whoever came in, whenever they accepted the estimate, I would put them on the schedule. It's like, okay, we're booked out 2 weeks. Oh, you want a paver patio? We'll put you in 2 weeks. Instead of thinking, okay, right now, I know in 2 weeks we're going into the mowing season. It's crazy busy. I'm going to schedule this job for 3 months from now. So for the next 3 months, I can capitalize on recurring and time-sensitive jobs like mowing. And I'm going to spend all my marketing dollars on getting those type of customers. All right. Everyone's going to want their job done tomorrow. In fact, they're going to want it done yesterday. There's never been a time customers want to wait. However, for your business, you're going to prioritize specific services based on the time of year. And I just highly recommend you focus on time sensitive and recurring, and then deprioritize and schedule further out. Because remember, I don't think we have a leads problem or a spring rush problem either. I think we have a scheduling problem when it comes to spring rush, because what we should be doing is taking time insensitive jobs and one-time projects and scheduling them out into the future. All right. Now, what I recommend doing also, if you're in a crunch and you're just like, I cannot get these jobs done and things are horrible, which one should I prioritize first? I recommend prioritizing your recurring jobs first, because I need to make sure that I can maintain that cash flow during the off season. All right. So if you know you're going to be scheduled and you know you're going to be booked out with recurring work during the spring rush, I need to actually, before the jobs are coming in before spring rush, I'm not going to schedule them, the one-time projects and the time insensitive jobs in the spring rush. I'm going to actually know what my spring rush dates are and those months, so that during that window of time, I'm just starting to book people on the other side of spring rush with time insensitive and one-time projects. Because I want to spend money on marketing during spring rush to fill with recurring work and then upsell those customers during the slower season. So again, here's our demand curve. We get our spring rush. There's our demand curve. I want to get as many recurring customers as possible during this time. And then what I'm going to do during the rest of the off season or the slow season is I'm going to upsell them one-time projects and jobs that are not time sensitive. So for example, I'm going to get as many mowing customers as possible right here. I'm going to market to them. I'm going to advertise, get a lawn care, treatments, bush trimming, weeding, time sensitive, recurring jobs. I'm going to focus on that in terms of marketing and getting new customers then. And then over here, I'm going to take those same customers and sell them more jobs. What am I going to sell them now? I'm going to sell them one-time projects. I'm going to sell them the mulch install. I'm going to sell them the paver patio. I'm going to sell them taking out their lawn and redoing it over again because it looks horrible, regrading the grass. These are the type of one-time, time insensitive. I can do these in a couple months. All right. And those jobs, I'm going to pitch them and upsell them using the features inside of Copilot, using one-click estimate emails. I'm going to upsell them during the off season for those type of jobs. So I'm looking for a specific type of job to put off during the off season. Okay. So what happens if you don't do this? What happens if you mismanage the spring rush? Well, it's going to lead to mutiny. That's what's eventually going to happen as you grow your business, is your employees will eventually hold a mutiny. And I know this from experience. I've been in multiple times where I've been in team meetings where there's a mutiny. And why did it happen usually? Because the owners mismanaged the spring rush. It burnt out the team. During the time when all the leads were pouring in and everything was going crazy and tons of work was pouring in, it overwhelms the team, because good team members will leave due to exhaustion. All right. When bad employees leave, guess who is left to pick up all their slack? The good employees. And then they leave because they're just exhausted. And then they start acting out or saying things that they don't really mean. They're just overworked. And it's simply because a matter of we didn't schedule correctly for the spring rush. Okay. Recurring jobs won't get scheduled since you are over capacity and busy doing one-time projects, leading to bad cash flow during the off season. So now your employees leave, you're way over capacity, good employees are burnt out and left. And so what do? You stop taking leads on who? Recurring customers. You stop actually taking the jobs that are going to pay you for the rest of the off season. And so now our seasonality and our off season looks even worse from a cash flow perspective. We want to make room for recurring jobs. What are we going to do? What are we going to do to make that happen during the spring rush? We're going to push projects off to the winter, and we're going to hire and we're going to overhire and increase capacity before the spring rush so we can maximize the amount of recurring jobs we can get during the busy season. Because like all the leads are pouring in at the same time during spring rush. The paver patio person still comes in during spring rush, but I've got to be the one that filters out and not succumb to first come, first serve mentality. I need to be the filter that pushes that time insensitive job, that one-time project out into the future. Okay. This is going to lead to horrible cash flow. If you're losing employees during the spring rush, you're having to stop your leads and you're not able to capitalize on the recurring jobs. And it's going to just honestly continue this, the ride of a roller coaster of your seasonal demand curve. You're just going to literally ride this roller coaster year after year after year after year until what happens? You give up. You're like, forget this. Like, this is just, I go from tons of work to no work. Like, you're going to get burnt out. Most people in this industry don't fail because they have a bad business. They fail because they simply quit. And the reason they quit is because they mismanaged the spring rush. And now they have these massive feast and famine times. And it kills you. Going through feast and famine multiple times, year 4, 5, 6, 7, you're like, forget this. This is just too much. I go from mutiny from my guys not wanting to work, and a few months later, I don't have enough work for them, and they're leaving because of that. Like this feast and famine. That's going to eventually lead an owner to wanting to quit. All right. So how when we solve this problem, when we actually manage the spring rush correctly, how does this get us closer to building $1 million business? Managing the spring rush correctly will allow for the demand spike, but even out the work throughout the year into the slow season. We can't just randomly increase demand during the off season, but what we can do is take the leads that did come in during the spring rush and help even out that demand curve for our business. It will mean, if you can figure this out, that you can avoid overworking the crew or losing good team members during the middle of spring rush when you need them most. Guess what? I don't care if someone leaves in the off season. I'm already like trying to figure out stuff for them to do. But if they leave during the spring rush, that's going to be killer for my business. And it's going to happen if I don't manage the spring rush correctly. And this is why it's so important. We have the assisted scheduling using the budget hour capacity chart inside of Copilot. Every time you book a job, every time you book a one-time project or a recurring job, it is going to literally show you the next 4 weeks. And so what you can do is, okay, oh man, I can't put this one-time project on because like it's going to fill my capacity and I'm not going to be able to put any more recurring jobs on for the next few weeks. Oh, I should put this recurring job further into the future. Because what I don't want to see happen is you exceed capacity and now 3 weeks go by and it looked good 3 weeks ago when you put the job on the schedule, and you can see on the next 4 weeks, right when you're booking the visit, you can see what it's going to do your calendar, what's going to do your budget hours over the next 4 weeks. And it might look good 4 weeks ago, and then you get to the 4 weeks, you fast forward 4 weeks, and you've added a whole bunch of little recurring jobs, and now you're way over budget hours. And that's why it's so important to have that feature to be able to make sure you plan correctly. Because you can start to see as time goes on, you're building up your budget hours because all these jobs are trying to pour in during the spring rush. Don't wait until you're over budget hour capacity. Hire, back to our point here, hire early so that you can overhire before the spring rush. And then as your employees get more efficient, also your demand is increasing and match the spring rush demand. All right. Diagnostic tool. So is this a problem? Do you have a problem with mismanaging the spring rush? And how do we determine that? So if you promise more work than you can deliver on, we got ourselves a mismanagement of the spring rush. If you exceed capacity when demand is high, so in other words, your guys are all working 55, 60 hours, leads to them burning out, etc. If you're exceeding capacity when all these leads are coming in and demand is high, we have a problem with managing the spring rush. If employees are quitting due to being overworked and they're consistently working a ton of overtime, we are mismanaging the spring rush. And honestly, if you want to quit due to being overworked, We have also mismanaged the spring rush. Here's the final takeaway. I have consistently seen that it takes 3 to 4 seasons minimum to be able to actually understand what this demand curve looks like for you. And that's the hard part about our industry is like you can talk to someone on the other side of the country, even in your own industry, but their demand curve might look completely different, which means the timing of when I need to hire, the timing of when it's peak season and I should be spending my money on marketing, the timing of when I should be putting my jobs that are one-time projects and time insensitive, all of this timing of your seasons, it literally takes at least 3 to 4 years. I've seen this time and time again. And most people quit in this industry because in the first 3 to 4 years, they ride this roller coaster and they just get tired of it. And I don't blame them. But if we use all the elements that we talked about today, I genuinely believe we can even out this demand curve much, much better. Understanding that staying in business is the key to success. 80%, in my opinion, quit because they mismanage the spring rush. And it simply comes down to preparation. Like, when are we hiring? When are we going to overhire and prepare for spring rush so that we can market when our customer demand is at its peak and our customer acquisition cost is at its lowest point? When are we going to put projects into the off season? Because those are the ones that are one-time, time-insensitive jobs that we can push down the road to even out this demand curve. Really, a lot of times, it's actually the heavy season. It's the spring rush. It's the time when all leads coming in that actually caused a lot of people to quit. It's not even the off season. It's not even the time when leads are dried up and there's not enough work coming in and you're feeling like you don't have any money. It's actually the time when all the leads come pouring in and you get overworked and your team's overworked and everyone's quitting and customers are calling and complaining. And like May Landscaping, that's when he had the mental breakdown. That's when he had all the anxiety. Not when things were, the work wasn't coming in and money was tight, but when the leads were pouring in and he was overworking his crew. Use these strategies because, again, I don't believe we have a spring rush problem. I don't believe we have a leads influx problem. I believe even seasonal businesses can run the demand curve and make it less seasonal because of scheduling. And that's the problem most of us face. If you're trying to figure out how to grow your landscaping or lawn care business, go check out landscapebusinesscourse.com. It's completely free and it has dozens of hours worth of training on how to grow a business up to $100,000 in monthly revenue. All right, so the 8th reason that we don't build $1 million business is that we waste the off season. So if you remember back, we talked about Mr. Sudsy out in Indiana, pressure washing, soft washing, they did window cleaning, Christmas lights, etc. And we've already talked about something like the fact that he had, a lot of credit card debt and the fact that he didn't have a lot of cash in the bank and he couldn't make the ability to be able to buy Christmas lights way early in the year. And when you do that, you get a massive discount. But he couldn't take advantage of it because he didn't have enough money in the bank. And the reason he didn't have much money in the bank is because he had $80,000 of unpaid invoices. However, if you combine the fact that he didn't have he didn't have the cash in the bank because of all the unpaid invoices. He also was paying his guys, 3 employees, throughout the entire off season. And so there was 3 months of the year where they really didn't have much work at all. They had a big gap, so they filled it with Christmas lights. But then after the Christmas lights were done, it was like February, March, April. There wasn't hardly any work. So he determined that he was probably wasting about $10,000 per year, and for 3 people. So times 3, basically $30,000 that he was spending each year on really wages that were completely unused, like not necessary. They're unprofitable, and he was really just doing it to keep them busy. And the reason for that is one of them was an awesome employee, had been with him for several years. The other 2 showed a lot of promise. So he's like, hey, I don't want to lose them. And I got to find someone new. So I'm going to pay them the entire year round. So for 3 months, he basically paid them this extra $30,000. Well, if you don't have $80,000 because of unpaid invoices and you don't have $30,000 that you're losing every single winter because you don't have any work, but you're just giving the guys the money anyways because you don't want to lose them, you're never going to be profitable if your business is doing $500,000 annual revenue. That's literally like 22, 23% of your revenue going out the door to just unpaid invoices and then unproductive labor. So unprofitable, unproductive labor. And a lot of times during our off season, that's what we do if we're trying to keep people busy is the work that's getting done is unproductive. And I was the same way. When we first started Augusta Lawn Care, I would keep my employees busy by them literally doing everything but making money. And like we would do make cookies and take them to like property managers. We would do free pressure washing for our mowing customers. We would do we would reorganize the organization of the shop, like removing everything around. All I was trying to do was just keep the guys busy, and I was trying to be nice, but I didn't want to go into spring rush with a less skilled, less experienced people and lose them all winter. But because of that, I would have to put aside, at the time we were probably like $700,000-800,000. I would have to put aside between $70,000 to $100,000 in cash in the fall just to be able to get through the winter and get to spring. Because this $70,000 to $100,000 was mostly spent on unproductive and unprofitable labor, simply trying to keep my team busy year round. When in reality, I should just let them go for 3 or 4 months. Now, in the case of Mr. Sudsy, if he would have taken this $30,000 and instead of keeping his crew busy for 3 months doing unproductive labor, if he would have just said, hey, look, I am going to give everyone a $5 per hour increase in pay. All right, so if you do $5 per hour, if they work 9 months of the year full time, we multiply by 1,500. That's going to equal $7,500 extra that we are going to pay them, but we're saving $10,000. All right, so by not having them work for 3 months of the year, we could save $10,000, give them $7,500 of it, and do so by giving them a $5 per hour bonus or a $5 per hour raise. Well, if I happen to think that if you gave someone a $5 per hour raise, they would come back in spring and they would be ready to roll. They would really want to work for you because there would be no one else willing to pay them that extra $5 per hour. So if you can pay everyone an extra $5 per hour as a raise above the market rate, above what all your competition's paying, there's a really good chance if you let them go for 2, 3, 4 months of the year, they're going to come back to you once the off season is over. So, even for Augusta, we would do like unsolicited quotes. Like we literally just give quotes to everybody on our list, and we just drive around doing quotes because we had nothing better to do, and we would like cut the price by in half. We would do like I said, pressure washing free pressure washing for our customers. It was insane. I thought really in order to retain employees, I needed to have full-time work for them for 12 months out of the year. Now, once I realized that I didn't want to burn $70,000 to $100,000 every single off season, I realized that for one winter, we just couldn't afford it. And I was like, we're not doing this. We're going to lay everyone off. And if they want to come back in the spring, great. And to my surprise, every single person but one came back in the spring. Like if you have a good workplace, you pay really well, and people want to work for you, they will want to come back to you after 3 or 4 months of the off season. And furthermore, I found out most of them didn't want to work in the winter anyways because it was cold, it was wet, and it was miserable to work outside. So they'd rather go work 3, 4 months in a retail store because guess what? During the off season is also aligns perfectly with retail and like the holiday shopping spree. Everyone's hiring. So they'd much rather go get another job inside of a warehouse or inside of a store instead of being outside in the freezing cold when it's pouring down rain or it's snowing. Like they'd rather be indoors anyways. And so I was so shocked, like literally the first winter, I was like, well, we can't afford it. We're just going to have to pull off the Band-Aid. And then randomly, every single person came back during the spring rush. And we saved like $50,000 or $60,000 in what otherwise would have been unproductive labor and unprofitable work. Shocker. And I would always convince myself during the winter, like, oh, well, if we're doing the free pressure washing or we're doing these free quotes, like there's some sort of value and we're marketing, like where there's some sort of value that maybe there's people converting over into spring rush, maybe a little tiny fragment, but your customer acquisition cost is so extremely high during the winter in your marketing. And we've already talked about the fact that you don't want to be marketing when demand is low. So I was just wasting money on unproductive labor, unprofitable labor, and unproductive advertising because I was just trying to get more work for my crew. All right. So what happened for us is once I changed my mindset, we actually started getting out of services that I had created simply to keep the crew busy. So we, for example, were doing a whole bunch of snow services. Now, I'm not against snow services, but in our area, my first location for Augusta, we only have like 2 to 3 snow events a year. it's very rarely worth it to have a whole bunch of equipment. We have to warehouse all the salt, and the liability insurance literally doubles or triples for our entire year if we do any snow plowing whatsoever, because there's just a lot more liability. And so it's like it was super undependable revenue. Like no one paid on in contracts in our area. It was all just like per push. Like if it snows, then you get paid. Well, there was times you might not get any snow in the year or one time. And that's not enough to pay for all the plows, all the insurance, all the salt, paying guys overtime. And then the fact that because it happens once or twice a year, you've got to train everybody up. And then you have a bunch of unskilled people doing it because it's not repetitive and they've never done it before. If they work for you they could work for you for 10 months and never have done the snow plowing before. And so you got to retrain everybody. And it's just, it was a mess. And when you have a bunch of new people, because it only snows once or twice a year, doing snow services, you do make mistakes and you do have big accidents. And the liability was off the charts. So we actually got rid of services like snow services and doing free pressure washing during the winter because it was unproductive, unprofitable. It was extremely complex. It required huge amounts of management because you're doing overnight crews, 24/7 shifts, or 24-hour shifts. It was like extremely taxing. So we cut that out. Because we did this and we cut out winter services, the snow services, and we cut out unproductive labor and we let people go for 3 or 4 months of the year, all of a sudden, like Mr. Sudsy, we could afford to pay our employees more. And that's when we were instituting pay for performance. We were able to do profit sharing. We did health benefits, so health insurance, gym reimbursements, etc. All of that came as a result of being able to cut all this massive amount of waste, $70,000 to $100,000 of waste every single winter. And because of that extra savings being passed down to the team in the form of extra benefits and pay, they all wanted to come back after the winter of being laid off. So here's the kicker. We want to create season-specific services. Now, for the vast majority of us, our main service is the service that we are busiest during the on-season, during the spring rush. If you're a painter, you go crazy painting during spring, and that's great. But we want to create season-specific offers. Most of us know what we're going to do for 8-9 months of the year. We need to create another offer during another season that we call off-season. We need to create another offer, another service during that time. Here's the bottom line. If you don't have work for employees, temporarily lay them off. Keeping seasonal employees year-round will keep you from building $1 million business because you will simply suck the cash out that you made during the spring rush, during your go time for 8-9 months out of the year. You will get all that cash sucked out of your business if you're keeping on what you should have been temporary employees, if you're trying to make them full-time. And a lot of times us as business owners are like, well, they will need full-time. We want to provide for their families. We want to make sure there's dependable income. That's great. But if you can't grow the business, you'll lose them anyways. If you can't pay them more over time, if you can't give them a way to move up in terms of pay, compensation, and skills, they're going to leave anyways. And so instead of being afraid of them leaving in the next 6 months, realize that by keeping cash in the business and not being super unprofitable during the off season, you will be able to pay them more. You'll be able to give them more opportunity and you'll be able to get past a $1 million business. What I recommend is doing when you hire people on the upfront, don't be shady about it. Just say upfront during the interview process, during the onboarding process, during the application process. We're going to make it very clear that for 9 months or whatever it is for you, we are going to be full-time. For the other 3 months, you're going to be on call part-time, or you can be laid off, work 40 hours someplace else, and then come back to us when the spring rush starts. So for us, that's December, January, and February. Then we start again in March. So what happens? End of November, everyone's going to have a one-on-one. It's like, okay, which route are you going? If you're in the core team, you're going to have full-time. And we only have a small group of people that we're going to keep full-time. Then we're going to have part-timers that are on call and they're like, I'll take some time off. I'll do some snowboarding. I will, take some, I don't really want to work outside anyways. So totally fine if I work 10, 15, 5 hours a week. If you want me to do some maintenance, cool. And then I'll come back full-time during the spring. Great. And there's going to be other people like, I need 40 hours. I'll go work someplace else and I'll come back in spring. That's what we started doing. But being very upfront about it leads to where it's like, you don't feel like you're pulling one over on them right from the get-go. It's like for 9 months out of the year, you're going to get full-time work all the time. In fact, you're probably getting overtime. The other 3 months of the year, this is how things break down. Some of the core team that's been with us for the longest, they're going to stay full time. Then we're going to have part timers that, if you want to be on call, great. You want to go travel and stuff like that, just keep us in the loop. And then if you want to go completely off the radar, and then we will rehire you, we will get you back on track in the spring. And we'll usually let them have their health benefits all winter, knowing that they'll come back to us during the spring rush. So what we're going to do is stop trying to keep employees full-time, lay them off, and give them a start time for guaranteed full-time work. Give them an actual date. So for example, I know our spring rush starts March 1st. So what we typically do, we know we're going to be hiring new employees all throughout February. So usually around February 15th is when people are going to return back to the office. They're going to return back to working for us if they were laid off for the winter. Usually they're only laid off for about 2 to 3 months. But guess what happens from December 15th through February 15th? Retail, because that's the rush for the holiday season. So they're going to get a good job indoors. There's a lot of demand, and those companies a lot of times will pay more for seasonal workers also. So they can work for 3-4 months at Amazon or a retailer during the spring rush, make an extra $3-4 grand in cash bonuses, make extra money because that's what they need. They need to bulk up for hiring during that time, and then come back to you on a given day when you know when spring rush starts. Start them a couple weeks early so you can get all your other employees onboarded, trained with the team, and then they're ready to rock and roll for the spring rush and the go time. For some employees, like how they think about it is very different than us as owners. We think about dependability. We think about we want a paycheck. We want to make more money. For some of them, they would rather have some flexible time during the winter for a few months. Travel, a lot of them do winter sports, get some retail therapy in. This is the time for them to spend time with family, travel, to go meet family for holidays, etc. So it's not a bad thing. We always think differently as owners. Like if they are an owner, they'd probably go start their own business. They're an employee, and they might like having 3 months of either less work or a different change of pace with a different industry that's indoors and not outside in the elements. So if you can pay them extra to work seasonally and say, hey, I will pay you the equivalent of 4 months worth of wages in 3 months worth of work if you want to hire them during the spring rush. Or I will pay you an extra $4 or $5 per hour during the 9 months of the year. So whatever your go time is, there's some services where you might only actually be really busy for 2 to 3 months. Well, then pay them as if they're going to be, as if they work for 4 or 5 months. All of a sudden, you will have a better labor source. And because of that, you won't have to keep people on for the other 6, 7, 8 months of the year that's not busy and you're doing unproductive, unprofitable work. If you can create a bench, super helpful. What I mean by a bench is people that are willing to work for you, and if you need them, they will come on board. Which means during the off season, if you can have some of your team willing to come in part-time. So if you do have something like snow, if you do snow in your area, or you do another service that might spike based upon the weather, storms, etc., you can actually pull people in. That's most ideal case scenario. And that's why I like having my core team being full-time year-round, knowing I can keep them busy with productive labor all the time. Then I have my part-time crew that is on call during the off season. And then I have my crew that wants full-time work. They need full-time work to provide. They're going to go get another job with a guaranteed start date for returning for the spring rush. All right. What you can do when it comes to getting applicants too is just pitch it as temporary work, as contract work. There are lots of people that come in for 3 months and just work just during that time. And there are programs like the H-2B program where you can bring in migrants, etc., for a given period of time. I'm not a huge fan of using those programs because it's dependent on the government and those laws change all the time. And I've seen people be left high and dry right before their spring rush before. It's horrible. However, if you think about the fact that, okay, can I do that internally? And that is, I am willing to pay more for 3 to 4 months when I'm really busy, and I'm actually going to advertise a 300-400 mile radius or out of state, and I'm going to bring people in. I'm willing to do that if they're willing to work for 3 or 4 months, so I don't have to pay them for the other 7 or 8 months of the year when they're not going to be as productive. So if your spring rush is 3-4 months long, if you only have a very acute period of time where it gets crazy busy, are you willing, I think you should be willing to be able to pay someone more or bring them in from out of state and house them, do whatever you need to do to be able to get them to only work 3 or 4 months? Because I'm not really concerned about losing extra a few $1,000s on paying them more for a few months. I'm more concerned about not having to pay someone for the other 6-7 months of the year where I'm not as busy and they're being less productive, less efficient, and less profitable. All right. So our goal here is to stabilize revenue throughout the seasonality of the business. For Augusta, we do what we call winter services. Okay, and I'm just going to use this as an example so that it'll spark some ideas for you. Okay, winter services is one of 5 tracks that we have for our off season. We have 5 very distinct tracks for owners of Augusta Nation to use, and one of them is winter services. Winter services is essentially, okay, I'm going to take all my mowing customers that I'm servicing throughout the on season, and I'm just going to simply switch them to a different service during the winter when the grass isn't growing. So we're going to go to their property. We're going to go through like 10 different things and get them done. And we're going to spend the same amount of time on the property that we would if we were mowing. Or we're also going to charge them the same amount too. And when we sell them mowing services, we're going to tell them this is a year-round service. And during these months, we're going to switch to winter services. And winter services are going to include everything on the property that needs to get done besides mowing. Trimming the bushes, pulling weeds out of the bed, edging the lawn, blowing off the walkways, picking up debris and branches from storms or wind. We're going to check the gutters, make sure that they're not plugged up. We're going to ensure that if the grass does need mowed, because it's like a really nice warm day in the middle of December or whatever, we will mow it. These are parts of winter services. And we're going to be able to keep that revenue stream, that recurring revenue stream that we have for mowing, constant throughout the entire off season. This will allow us to be able to make sure we don't have this seasonal drop in cash flow, and that we can keep some of our crew, our core crew, busy year round because we keep that recurring revenue. So that's what winter services is all about. But the reason we did that is because we've got to create season specific services with season specific offers. All right. So we've already talked about season specific services. Now we're creating season specific offers. So when it comes to your advertising, yes, it'll cost you a lot more if you're trying to advertise for mowing in the middle of winter. However, if you create season-specific offers, I'm now going to be able to actually sell winter services to customers as a way to be able to have a liability for their house, especially if they're a snowbird. The fact that we show up every week and just make sure everything's looking good and we make the property look like it's actually being well kept is a huge plus for them. And so I'm going to create a season-specific offer where I sell winter services as an upsell to my existing customers, or as a new service to customers who have actually never done mowing for us at all. Okay. Off seasons will keep you poor. The vast majority of home service businesses either fail during the spring rush because they're completely overwhelmed and they just want to give up, or they run out of cash and they are not able to manage the off-season effectively because they do not have services or offers that they can give customers during the off-season. And the vast majority of home services, I actually think most of their profit margins are between 20 and 30%. But because of the off-season where they lose money, it takes it all the way down to single-digit profit margins because of the off-season. All right. And here's the thing. When it came to Augusta and when it came to our winter services, I said, hey, look, imagine if we weren't called Augusta Lawn Care for 3 months out of the year. Imagine if our actual company was Augusta Winter Services, and the entire pitch was that we are going to come to your property and do these things while the winter's on. We're not going to mow your grass. We're going to do all these other things. Here's the thing. It's a huge value proposition because they're going to pay $50 every other week, for example, so $100 a month. So they're going to end up paying, like, let's call it $400 for winter services over the course of a few months of off season. Well, if they were to do a fall cleanup and a spring cleanup, both of those would probably be at least $600 each. So instead of paying $1,200, they're going to pay $400. But what's better is that $400 is going to mean their property looks good all winter long, not just right before Thanksgiving and then right before spring rush. So instead of paying $1,200, they're going to pay $400, and it's going to look good all of the time. Because we're coming every 2 weeks instead of a big gap of 3 or 4 months between two property cleanups. There's a huge amount of value, huge, great offer you can actually offer to customers, and a great way to take an existing mowing customer and improve their lifetime value by making sure you get an extra 3 to 4 months of profitable work during the winter months, during the off seasons. But off seasons keep you poor. And so if you're going to say, okay, I'm Augusta Lawn Care Services, but for the off season, I'm going to be Augusta Winter Services. If that was the case, you would actually be gearing up for winter. You'd be gearing up for your off season. It'd be coming to the end of October, November. You're like, okay, let's really buckle down. Let's try to sell. This is our go time. Like, this is the time to actually make money. This is our spring rush, quote unquote, because now we are Augusta Winter Services. That's our season specific offer, and that's our season specific service. All right. So we've already talked about ways of like moving projects and one-time jobs that are time insensitive into your off season. Great. That'll really, really help bring more revenue during the off season. But the ability to be able to keep selling and actually improving the amount of customers that you have, improving your revenue, and going on the offensive during the off season, that will make you $1 million business. And failing to do so will keep you from building a $1 million business. Now, I actually think of it as wasting the off season. A lot of us, because we're burnt out, because the season's been long, we just go on cruise control all off season. When in reality, I think it's actually a huge opportunity because all of your competition is on their heels. Everyone else is doing several things. One, they are laying people off. Two, they are not buying equipment, assets, trucks, etc. And they're also not advertising. These are the three things you need to grow a business: employees, equipment, and more leads. And so because they're not doing this, because they're on the defensive, this is actually the time to step into and become offensive. Because guess what? I can hire all the employees they lay off. I can go buy the equipment for pennies on the dollar compared to what it's going to be during the spring rush when everyone needs that piece of equipment. Everyone needs that truck. Everyone needs exactly the type of equipment that you need during that time. You can't rent it. So guess what? The resale value goes up. No one's spending money on ads because of that. The cost per click, I can actually get it down to a decent rate, even though it's during the off season. But I'm only going to be advertising my season specific offers. I'm not going to be trying to offer a service that would never be used during that season. And my customer acquisition cost is through the roof. But these are the three things that most people in our industry are doing. They're laying people off, they're not buying equipment and trucks, and they're not advertising, all of which is the cheapest to get during the off season. So we want to be on the offensive when everyone else is on the defensive, all right? Being focused on growth and expansion during the off season instead of trying to grow and expand in the spring rush. That's why I said before, like, get all your trucks, equipment, et cetera, before the spring rush, because I know during the spring rush, everyone's going to be buying equipment. Everyone's going to be needing to get new trucks. I want to be buying them when they're all like going out of business, when they are downsizing, when they realize they need more cash to get through the winter and they sell their trucks and equipment. I can buy them for much cheaper if I'm on the offensive during the winter and I'm getting more customers and I'm actually growing because I have season-specific offers and season-specific services. I'll be able to take massive market share by hiring their employees, buying their trucks and equipment, and advertising where they otherwise would be during the spring rush. All right. So how does wasting the off season take you further away from building $1 million business? Having massive swings in your revenue due to seasonality means it's hard to create continuity for your team, especially if like every single off season you lose your entire team. They all leave. You don't have any sort of plan to have a guaranteed start time. You have no track of like full-time, part-time on call, and then people coming back with a guaranteed start date. You have no way of any sort of system for doing that. And because of that, you lose your entire team. You every single spring rush, you're retraining brand new employees. Okay. These three things will keep you from building a $1 million business. All right. Number one, if you think off seasons exist at all, I know it's a strong statement, but if you think that off seasons exist and you do not have season specific offers and season specific services, it'll keep you from building $1 million business. Number two, too few offers. Okay. If you don't have enough offers and making season specific offers to customers, you are not going to be able to have a year-round business, and you will have a seasonal business. And a seasonal business does not produce consistent cash flow. And we're trying to take what we have always considered as our seasonal business and wipe that out by removing our off season, using these offers and making sure that we have services to be able to actually get customers and grow and expand. All right. Number three, if you are paying someone when you have nothing to sell. All right. So if you're paying your employees wages and you have nothing to sell to customers and you can't actually produce profitable revenue, you can't actually produce profitable work, these three things are going to keep you from building $1 million business. If you think off seasons exist, if you have too few offers where you cannot actually go on the offensive during the off season, And if you're paying people to do things when you cannot even sell to the customers, and your customer acquisition cost is through the roof, et cetera, it's going to be problematic. All right. So if you solve this though, and if you solve the off-season problem and you have the offers, et cetera, here's the thing. You can keep your crew busy with profitable work when no one else can. All right. So let's write this down. All right. Number one. So on the flip side, alternatively, if we actually figure out the off-season, we can keep the crew busy. All right. There you go. Because we have profitable work and no one else can. Two, we're going to get more customers when no one else can. All of your competition, they're not getting new customers. They're going the defensive. I'm going to continue to invest in my business. Buy more trucks, get more equipment when no one else can. All my competition, they don't have the money to invest in their business. They don't have the money to go advertise and get more customers. They don't have the money to keep their crew busy because they haven't figured out the off season. All right. And in the book, I give a whole bunch of examples of different services and industries that you can do this in. Like, for example, you're like, well, I'm not going to do winter services. I don't think that's a good deal. Okay, great. You can do Christmas lights. Christmas lights will take you 2.5 months, and you can make a bunch of money. Great margins. Okay, that's for mowing. Well, what if I do window cleaning? Okay, great. You're going to get extremely busy during the spring rush. Everyone wants to clean their house. But what if you offered commercial cleaning windows during the winter and you therefore were able to maybe charge a little bit less? Or you did interior house cleaning. You're like, well, I build fences and decks, and that's why it's really busy during the spring. Are you able to figure out bathroom remodels during the winter? Again, season-specific offers, season-specific services. If you can match these things up, you don't have an off-season. You just go from one season to a different season. You go from mowing season to Christmas lights. You go from mowing season to winter services. You go from mowing season to snow plowing. These are the things that you got to figure out in terms of, I have 2 seasons. I have an off season and I have on season. During my on season, that's usually what my business name is centered around. But what can I do to figure out a season specific offer and season specific service to be able to accelerate my growth of my business during months of the year that I would typically completely shut down, right? And if you're like, well, do I have an off-season problem? Here's the thing. If you have any time of the year where you consistently lose money and you're negative and you put this asterisk next to it, like, oh, that's the off-season. Like, that's when it's slow. Things slow down there. We have a problem with the off-season. In my opinion, we should not be dropping our revenue by 50% or more throughout any month of the year and be able to chalk it up to as being the off-season. Off-seasons will keep you poor. I don't want you to be poor. And in order to keep away from having off-seasons, we're going to create season-specific offers. I know I've said it a bazillion times. Season-specific offers, season-specific services. And by doing that, we will be able to grow and accelerate our business during a time when most people are either in cruise control, downsizing, going out of business, and they're definitely not thinking about getting more customers. All right, so the next reason why we don't build $1 million business is we have a bad pay structure. So we went to Carter out in Rough Cut Lawn Care in Sacramento, California. And when we went out there, about 70 to 80% of his revenue was being spent on just direct labor costs, which is just the employees out in the field. Doesn't include all like shop maintenance or office and admin or estimates. Just his direct cost of labor was 70 to 80% of his total revenue. And he had as many as 6 full-time employees. By the time when we showed up, he was all down to 2. He had sold off a few of his trucks, so he only had a couple of trucks left. And he was only doing about $10,000 to $12,000 a month in recurring revenue for mowing lawns. And so he was literally selling off his equipment just so he could keep the business open. And the big problem with those, he had massive inefficiencies in his labor. And the reason for that was because of a bad pay structure. And that's what I want to talk about in this part of the course. And the reason I knew he had inefficient labor was because when he would estimate a job to take 10 hours, he could do it in 8 himself. But then when he put a crew member on it, it would take them 20 to 30 hours. So 10 budgeted hours, and he'd try to be conservative because he knows he could do it in 8 hours if he was on the job, and he would actually do that occasionally. But then for crew members, it was taking them 20 to 30 hours to get the job done. So extremely inefficient. And so I actually recommended that Carter go back to being solo. It's very rare that I do that. But in this case, I knew that he only had about 30 to 35 budgeted hours of reoccurring work on the schedule every single week. And I knew he could do that himself. And if he did that, and then he actually started bumping up against 35, 40 budget hours a week, he'd be able to raise prices. And once he raised prices, he'd be able to actually afford to pay employees based upon their performance. We'll talk more about that later on. But essentially, he needed to go back to being solo so that he could hit capacity and continue to grow later on once he was profitable, because he had $95,000 worth of debt, both equipment debt, credit card debt, etc. And it made him have $6,000 a month in expenses if he just fixed expenses, so rent and all his loan payments. So if he could just make $10,000 to $12,000 a month working by himself, he'd be able to be profitable and actually make more money doing that than having all these employees that were just sucking him dry, having all this equipment and the employees that just were completely inefficient, made no money whatsoever. And he spent most of his time just like cleaning up after them, micromanaging them on the job sites, and just being mad at them for the fact that they were taking way too long to do jobs and they were inefficient, and they would have to go back to customers' houses all the time for callbacks. Customers were unhappy. The work was sloppy. It wasn't a great situation. And so my goal was like, hey, if we can get $10,000 to $15,000 per month in revenue as a solo operator, and assuming that we have $6,000 of expenses every month, that means that we should be able to easily put $3,000 to $5,000 per month right into the $95,000 of debt, which means if we're really diligent, in a year and a half to 2 years, we could pay off all of this debt and be at capacity in terms of budget hours, so we could raise prices, and then once we raise prices, be able to afford to actually grow the business. And what really was the kicker and the killer was they had 200 unanswered leads that we had built him a website at lawncarewebdesign.com. I could see like there was literally 200 leads he had not responded to because he was so far behind on managing his crew. They were way behind on jobs. And then when he actually got to the slow season, like we've talked about in previous chapters, the boom of Spring Rush, he had 200 unanswered leads. And then when I showed up in the middle of winter, not enough work for two people, literally only enough work for himself. That's killer. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that because of that inefficient labor during the spring rush, it caused him to get so far behind that he couldn't actually follow up on the leads and the jobs that would otherwise have kept him busy during the off season if he would have used the scheduling method, as we've already talked about before. So when I first got started, one of kind of the limiting beliefs that I had was I thought that no one could work hard. And this is very common in our industry, especially for older individuals that are used to generations that do work just way harder and are used to manual labor a lot more. It's very easy to fall in the trap of like, this generation is built soft, the labor market's really difficult, and all that. In reality, I had a broken compensation model. I was really needing to align the incentives of the employees that the harder they worked, the more money they made. And instead of using an hourly rate, I wanted to pay them based upon performance. And that's what I needed to do to fix this inefficient labor that I was dealing with. Because I hired my first employee and he was kick butt, right? Killer, awesome, let's go. I think I was paying him like $12-14 an hour to get started. This is back in the day. And he just kicked butt. Well, then I like my next 5 hires didn't work out well, and they didn't compare next to him, that's for sure. In part because they didn't work, like literally would not perform half the amount of work as him. And I just couldn't make sense of financially to even hire them and keep them on the team. And what stinks is the fact that he made like $2 or $3 more per hour than them, but he probably produced 2 to 3 times more profit for the business compared to them. That's not fair. I ended up losing that first employee probably because of that. I was paying him a few dollars more per hour than all the other employees that were like not pulling half the amount of weight that he was. And so the goal is, how do we make our employees more efficient? Because the goal is, with most home services, is to turn $20 per hour, approximately, you pay an employee. How do we turn that into $100 per hour that we sell to the customer? So this is our cost, and this is what we sell to the customer. All we're doing is selling labor, okay? And so what we do is we inject systems, we inject training, we inject equipment into this equation, And that is what allows us to go from $20 per hour to $100 per hour. But if half of the day of the employee is spent on load time, drive time, breaks, plus they have $20 worth of their wages, we've already covered that part. Now we've got like $30 per hour to cover for taxes, fuel, insurance, indirect labor, like the admin and office people, equipment, trucks, marketing, licensing, and all of a sudden there's no profit because this is time on the job, the $100 per hour that we're selling to the customer. But if only half of it, $50 per hour, is actually on the job site, then we got a big problem because we're down to $50. And now all of a sudden we only have $30 per hour to actually cover all of those other expenses. So how do we put this back on the owner instead of always just saying that, the workers are doing it wrong, the employees are lazy, the labor market is so bad? Ultimately, how do we get the best bang for your buck when it comes to our team members? All right. So if a business is paying employees to stand around and do nothing, I prescribe pay for performance. So when I go in these turnarounds, if I see people standing around doing nothing, we need to institute pay for performance. Now, here's the kicker. All businesses are going to pay their employees to do nothing for some portion of the day. The percentage that is paid to do nothing is their efficiency. All right. So these people are going to stand around and do nothing for some portion of the day, whether they're driving, sitting around doing absolutely nothing, just talking about their weekend before the day gets started. Every business is going to pay their employees for some portion of their day. They're going to pay them to do absolutely nothing, just to stand around. We want to make sure that is as little as possible throughout the day. That time is spent sitting around doing nothing. And guess what? If the workers know they're only going to get paid to get a result, they will probably work more often. All right. If we say you are not going to get paid when you're standing around, there will probably be less standing around. All right. So I have what I call the 25% rule. And the 25% rule basically means I can pay my employees no more than 25% of what I'm getting paid from the customer. So if I'm charging the customer $100 per hour, I therefore cannot pay on base pay my employees any more than $25 per hour. I just constantly see this as a rule of thumb. I really like to go more for 20%, but this is like the max. Like it's got to be below 25%, which means if you're charging $60 per hour to the customer, in my opinion, in order to make a business that's profitable, you're not going to be able to charge or be able to pay more than $15 per hour to your employees on base pay. Okay. Now, this leads into budget hours versus actual hours. This is how we are going to be able to actually measure the efficiency score of the team. Because the efficiency score is budget hours divided by clocked hours. Okay. Sorry, I should put clocked hours up here. Budget hours versus clocked hours. Okay. So how long did how long was it supposed to take versus how long did it actually take on the job site? Okay. This is going to track your efficiency because clocked hours includes all the wasted time of the day. Budget hours only includes time on the job. So you might get 6 budget hours completed in a day when you had 8 clocked hours on the clock. That would equal 75% efficiency score. Okay. So it's really important to actually track the budget hours for every single task, every single job, every single visit to customer's property so you can accurately determine someone's efficiency. It's really, really helpful to be able to determine the efficiency of your crew and be able to know, okay, for a specific customer, if we're never hitting budget hours, if we're never able to actually hit that budget hours for that job, we should probably raise their price because it's impossible for the crew to actually beat budget hours. And we actually know who to raise prices on based upon if they're always above or below clocked versus budgeted hours. Same thing with employees. We know which employees they need retraining or they need to be let go based upon their efficiency score. If we're always having an employee that is 40, 50, 60% efficient, in other words, 50, 60% of their day is spent doing jobs versus the rest of it being waste. This is something to be able to track and know which your highest performing crew members are, as well as which customers need a price increase. Okay. So really, this is what ultimately led me to go from $0 to $280,000 in take home in 1 year. And you can see a whole bunch more of this. A free course called P4P University. on p4psoftware.com, or you can just go to mikeandys.com/p4p. It really breaks down every single aspect of pay for performance and how to implement this in your business. Because this is what happened the first year that instituted pay for performance. I literally was making no money. I was sick and tired of people asking for more money, asking for raises. And it's difficult because like you want to give people more money, but like I was literally just giving bonuses to people that asked for them because if we were really, really busy, I was like, I can't afford to lose them. I just got to pay them more. And it wasn't fair to the people that were working crazy hard, but because they didn't ask for a raise and I couldn't afford it, they didn't get it. And yet the person who just like had a squeaky wheel, we needed work and done and we were way behind. So I just give them more money and they weren't more efficient. I wasn't tracking to actually know who was my most efficient team members. And they definitely weren't getting paid based on their efficiency because as you'll find, if you start tracking budget hours versus clocked hours, there is team members inside of your crew that are making 2 to 3 times as much profit as other team members. And it's not fair that they're only getting a few dollars more per hour when they're making 2 to 3 times more money for the business. Okay. And I was tired of hearing employees, talk about all the stories of ex team members that were fired. They get fired and all of a sudden, oh yeah, that person, here's a story of them like doing a horrible job on a customer's property, or like they were sitting around taking naps during the day. Or I find out all of a sudden that they're damaging things and not caring, or that they would take 2-hour breaks and go take lunch someplace at a restaurant. I heard all this after they got fired. Why? Because no one else cared. They just went there just to punch the time. Like ultimately, the only job of the employee is to do as little as is possible without getting fired. And it's also a matter of like they want the job to take longer. The longer the job takes, the more money they make. The less time the job takes, the more money I make. And so that's why traditionally business owners and employees are so against each other. You got people going in opposite directions. It's like, why don't we all just get aligned on the fact that let's just all want the job to go quicker and faster and be more efficient? Because if we all want to be more efficient, we all make more money based upon being more efficient, we'll probably get along better. And so I really think having a pay for performance model where the employees get paid more, the more they produce for the business, makes a lot of sense. Not just from this fact that the person who works harder makes more money, but also the fact that you don't have to micromanage people. Because I would always like see someone on their cell phone and I'd just be like so ticked off, like, oh, they must be on TikTok. They must be doing on Instagram. I'm doing something on Facebook. And it's like, for all I know, they could have been looking at the job notes. They could have been looking at before and after pictures. They could have been looking at the estimate video. But in my brain, I just immediately thought they were trying to waste time. And instead of, after instituting pay for performance, I could just be like, look, it's up to them. If they want to waste time scrolling through social media, that's fine. They're just going to make less money. And I'm okay with that. As long as they don't hit base pay every single paycheck, I'm fine with that. If they want to make less and work less, that's on them. But this is what's really cool is it actually created a culture of accountability because now instead of hearing about bad team members once they were fired, I actually heard about them immediately because no one wanted to work with someone that was inefficient, taking massive amounts of breaks, never pulling their weight. Where in the past, they just kind of sweep it under the carpet. They didn't want to make a big fuss. Now, because it affected their paycheck, they really did care. All right. So ultimately, how it works with pay for performance is the employees get a percentage of the labor revenue they earn for the business. All right. Which means also if I raise prices on a singular job. So let's say, for example, I take one job from 80 and I raise it to $100 per hour, or even just a job. I change the job from $80. Now it's $100. I raise prices. Well, if I'm giving 1/3 or 33% of labor revenue to my employees, all of a sudden, out of this $20 price increase, I'm actually giving $7 of that as a bonus or raise to my employees because they get 1/3 of all the labor revenue. So when I raise prices, they actually get a bonus. They get more money, which means now they want to make sure that the customer is happy so that when we do price increases, no one leaves. They want to make sure the customer is happy, not just for the sake that they don't want to prevent callbacks, but they also want to make sure that when we raise prices, the customer sticks around because they know they're effectively going to get an extra $7 for doing the exact same job simply because we raised prices and the customer didn't leave. And so when it comes to pay for performance, it's like, hey, we are going to take all of the revenue that we get from the business. All right. And from a job, we're going to take the revenue and then we're simply going to subtract out our hard costs. These are our labor costs, this is our material costs and any of the fees that are associated with the job. And then we're going to split the rest of it with you. So revenue minus hard costs, and then that is going to equal the labor revenue. And we're going to give you a cut of all of this. All right. So whatever's left over after we take the hard costs, we're going to take a piece of that and give it to you. Me, it seems really fair. A lot of people on pvpsoftware.com, they will do somewhere between 30 and 40% of revenue, of labor revenue goes to the employees, for example. Okay. And what this does is really now an employee's pay is not impacted by who knows the boss, who goes to church with the boss, who goes shooting with the boss on the weekend, who works hard in front of their manager. These are the type of shenanigans that happen in cultures all the time. And it leads to people that have been around for a long time getting paid a bunch more simply because they've been around for a long time. They're not making the business any more money. They might be the laziest person on the job. They might be the person taking 2 and 3 hour lunch breaks, doing 15 smoke breaks, 10 stops at the gas station. But somehow, because they've been there the longest, they get more money. That makes no sense whatsoever. It makes a lot more sense that the person that makes the business more money makes more money themselves. Rocket science. But you'll really win over a lot of hardworking grade A team top performers when you start adopting the idea that the harder you work, the more money you make. Guess who's going to want to stick around? Hard workers. Who is going to be repelled? The lowest performers. And if you institute pay for performance, guess who you're going to have a lot of complaining from? Your low performers, because they know they're going to hit base pay every single time. They know that their coworkers are going to be down their throat now because they don't want to work with them if they're slacking off. They know that they're going to have what's called yellow slips, because a lot of times people are like, well, I can't do P for P because if I pay people to be fast, that means that I'm going to have a reduction in quality. Well, what we do is we give what we call yellow slips, which means now when there's a callback, instead of you running after and trying to fix it behind all your employees, you're going to actually make that employee go back to the customer's house. Well, guess what's not happening when they go back to the customer's house to fix a problem or make the customer happy again? There's no revenue being generated. And therefore, since they're getting a percentage of labor revenue, they don't want to go back to the customer's house. Why? Because they're not making any money. And so now they'll make sure the job gets done to a high standard. They'll do a walkthrough with the customer to make sure they don't have to come back and that the customer doesn't call the office once they leave. So in reality, if you align the incentives of pay for performance, that yes, does incentivize speed, but it also incentivizes quality because they don't want to return back on what we call a yellow slip or a callback. And that yellow slip, they also have to read that yellow slip off to the entire team at the next stand-up meeting. They actually have to go over what they did wrong and what they have to do to resolve it so that everyone can learn. And it's also a very, now you have social pressure of I don't want to make mistakes and then I have to tell my whole team about it. Great. Now the social pressure is let's do high quality work. Not let's see who can slack off the most behind the boss's back, make jokes about it in the truck and see who can get away with the most. Because that's how the vast majority of dollar per hour labor positions, that's how most of them actually operate. All right. So when it comes to yellow slips, because so many people really do worry about it when it comes to quality, is, hey, look, if you make a mistake, you're going back and fixing it. If you are not available to fix it, someone else is going to go fix it, but we're going to track their time and it's going to come out of your paycheck. How is that even legal? We're still going to honor base pay, which we always make sure is above minimum wage, and overtime. We're always going to make sure that's good. But assuming that 33% or 40% or whatever percentage of labor revenue that we're giving you is higher than your base pay plus overtime, you can now make a bonus. And there is no ceiling. You can make as much money as you want. And you're like, well, they're going to go too fast. Great. Anything above base pay is now on the table for me to take away from them if they make damage cases or yellow slips. And I will take money away if they make us lose customers because of bad service. All of that is on the table when it comes to quality. And you look, again, go to pvpsoftware.com, watch the video. You get the book for free, watch the entire course for free, no strings attached, and learn how exactly to implement this system. All right. Now, keep in mind, this is the problem with Carter. Because with Carter, although there was massive inefficient labor and he was definitely paying a lot of money for people to sit around and do nothing, even though that was the case, he could not have instituted pay for performance because he needed to raise his prices. And ultimately, if your pricing is very low, P for P will not make a difference to the root cause of the issue. Because that's why I really told Carter, hey, you need to downsize, get rid of your employees, your trucks, etc., be solo, because he could hit capacity, raise prices, and actually be able to hit the rule of 25%. Because he was operating at $60 per hour to the customer. Well, the problem is that he was having to charge or pay employees $25 per hour to work for him. That does not pass the 25% test. In fact, that's like 40% or something crazy like that, 45%. So I say, look, you're going to have to get this to $100 per hour. In other words, you're going to have to raise prices before you're able to pass the rule of 25%, which states you can pay your employees up to $25 per hour once you hit $100 per hour that you're charging the customer. Okay. So he had to go solo, raise prices. Once he hit raise prices and pass the rule of 25%, then he could do pay for performance and give his employees a piece of the action. The reason is because if your pricing is so low, there's no incentive. There's no way the crew's ever going to make above base pay. All right. So that's why I always encourage hit the rule of 25%, where you're paying your employees no more than 25% of what you're charging the customer. And then make sure your pricing is on point by doing that. And then you can institute pay for performance. Because ultimately, there was not enough left over. If your prices aren't high enough, there's not enough left over to share with the team. Like if we're going to give profit sharing, if we're going to give incentives, we're going to give bonuses, we can't do it if there's nothing left over. And so once we go back to the very basic math of P4P, which is revenue minus hard costs equals labor revenue. Well, if there's nothing left over because of all our hard costs and all the direct costs of labor, guess what? We don't have anything to share. So you're going to have to raise prices enough to be able to actually meet the rule of 25% before you can institute pay for performance. Okay. And honestly, if he was giving a portion of whatever was left over, they would starve. So in order for them to make a livable wage, he had to starve. In order for Carter to keep his employees, he had to starve, because if he gave them a livable wage, there was no more money in the business. All right. So how is this a problem? How is it going to take you further away from making $1 million business? You pay someone to stand around and do nothing. We all do to some degree. We want to reduce that as much as possible. If it takes more money to do a job than you earn on the job, you will not build a $1 million business. Yeah, it's very basic. Yes, but it happens every single day in home services, and it makes me very mad. People will spend more money on labor because people are standing around doing nothing, and they will make less money on the job than what they are charging for. Okay, like they literally lose money. They are literally paying to do the job for the customer simply because inefficient labor. And the reason that inefficient labor is happening is because they're not paying their employees based upon performance. They have an ineffective, inefficient pay plan. It's like laborers are inefficient. No, you have an inefficient way of paying them. All right. If you have to pay your workers more than the job pays you, then the business loses money, because the money has to come from somewhere. And if the employees are their cost, if you pay them more than what the job is giving you, you end up picking up the bill. Okay. So for Carter, basically he had these 2 full-time employees, and I knew he could do all the work himself, effectively saving like $8,000 a month in just wages. And he wouldn't even decrease revenue. He'd still be doing $10,000 to $12,000 a month, all the work himself, but not having to pay $8,000 per month out in wages. So if we solve this problem, we actually make a pay structure that incentivizes hard work and incentivizes efficient labor, how is this going to get us closer to building $1 million business? If you make more money than what it costs you to do a job, there's a high likelihood you will get closer to building $1 million business. If there's actually excess after you pay off all the expenses of a job, there's a great likelihood that you'll be able to make $1 million business, and that you'll be able to share a piece of that action with the crew that did the job, so they're incentivized to be efficient on every single job. And by having this sort of pay structure, you're able to focus your attention on growing the business instead of micromanaging your employees to be efficient. Because if you don't have pay for performance to fix inefficient labor, there's one other way to do this, and it's your eyeballs. Okay. And that's what the vast majority of home service business owners do. Their eyeballs, micromanaging their employees, is literally the thing that makes their employees efficient. They show up on job sites, they roll up on them, they just check in and they look over the fence, they track their trucks, they have dash cams. All of that's because you're simply trying to manage inefficient labor. Have a system in place like pay for performance that is going to incentivize efficient labor and is going to demotivate people slacking off. And employees will not want to work with other employees that slack off on the job, because it will directly impact their paycheck. More efficient pay means more efficient workers, which means more jobs that make more money. And that means you will get closer to $1 million business. Because it's really cool when you have efficient labor, is not only do you make more money per job, you can now get more jobs in the same amount of time without having to hire more employees and without having to buy more trucks and equipment. So this is like this this cycle, like a fulfilling prophecy of, okay, this job, I made it more efficient by making my employees more efficient on their labor. How did I do that? I had a really good pay for performance plan that made them want to work faster. So instead of the job taking 20 hours, it took 10. Great. I made more money on this job. But now because they got the job done in 10 hours instead of 20 hours, now they can go get 2 jobs done. So it's a multiplicative effect of more money per job and then more jobs getting done in the same amount of time with the same amount of assets and the same amount of laborers. That is how you make a profitable business. More money on each job and be able to take on more jobs with zero cost, zero time, zero equipment. All right, that compounding effect, that avalanche is what is going to allow you to grow $1 million business. Now, when I go into these businesses and I'm looking at diagnosing whether or not this is a problem, whether or not they need institute pay for performance, whether or not they have an inefficient labor problem, I am looking at budget hours divided by clocked hours across their system. And if that number is 50% or lower, that's bad. If it's at around 70%, average. Okay? Around 70%, you're probably going to have some performers be able to make above base pay, make bonuses on P for P, etc. This is the gold standard. If you can get your crew to be able to be at 90% efficiency score, they are going to be making a lot of pay for performance. They're extremely motivated and incentivized to be efficient, and you are not going to have a problem with inefficient labor. The goal is, how do we make sure that they're incentivized to do this? Because who cares? Like, it doesn't matter if they're 40%, and that's what Carter's was. He was around 40% labor efficiency, which means for every 10-hour day that the crew clocked, they would get 4 budget hours of work completed. I want that to be 9. I want that to be 90%. Okay. The average is 70%. So like, don't sweat if you're at 75%. You're like, man, I had last month, we had 800 clocked hours and we had 600 budgeted hours. Well, that's 600 divided by 800. So 600 budget hours, 800 clocked hours. That's 75%. Okay. Not horrible. Okay. Our goal though is 90. And the average is 70%. If you're under 70%, a lot of times your employees will not be able to make pay for performance. And people will switch to P for P, like where they pay a percentage of labor revenue to their team, and they're at 50, 60% efficiency score. Like, none of my crew is motivated. No, this isn't moving the needle. Yeah, because they're not making any bonuses. They're not making above base pay. So that's kind of the rule of thumb. When you're looking at efficiency scores, you can't be under. I've never seen a home service business that has under 50% efficiency score and be profitable. Never. So Carter was at 40%. Sure enough, not profitable. And so I highly recommend use this scale as a way to be able to increase your efficiency and make sure that as you don't just track it, make sure that your employees are actually incentivized to make it better. And if you're like, I don't want to institute pay for performance and use the software and all the rest of it and calculate it, great. Just track this one thing and then pay your employees a bonus based upon this number on a weekly or daily or monthly basis. That's like table stakes, entry level. If you really want to dig in deep though, go to p4psoftware.com, watch the webinar, get the book for free, watch the training for free at mikeandys.com/p4psoft, right? mikeandys.com/p4p. Watch P4P University, really understand this concept. And if you consider changing, trust me, it'll change your business. It did for me. I went from zero, making no profit, $280,000 in distributions while less micromanaging, less time spent in the business. And it was transformative. I know it'll be for you because you don't want to be paying people to be standing around. That is a surefire way to not build a $1 million business. I went to business school for 2 years to get my MBA, my master's in business administration. I've compiled all that information into over 100 videos that are useful for small business owners. You can find it at mbaforentrepreneurs.com. It's completely free, and it takes those 2 years of business school and smashes it down in an online course completely free. All right, so another reason why we don't build $1 million business is because we hide stuff from our employees. And so we went on a turnaround episode to Southern Landscape Property Management. And great guys. I really loved them. Adam was the operations manager and Jody was the owner. They're both firefighters. They'd be working like massive amounts of hours there, and then they'd come back to the business and grow it and build it up. And they had 24 employees. 90% of their revenue was coming from commercial maintenance. So HOAs, apartment complexes, commercial buildings, etc. And like they had 24 employees, but they also had like 5 or 6 overhead positions in terms of office, designer, shop maintenance, like maybe even more, maybe like 7 or 8. And so it was pretty top heavy, in my opinion, in terms of like overhead positions that we could cut out. But what had happened is they had a really bad split with the previous owner, Jody, and the previous owner. So they had to like basically split equipment and then split debt. So he had $150,000 of debt and he only had $50,000 in the bank, which is not so bad, except the fact that just expenses over the course of a few weeks would be $50,000. So they were literally still scraping by to make sure there's enough money in the bank for payroll, just based on the fact that there's $50,000 in the bank, which is just barely going to pay for one payroll. They had no open book management. And they really just kind of hid all the problems and issues of the business from the team. All the data, all the info. There was no metric sharing. There was no, hey, this is how we're doing in terms of financially. Here's all the debt that we have. And really what I recommended is even if they don't have P for P, like we've talked about before, paying your employees based upon their production, at least give some sort of incentives around how hard people work in terms of their crew efficiency. And so even if you don't have the full-fledged pay for performance system, which I recommend, have some sort of incentives. And at the very least, so like ideally P for P. 2, have some sort of incentive like bonuses around production. The third one is at least just measure and then have like a scoreboard. And that's really what I was trying to push them to do because they weren't sharing any information with their frontline team members. So there was no crew targets for revenue. They didn't tie any of their bonuses to production. And so, you wonder, well, why is it so inefficient? Why we have 24 employees? And at the time they're doing like 1.8 million, 1.5, $1.8 million right in there in terms of revenue, which is not a horrible amount of revenue. That's like a big business, but the amount of revenue per employee and the amount of revenue per overhead employee was really not that great, leading to massive inefficiencies and overall just unprofitability. And so the problem that you have when you don't share any information, when you hide things from your employees, is we're just going to assume that the boss is just raking it in. Okay. And employees will look for evidence of this. They'll look for the new truck. They'll look at, you moved up, upgraded the shop space. Oh, we hired an office person. They're going to look for evidence that the boss is just raking it in, and they will find it, assuming you don't give them any information. And you're like, in your mind, you're like, man, I went to debt for that. That was a really big stretch. We really had to put a lot of cash that we didn't really have into making sure we got that truck and we got the office and we got the office person. But in the mind of the employee, without any other information, they're going to connect the dots themselves. And they're going to many times assume that you're just making a ton of cash. And this was happening. The crew, they want more money. They want more trucks. They want more equipment. They want more everything because they're going to just simply look at the fact, man, we got this beautiful shop space. There's 24 guys working out here. We got this, all these office people. Like, this is a great business. They're just raking in. I can ask for more money. And so what I recommended them do is, actually start to share the numbers with the team. And if they weren't going to do pay for performance, at least do a thermometer of how much cash and debt they were having. And be like, okay, guys, we are going to have a party when we actually pay off all of the debt. And we're going to keep track of it over the course of time and be able to actually track how much debt we have on the books. Because $150,000 of debt was killing them. Only having $50,000 in the bank, killing them. And so instead of just all the pressure and anxiety of running a business falling on you as a business owner, share some of that with your team and actually share them what's going on and open up the books. So this is called open book management. All right. Instead of calling it open book management, which everyone uses, manage, I probably spelled that wrong. Yep. Very good. Instead of calling it open book management, I just say, look, you're hiding stuff for your employees. And like, when was the last time you were in a relationship and someone hid something from you and you trusted them more? Unlikely. When was the last time, in a relationship, someone was hiding something from you, you found out about it, and you trusted them more, and you wanted to love them more? Unlikely. And so in order to have trust, with employees, we must not hide things. Rocket science. For some reason, we've normalized that business owners don't tell employees anything. We don't tell them any of our rates. We don't tell them how much money we're making. We don't tell them how much debt the business is in. We don't tell them that we're struggling. We simply just bottle up everything and don't tell employees any data whatsoever. All right. So what I recommend is that, hey, look, have a thermometer up in the office, have a scoreboard for all of your crew. That thermometer, again, is going to track the debt as you pay it off. Have a massive party when you're finished, or big bonuses to all of the team when you hit the bottom and you pay off the debt. Have the scoreboards that are going to actually track and measure the revenue of each crew, and they're going to be actually able to see everyone's open up the books and see all the crew's revenue, where they stack up, and whether or not they're on track for bonus based upon that production. All right. And I really think when I was at Southern Property Management that they could actually decrease the amount of employees they had by 30% and make the same amount of revenue. So they could literally go from 24 employees down to 16 to 17 employees out in the field, and go from probably about 8 overhead positions down to probably about 4 or 5, simply by opening up the books and making sure everyone's on the same page of being efficient, instead of everyone just assuming that the business is crushing it, the business is making a bunch of money, the owners only work part-time because they're firefighters, so they must be having like all sorts of gravy because they got a great pension, they got a great career, plus they got this business, they're just thriving. People are just going to look for evidence of you crushing it and making all this money, when in reality, they're really, really struggling and they're really treading water. And so when I first got started in my business, I thought the same thing. I thought that it was horrible to share the numbers with the team. I was afraid to share the numbers with my team because I thought they would think their jobs are in jeopardy. And they were right, because we weren't making any money. We were basically living paycheck to paycheck in the business. Just getting payroll paid was a balancing act. So you're like, well, what happens if they see that I'm struggling and they start to get nervous? Well, they probably should, because you really are struggling. And it is actually a fact that every single paycheck is a balancing act. You're trying to get cash and you're moving money around. And so I was afraid that that would cause some angst. That would cause some anxiety. And then when I started making a lot of money and making a bunch of profit and being there for maybe an hour to a month at the location, all of a sudden I was now afraid to share the numbers, because I thought they would think that I didn't deserve all the profits. And they were right. So I instituted pay for performance. And I instituted profit sharing, where I'd give them a piece of the pie. So once I made a bunch of money, a bunch of profit, I'd be like, okay, guys, I'll give you all of this. And the managers, I'll give you all of this. And I actually shared a piece of the profits. So in either case, your employees are correct. If you're struggling and you're not making any money, might as well share that with the team. Instead of you trying to bottle it all up inside and blow up and get anxious and not be able to sleep, share some of that burden with the team. And I'm going to get into why in just a moment, why I think it's good to share the numbers, regardless of whether you are crushing it and you're doing profit sharing, or if you actually are losing money, really, really struggling, and you need to get some buy-in from your team. I think you should share your numbers either way. But let's jump into really what open book management is all about and what you can do to really implement in your business and not hide things from the business, from the employees. So in my opinion, bad culture occurs when the business owner refuses to compensate employees based upon performance and open up the books. All right. In my opinion, there's 2 ways you can get employees to think like owners. Number 1 is pay them like employees, or pay them like owners. And number 2 is give them the information that an owner has. Everyone else is always like, well, my employees, they aren't as efficient as me. They don't, if I could do the job, it'd get done in half the amount of time. The customer would be way happier. Up the quality, up the quantity, baby. Like, I'd be so much more efficient. I'd get the job done right. Customers would be happier. I'd get referrals. I'd ask for the sale. Well, the reason that you do that as an owner is because you have 2 things like an owner, and that is you're paid like an owner, which is essentially 100% commission. If the business makes money, you make money. If you don't make any money, the business doesn't make any money, you don't make any money. Now, let's try to make this the same way for the team members. Let's give them the pay of an owner, that is pay for performance and profit sharing. And secondly, let's open up the books and give them all the information that you as the owner have. The reason you're so efficient, the reason you're so profitable, the reason you're making sure that you get the job done and the customer's happy is because you're paid like an owner and you have all the information of an owner. We can do the same thing for our team, and that is pay them with pay for performance and profit sharing. And we can then also give them the information that an owner has via open book management, and stop hiding things from them. All right. Now, sometimes an owner is afraid of showing what they're making, and they think that all the employees will want more money, they'll want raises, they'll want more equipment, and really P4P and profit sharing is the answer to this. The reason for that is if employees want something, just agree to it. It's like, I want more trucks, I want more equipment, I want a nicer shop. Okay, fantastic. Let's go ahead and tie a contingency to that outcome. You want more trucks? Fantastic. Let's work together on that. I want some more trucks. We need more money for the team. If X, Y, and Z business results occur, we can do it. If we pay off the debt, for example, in Southern Landscapes instance, if people wanted more money, if they wanted more trucks, if they wanted more equipment, you're like, oh, my guys are always asking for more stuff and raises. Great. Let's tie it to a business outcome. So if we share the numbers with the team, we can actually use benchmarks that we know in our brain, but we've never shared with our team, like paying off all of the debt. That would reduce your anxiety massively. Or being able to get to a certain profit margin, or being able to get to a certain close ratio, or being able to raise our rates to a certain amount. These are things that we never share with our team, and therefore we can't ever make benchmarks for them when they want certain things based upon the numbers that are actually driving the business. In order to be able to do this, though, you've got to share the numbers. You can't be hiding things from your team, and they're just going to think you're making a bunch of money, and you're being mean and saying no to their trucks and their equipment and the things they want. When in reality, just say yes, agree with them. Yes, we would like the business to be able to make sure this happens for you. Let's go ahead and tie that to an outcome using the information that I've shared with you about the business in terms of our debt, in terms of our rates, in terms of our profit sharing, our profit margins, in terms of our close ratio. You can absolutely say yes to everything that your employees are asking for and quote unquote demanding. You can say yes to it all. Just tie it to an incentive and tie it back to a number that you're sharing with them in the business. So instead of hiding, instead of getting defensive, like I do this all the time, or even attacking people, it's like they're always they're asking for more money, and like they know that the business is struggling and we don't have enough money, and it's every single paycheck is a balancing act. Like, I'd get really, really frustrated. I'd get defensive, like we don't need more trucks, we don't need nicer equipment, we don't need these things. When in reality, it's like, look, the business can't afford it. And I'm not just going to say that. I'm actually going to share all the numbers. I'm going to share all the debt. I'm going to share everything in the business. And then I'm going to actually say, okay, you want more trucks. You want more equipment. Great. When these business outcomes happen, we will get the trucks. We will get the equipment. We will give out raises. And so if that's where you're at, and you're like, man, we're really struggling, we actually have the business outcomes. Or if you're having a guilty conscience because you don't have the nicest equipment, or you don't pay the highest amount to your employees, and you're like, man, I really hope they don't find out how much profit I'm making because I could really afford it. Just share the numbers with the team and then give them a piece of the pie. I guarantee you that if you are sharing the numbers with your team and you're making a bunch of money and you're giving them a piece of it, they're gonna want you to make more money. That's a good thing. I want a lot of people cheering for me to make money. And especially the people that are my frontline team members that are actually producing revenue for my business, I want them all wanting me to make more money. And if they can make more money by me making more money, there's a good chance they will constantly work to ensure that I make more money, because by me making more money, they get more money. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But if you're doing shady things in the business, this is kind of another story. If you're lying to employees about the numbers, and I've seen this only a couple times, where the business owner will lie to employees about how much money is in the business, whether it be inflating numbers or deflating them. Like, if you're doing shady things in the business, we've got problems. And if you're going to open up the books, probably not a good idea if you're doing shady things. If you're not paying your taxes, if you're doing all this weird stuff. So kind of like as like table stakes, do what's right for the business. Don't do things under the table. Don't try to mess with people's paychecks and move their bonuses around and do stupid stuff and swindle them out of overtime. Just do what's right, because once you do things that are right, then you can share the numbers. And by sharing the numbers and not hiding things from people, you'll gain a lot of trust, right? So let's actually talk about some of the risks of opening up the books and not hiding things from employees. So let's like really actually think this through. Well, first off, if you share all of your numbers with your team, they could share your pricing with the competition. Okay. That's sometimes someone will be like, man, what if my employees that know all my numbers go share all my numbers and my pricing with my competition? So let's think this through. What competitive advantage does this provide to other competitors unless they want to undercut you? i.e. make way less profit margin than you. Like, if that's the game they're playing, they will eventually go out of business. You're like, I will lose customers. Great. Those are customers you probably don't want if they're going after someone else for 10 or 20% less. And that 10 or 20% is your profit margin, which means the person that's taking away the work from you, your competitor, is doing it. They're probably losing money on the job. So in the perfect world, in terms of just like, if there's a limited supply of customers and they're taking customers and they're losing money on them, there's a really good chance they're going to go out of business. So don't worry about that. Them undercutting you. That's the worst case scenario. Okay. Also, if you have a competitor that's willing to take the pricing and then cold call or go knock on doors of all your competition and give them a lower price, trust me, if they're that savage to do cold calls and they're already willing to do that and go and talk to customers and price cut you like that, trust me, they are already done it and they've already taken massive market share. Because if they're willing to go and contact your customers and give them pricing, trust me, they have done cold calling, cold emailing, massive amounts of outreach, door knocking, door hangers. These people are savages. So there's a good chance that they're already massive. And if they're massive, they're probably not coming after your customers because they already have massive amounts of leads pouring in because they took massive action and were willing to do cold calls, like we've talked about earlier, taking massive action, doing the rule of 100. They've already deemed themselves as able and capable of doing that. There's a really good chance that if they're going to take your pricing and then they're going to cold call all your customers, you've already lost. They have already taken too much market share and they're already beating you. So just outwork them. Like, if they're willing to go out and take your customers, just be willing to do more cold calls and get more customers than they can. It's just a matter of like owning this and then playing out the risk of sharing the numbers. Like, okay, worst case scenario, the employees share all of my pricing with my competitor. My competitor then calls all of my customers and undercuts them and starts losing money on every single job because they undercut me. Okay. All right. Let's keep playing this out. If a minimum wage employee, someone that's making 15, 20, 25 bucks an hour, do you really think they're going to come spy on you? Like, they're going to come, they're going to get all the information and the pricing. They're going to then take that information and like give it to a competitor. Like, we are talking about some seriously malicious things. Do you think a frontline team member that's making 15, 20 bucks an hour is going to do this? Trust me, if they have the wherewithal and the smarts and the brains and like the craftiness to make this all happen and get by you, they should just go start their own business. They would make way more money just doing it right. And so the idea that people are going to come into your business, they're going to steal all your information, your pricing and your customer list and all the rest of it is pretty ludicrous. They would literally have to screenshot everything because how are they going to get your customer list? Like, well, they got all of your pricing and they have the address of your customers. Okay. They need all the client information. They need all the call notes and all the history of payments with you. And so unless they're literally screenshotting things and like taking massive amounts of espionage and undercover stuff, it's not likely this is actually going to affect you. So, unless they're going to like moonlight. Okay, this is another, like, what if they start taking my customers? Okay, so if someone's taking your customers and they're working for you, they will eventually get caught. Eventually it'll happen. A customer will say something. The employee, they'll slip up. You'll see them on the weekend. It will eventually happen. So the question is, am I going to let the one bad apple, that 1 out of 100, something bad is going to happen with the information? Am I going to really deprive the other 99 out of 100 people from being way more efficient, actually thinking like an owner all day long? Or do I want 0 out of 100 people thinking like an owner? And I'm taking all of that responsibility on myself, all that pain, all that pressure. Or wherever I have 99 out of my 100 employees thinking like owners because I've equipped them with all their information and the compensation of an owner. Okay. So when I first got started, there's a massive problem. The problem is that the field crew, who actually dictates a massive amount of my expense because that's their wages, they don't care about the profitability or the financial issues of the business. Okay. If you want someone to think about the financial issues of the business, you're going to need to give them the information, and then you're going to need to compensate them based upon how well the business is doing. In other words, profit sharing. Okay. Now, when we first opened up the books and we okay, how are we going to do this? Because honestly, if I just have a spreadsheet with all my different expense line items and how much the cost is, down here, and you're like, this is the P&L, boys. Okay, great. And they're like just looking down here at the number in terms of profit, top line revenue. This spreadsheet to them is like Chinese. Most of them have never seen a profit and loss statement. They don't know what QuickBooks is. They don't know what spreadsheets are. So what we did when we first got started with opening up the books and sharing all the information with the team is I just took a big stack of $1 bills. Okay. And actually here, hold the phone for 1 second. I'll actually get a stack of bills for you. Okay. All right. Little pause in the commercial break here. This is what I did. I literally got a stack of $100 bills just like this. There's all $1 bills. And at the time when we did this, we were doing about $1.1 million in annual revenue. And so there's about 110 $1 bills. And so I said, look, I'm not going to do a spreadsheet and then just expect people to understand it. I showed the spreadsheet, and then what I did is went through every single line item. So, okay, fuel expense, $35,000. Insurance, $56,000. Wages, all of a sudden, like half the amount of money just like plopped. And I started, for every $10,000, I was taking one bill. So in other words, one bill for every $10,000, $110 bills. And I just, for every person on the team, I just made sure it lined up with how many employees there were. I would give one expense line item on the P&L. And then it actually like really demonstrated and visualized how the profit, where the money was going in the business. And they saw this massive stack of cash. And at the end of it all, after going through the whole profit and loss statement, there was a little bit left. This is the profit. And I said, guys, this is what we use to grow the business. This is what we use to be able to put more money in all of our pockets, do raises, provide for the team, make it better for equipment, etc. The goal is to be able to get the money that's now currently in each of your hands for each of the expense line items back into this profit pile so we can grow the business and make more money together. And by the way, I'm going to give you a piece of this profit from now on, i.e. profit sharing. So if you can get more of this money back into here, I'm going to give you a piece of it. All right. And that's what we did when we started opening up the books. And so what happened then at the next team meeting, each of them were responsible for their one expense item, and they were responsible to give one suggestion on how to get more of the expenses back into the profit pile. And so we had all sorts of suggestions, everything from some people were like, hey, the estimator doesn't need to be driving a big truck. They should drive a little car. Sure enough, at the time I was the estimator. And guess what? I was relegated to go from my F-250 down to my Honda Civic. All right. There was ideas for getting fuel on site, like at the shop instead of having to go to the gas station. We got ideas of having a wipe and a spray bottle in every single truck that everyone was responsible to wipe everything down at the end of every single day. So that way we didn't have to hire someone on the weekend to come clean everything out. Okay. And then it was like, okay, that person on the weekend, let's get them like cheap, high schooler to come clean out all the trucks, fuel everything up. So we don't have to waste our time throughout the week doing, fueling up and all the rest of it. So there's a whole bunch of ideas that came out of that. How to like sharpen the blades faster. They came up with those mechanism ideas, etc. And then what we did is that, okay, we voted on the best idea to save money, the best idea to make the business more efficient. And sure enough, the best idea was that I was relegated from the truck down to the car. And so I said, okay, great. All of the cash goes to the person that has the best idea. We voted on it, and that person made $110. Boom. And it visualized for the team now what actual profit sharing and what open book management looks like. We are going to share a piece of the profits. If this is the business, let's get as much of this expenses back into the profit pile, and I will give you a piece of it. That's really what profit sharing open book management is. And so if you need to use that when you open up your books, go for it. You want your team to understand the math and not just show them a spreadsheet. Okay. Now, open book management. What's the worst that can happen if you are A, unprofitable, or B, making tons of cash? All right. So if we are skinny and poor, or we are fat and happy, just making tons of money over here, what's the worst thing that can happen? How do we deal with it? All right. Fat and happy. Let's first deal with skinny and poor, because this is where I started. I started with there's no money in the profit pile. well, all this money in the expenses and we have a problem. So why would you, like, what's the worst thing that can happen here? You're unprofitable. You're really struggling. The worst case scenario is someone leaves because they feel like, oh my goodness, my job is in jeopardy. I think that's very few people. I think if you actually do this in an honest way, you get a massive boost in morale because you get this underdog mentality. Like, we are going to go out and crush it and we're going to turn this thing around. And all of a sudden they realize that you're not making money hand over fist, but actually you're in a bunch of debt and it's really struggling. And maybe you cry in front of your team when you kind of break down when you start sharing the fact that you're in debt and you're having to borrow from credit cards and all sorts of short-term interest loans just to make payroll. And they realize that, like, this is a bad situation, but an underdog mentality can take over and you can make a business double in efficiency by getting all of your employees realizing that, like, hey, I got to act like an owner. Like, if we're going to turn this thing around, we've got to really, like, stick together and we're going to have to figure out how to save money and get it back in the profit pile. So this is the underdog mentality that can be coming as a result and a benefit, underdog mentality. And this is usually what happens. Yes, you'll get 1 out of 10 people that will leave because they feel like their job is in jeopardy. That person, I can guarantee you, is not super efficient. They'll never think like an owner. They'll never be thinking about the profitability of the business, and profit sharing isn't going to be a big deal for them because they just want their 40-hour base pay, whatever, and leave. I don't want them around anyways. Okay. Now, what happens if you're fat and happy? Because then all of a sudden, I was now at the business hardly ever, maybe once a week, sometimes once a month, I'd show up for a meeting. And the business is making hundreds of thousands of dollars in profit. And I've got to share with the team that, hey, now all of a sudden, like, hey, here's all the revenue in the business. I know I show up like hardly ever, but I'm going to go take all of this and that's all mine now. And that could be tough. Even if you're giving a piece of profit sharing, it's like, man, I hardly showed up and I made $300,000 and these people bust their butt every day and they're making $20 or $25 an hour. How is that fair? Okay, well, here's the thing. And then what I'm going to do, and this is what we did, we created the 3F program at Augusta, franchise fee forgiveness, where they can actually join the franchise without any initial fee. And then we also did things like an Audible program. We did training around finances, so financial education. We started having meetings about how they can grow their credit score, make more money as a side hustle. And we gave them the exact steps to actually be able to do exactly what I was showing them. It's like, hey, look, if you want to make a bunch of money like me too, here's the steps to do it. Use the franchise fee forgiveness program. Here's 400 books that I've purchased. If you can learn about finances and leadership and business, etc. Come on a weekly meeting. I'm going to share all about how you can make more money in and outside of the business, make more money on P4P, make more money in your side hustle, make more money online, etc. And I'm going to actually give you the steps to make what I'm showing you. So when I'm showing my profit and loss statement and I'm making all this money for them, they're like, man, that's a lot of cash. First off, I'm going to give them profit sharing. So they're going to get a piece of all that profits. Secondly, is I am going to make sure that I give them the exact path to make the kind of money that I'm making. So what kind of changed in my brain, at first I was like, man, I don't know about this. Like, I'm making a lot of money. It's gonna be a little embarrassing to show this. Then it became, hey, I want this number to be as juicy as possible. I want it to be as big as possible, because if it's really, really big, maybe they'll show up to these optional meetings. Maybe they'll listen to an Audible program. Maybe they'll think about their financial literacy and getting an online course that we provide for them for free. Maybe they'll think about a franchise fee forgiveness program where they can actually join and start the business exactly the way I did and follow it step by step. These are the type of things that I started to actually have to work through. Like, one, I was skinny and poor. I shared numbers with my team. They had an underdog mentality, became 30, 40% more efficient. And all of a sudden I was able to make money. Once I started making a bunch of money, I got fat and happy. Tons of cash, was hardly there, didn't have to work much in the business. Now, all of a sudden, I had to give them the path to make that same kind of money by giving them the tools and the education and the resources. And more importantly, give them a piece of the profits. Very, very important. Okay. So once you're winning, I'm going to give profit sharing to the frontline team members. And usually what I do is I tie profit sharing for frontline team to attendance. So if I'm talking about profit sharing, the frontline team is usually going to get around 10% of profit sharing. This is just how I do it. Okay. Frontline team members is going to get 10% profit sharing. Usually going to revolve around something like attendance, because I don't want someone, crushing on pay for performance because they're so efficient, but then they never show up on time, etc., and they're getting a piece of the profits. So I'll usually tie it to something like attendance, making sure that they're not calling out, etc., to be able to be eligible for the 10% profit sharing. And then I'm also going to give a profit sharing of 5 to 35% is what I do for my general managers. And then sometimes even my regional managers, I might do an extra 5 to 10%. Like, my goodness, you're hardly making any profit. You're right. I might end up giving up to 50% of my profits. So if these are all the revenue from the business and I'm making this much profit, I might give half of that to my managers, my regional managers, my general managers, and then my frontline team. However, in that event, in that case, I would be completely removed from the business. I would never be there because there'd be a regional manager and a general manager in place. And so if I can make passively, essentially, without ever having to be there at a location, 50% of all the profits, and I know that my frontline team is motivated to make profits, my general managers are motivated to make profits, and my regional managers are motivated to make profits, and I get 50% or half of all of that. Very enthusiastic about that. I love that. I never have to show up. Now, that range is going to depend on, from management, is going to depend on if I'm involved. Like, if I'm involved showing up at all, it's going to be closer to 5%, right? But if someone is completely running the business on their own, I'll give more like 30, 35%, etc. So we actually have certain bands in terms of like if the business starts, when the GM starts or when the regional manager starts, based upon where the business is at in terms of revenue, their band will change. So I'm not going to give 35% profit sharing to someone that joined in year 10 of a business that's already super profitable and they're walking into profit sharing. Not going to do that. I'm going to give them less profit sharing. I want them incentivized, but I'm going to give them less upside. Whereas if someone starts with me from the beginning, when there's like hardly any revenue, I'm going to give them a higher percentage of profit sharing as a general manager. Okay. So when it comes to hiding things from your employees, let's walk through the logic of this. I'm going to read some of this. If you hide stuff from your employees, you are sketchy. If you are sketchy, hide stuff from employees. Great. That means you are sketchy. Get this logic out here on paper. If you are sketchy, the employees will see this and you will get less out of them and they will like you less. Okay. So they like you less. If they like you less, you will get less out of them. They will not work as hard. Like, oh no, if I'm a taskmaster, yeah, maybe even the short term, very short term, they will eventually leave. But if they like you more, generally, they're going to want to work harder for you. All right. If employees like you more, they will work harder and care for the business and equipment as if they were owners. Okay. Think about it like this. You're like, I don't know if that's true. If an employee hates you, do you think they're going to take care of your stuff? Do they think they're going to want you to get more employees? Do you think they're going to upsell to other customers? Do you think they're going to tell their friends and family about your business? No, because they don't like you and they think you're sketchy and you're hiding things from them. All right. A good way for people to hate you is to hide stuff from them and lie. And so if employees get a piece of the action, if they get a piece of the pie, they will work harder. If you don't hide stuff from them, they will not think you're sketchy. If you're not sketchy, they will like you more. If they like you more, you will get more out of them. And if you get more out of them, you will have more to share with them. They will make more money as you make more money. Therefore, if employees like you and get a piece of the action, you have a greater chance of building a $1 million business due to this logic. Very straightforward. Okay. The bottom line, if you want to build $1 million business, is you need more than just yourself guarding the bottom line and offensively seeking top line revenue, getting more customers, upselling, making sure customers are getting you referrals. These are the type of things that employees can do if they're fully bought in. And the only way they're going to be fully bought in is if they don't think you're sketchy and you're not hiding things from them. If it's just you constantly thinking about your low profit margin business and how bad things are, you'll eventually burn out and you'll have nothing to sell because you have taken all the responsibility and all the information. You're the only one that knows it, and you bottle it up inside and you wonder why you're so stressed out of your mind and you can't sleep, and simply because you're hiding things from your team. You have a higher chance of winning with a team compared to a bunch of individuals seeking their own interest. So if I'm going to bet on the outcome of winning, I would bet that there's a higher likelihood with a whole bunch of people trying to do the same thing, like get more customers and be more efficient and be more profitable. I would bet on them versus a whole bunch of individuals that show up to work every day just looking out their own interest and like having no common objective of like making the business more money. Because if I give them profit sharing, and I show them all the numbers, they have a very clear course of action to make the business more money. And by making the business more money, they make more money. Okay. If making you more money makes them more money, there's a good chance your team will want you to make more money. And I want a whole bunch of people around me rooting for my success and not trying to plan my downfall. I don't want people trying to, how can they damage equipment? How can they clock in an extra few minutes before, or stay clocked in a little bit after, or siphon a little gas off at the end of the day? That's people looking for my downfall. And the number one way for people to look for your downfall is to hide things from them and be shady. Okay. All right. So diagnostic tool. When I'm going to a turnaround, I'm like, hey, is this a problem? First and foremost, if you don't share all the numbers with your team, you're hiding things from them. Revenues, profits, expenses, your projections, the goals for what you're going to do in your business, labor rates, material markup. Like if you're like, oh no, I'm not going to show how much the invoices. They're eventually going to see one. They're eventually going to see it on your desk. They're eventually going to ask the customer's going to show them, and they're going to think you're hiding things from them. So just show them everything. Just show them everything, because if you don't show them everything and you hide one part of it, eventually they will find out, and then you will lose all trust. And everything we just talked about, all the goodwill will be flushed down the toilet. Okay. Next thing, if you have static wages with variable profits. In other words, there are times when you are super profitable. There are times when you are less profitable, yet the wages to your employees stay the same. This is a surefire way that you are hiding things from your team and that you are not sharing with them the profits of the business. If you're making a bunch of money, they should be making a bunch of money. If the business is not making a bunch of money or is unprofitable, the employees should not be getting more money. All right. If the business wins, you win. That's like the commonality. If the business wins and you ignore the team, like if the business is crushing it, making more profit, increasing close ratio, etc., and you ignore the team, we're going to have a problem. If there's no profit sharing, if there's no achievement awards, like if you show up on time, you get gift cards, or you get a gas card if you show up every day for perfect attendance for the month. Those are the type of things that allow for variability in their wages based upon the variability of your profit margins. Okay. So if the business makes way more money, the employee should make the same. That's bad logic. The business makes a whole bunch more profit and the employee still makes the exact same amount of money. You have now disassociated them as owners. They are now just cogs in the machine. They have no ownership whatsoever. They're never going to think like you as an owner. They're never going to have the quality. They're never going to have the speed that you have, simply due to the fact that you haven't given them any incentive whatsoever. And they have no means to actually measure their success because you don't share any information. So if you have static wages, which means the money that the employee gets doesn't change based upon the profits of the business, we have a problem. I want them to make more money if the business makes more money, because I know that they're in the front lines and they have a massive leverage in making sure that the business is profitable. And so I want them to make the business profitable. And by doing that, I want to make them more money. And so just get incentives aligned. The vast majority of problems in business can just be solved by following the incentives, who's getting paid for what, and then aligning the incentives of the employee with the owner will allow you to make more. All right. So reason 11 why we don't build $1 million business is because we make it hard for people to become customers. Very basic, very simple, but very true. We went out to Montez at Ace Projects out in Indianapolis, and they did lawn care and they did mostly junk removal. And he was actually he'd formerly gone to prison, come out and recovered. And really his goal and his mission was to inspire other people. And he had created this brand called Born to Win, totally separate from his business. Really, like it did like clothing, and it was more like a nonprofit. And he wrote a book about his story and how he was arrested when he was a teenager because he was carrying AK-47 and he was on the streets and had drugs and doing all these sort of things. And so he was very passionate about trying to, help the community that was previously in prison and giving them jobs. So he actually, all his employees were ex-convicts that were recovering, that he was trying to help, trying to, acclimate back to society. And it was a small business, just a couple employees that he have him help. But really the problem that Ace was having was the fact that he had no website, and his Google listing, when I showed up in Indianapolis to help him, had like no address on it. It was spelt incorrectly. in terms of the name of his business, and he hadn't even like correctly put the hours of operations or the phone number, anything like that. And so I tasked him actually when I was there. I was like, hey, if you can get 30 plus Google reviews, I will build you a free website from homeservicewebdesign.com or lawncarewebdesign.com. And sure enough, what's crazy is within 48 hours, he took massive action and actually got the reviews. So shout out to him. But the reason for that is because like we can't expect customers to just show up on our doorstep. If we make it hard for them to find us, we're not going to get a lot of customers. And so I say, hey, get Google reviews and make sure that the reviews you get on your Google listings are on a Google listing that's actually accurate. It has accurate information and name of your business and looks professional, has a whole bunch of pictures, etc. And then the website, like you got to have a great website to be able to get these leads so people can find you. And so one of the things about Ace that I really had to work on him with when I was there was the fact that although he had this nonprofit called Born to Win at Ace Projects, the actual business, he was running it like a nonprofit by really focusing everything about the business around him helping ex-convicts. Now, this works great for TV and this great work for like news, and it's newsworthy. And so he was actually picked up from several different news outlets locally about how he was hiring these ex-convicts and trying to help them come out from prison and be able to acclimate back to society, etc. But like, honestly, I was like, look, are we focusing on the business or are we focusing on your mission of hiring ex-convicts? Because really the customer doesn't need, they don't care. They just do not care. Like the need of the customer is that we mow their grass. The need of the customer is that they have a problem and we want to solve it. And like even the fact is like Ace Projects, their uniform was orange. Like, I don't know if this is a good move. Like the branding of this isn't fantastic. Like let's have ex-convicts on your property today, and they're going to be wearing orange jumpsuits. Like I didn't think the branding was great, and I didn't think that the customer cared enough to even take that risk. Like most homeowners don't want to have ex-convicts on their property. There's just too much risk. And if given the opportunity to say, hey, would you have company A that does not have ex-convicts and takes care of your problem, or company B that will take care of your problem but has ex-convicts, I guarantee the vast majority of people would just rather take the safe option because they don't care about your mission. They don't care about you trying to take care of ex-convicts. They care about themselves, like all human beings. And because of that, they're going to choose the company with the least amount of risk and the one that gets the problem solved. And so for that reason, he remained very, very small. The business for like years that he'd been trying to grow. And when we actually showed up, he had been selling off his equipment just to make it through the winter season because he was really, really struggling. And so he had gotten on the local news and they had shown him, he got some publicity around it. And because of those early signals of like success in terms of publicity, he figured that a lot of people would care about, the fact that he had this mission of hiring ex-convicts. The news cared, and it's a nice story, but customers obviously didn't care because he still was only around 100,000 annual revenue after 7 or 8 years of doing the business. So my advice to him was like, look, build a great business that serves the customer and makes a bunch of money. And then you'll be able to go and build Born to Win. You'll be able to go out to organizations and go back to prisons and talk to the prisoners, and they'll actually listen to you because you've built $1 million business. And so if you're listening to this book so far, and you're like, I don't really care about making $1 million, and you keep talking about it. Well, in this case, Ace Montez, his nickname was Ace, also didn't really care about making the money as much as hiring all these ex-convicts. But I said, look, making the money will allow you to actually help those people that you care so much about. And so regardless of what you actually care about, money is going to get you closer to it. And so him building $1 million business would allow him to do a couple things. One, hire more ex-convicts. And he doesn't need to make it part of his brand. He doesn't need to have everyone in orange. He doesn't need to tell everyone in his marketing all about that as his mission. He doesn't need to do that. Solve the customer's problem, do it repeatedly, get referrals, grow the business, make it easy for customers to find you and be able to do business with you. You'll build $1 million business. Also, by doing that, building a large business, now you're going to have the money to give to organizations, do charities, do fundraisers, build his other brand of Born to Win that really centers around the nonprofit side of things. He'd have more impact if he went back to prison and actually had built $1 million business. I think people would listen to him more. So when it comes to what you're doing around your passion or your mission, is you will get closer to your mission, the thing that you really are passionate about, by building $1 million business. All right. And so, really, when we look at in general for businesses, taking ACE out for a second, is like, including myself, we always think that if we build it, they will come. If we build this business and we have a bunch of employees and we have this mission, we have this thing, that customers are just going to show up. And the problem that Montez was having, outside of the fact that he was distracted by the cause and the mission of the business instead of actually making a great business, was the fact that he was making it hard for people to become customers. Like, it was difficult to become a customer. And so this idea that if we build it, they will come is completely false. And what the reality is, if you do good work, yes, you will be able to get some customers. But even if they refer and talk about your business to other people, if you make it hard for people to become customers, the likelihood of getting more customers is lower. All right. So what I recommend is focus on being like super professional. Do you run this as a professional business, or do you run this as a side gig? Okay. Like, if you only take cash under the mat, you're making it hard for people to give you money. If you don't take credit card, we don't take ACH, we don't only, cash under the mat is all we take. The likelihood of you growing a bigger business is much, much lower. Like, you're running it like a side gig by asking people to put cash underneath the mat. Do you look like a creeper in your van? Or do you have professional trucks and they're painted or decaled and they match your uniform and the colors all look the same as your website? Like, if you're running this like a professional business, or are you going to be the guy that rolls around in his van and he looks like a creep in your business? And everyone's like, I don't know if that's like a drug van. Like, I don't know what's going on, but that's the type of person that is running as a side gig. And no hate if you're running out of a van. I started my lawn care business also out of a Dodge Caravan with the mowers in the back. Okay. Again, are you running this like a professional business or a side gig? Can customers verify your work online? Do you have online reviews? Do you have a great website? Do you actually show your brand so they can match what they see online with what shows up at their front door? Are you licensed and insured? These are the type of things that are going to determine, are you a professional business, or are you running this like a side gig? And can people find you? If they do, so if people do find you and you show up, will they recognize you? And if they do you make it simple for them to buy? Okay, so we went through 3 steps there. The first step is, this is the kind of the crux of the matter. Do you make it easy for people to find you? Okay. And then if they find you and then you show up at their property, do you make it easy for them to recognize you? And actually like, oh yeah, that's the same person I saw online. That's the same, truck that I saw in their ad. That's the same person that Billy Bob down the street said I would be coming to my house, and that's their uniform, that's their truck. Okay. And the third thing is, once they find you, once they then recognize you and you show up at their place, then do you make it easy for them to buy from you? All right. And actually become a customer. Because the vast majority of us, the reason we don't build $1 million business is we make it hard for people to become customers, because we don't follow these 3 steps. They can't find us. Once they find us, and it's like they don't recognize. It's like, look, the person who showed up at my house does not look like the person I saw in that ad. And then even if they do find us and they do recognize, we then make it hard for them to buy from us. So let's break this down, because I really think that this is the crux of the full marketing engine, and why so many home service businesses look like side gigs, and they look like unprofessional businesses. No one takes them seriously, and people wonder, why do I get all these leads? I show up at their house and no one buys from me. This is the broken wheel, the broken cycle that happens. Okay. So originally I was going to talk in this chapter a lot about all sorts of mechanics of branding, and it was really complicated. Lots of graphs, charts, etc. I've broken it down to these 3 steps. You got to find someone, you got to recognize them, and then you got to make it easy for them to buy from you. That's the basics of the branding elements. So it's not going to be like, super complicated. And if you come here for some really, really intense things about branding, I canned all of that, because I think if you actually understand this, you'll build $1 million business. If you want to go way beyond $1 million, yes, understanding elements of other branding, etc., will be important. If you've made it this far inside the course, you're probably not here for the literary, excellence of my book or of the course. And so I just want to give you what's actually going to work if you're trying to get from 0 to $1 million in annual revenue. Okay. The customer won't know about you if you don't have a clear brand and a way to get more leads. And so how do I address this? I make sure I have these trucks that are like my signage, and my website is like my storefront. Okay. So they're going to find me because of my trucks. They're going to recognize me once they show up at my storefront. All right. Boom. Okay. And so how do they find me? Signage. So how I like to think about it is like if you're going into a strip mall, or you're going into some sort of commercial facility like a plaza, and you're looking for a certain type of store. Let's just say you're looking for a gym. Well, the first thing is if I'm driving down the street, I've got to find the gym, right? Like maybe I have a GPS take me to the general area. Now I'm like, okay, where is the gym? I'm looking for the signage on the side of the street so I can find the business. Then I pull into the parking lot. Okay, see the sign? There's the entrance, and I pull in. When I pull in, the next thing I'm trying to do is find it, like recognize. I'm trying to match the sign to the front of the gym in this case. It's like, okay, I saw the Anytime Fitness logo on the sign. Great. Turn to the parking lot. Now, where is the storefront that matches that sign? All right. And so I like to think of the signage as the thing that points to the storefront. And then once you're inside the store, like, hey, we made it into the gym. We've got to make it easy for people to buy from us. And that's the place where we're going to collect money. This would be in the case of like a store. This would be like the register. Okay. So in order to get new customers, everyone wants new customers. Great. You need them to be able to find you. That's the signage out next to the road. When they pull into the parking lot, you need a great storefront that attracts them. Like they recognize based upon that sign, this is the store I'm supposed to go into. And once they are now in the store, you need to make it easy for them to buy. If at any one of these stages, if they can't find you, like they can't see your signs, you don't have any signage out next to the road, guess what they're not going to do? Pull into the entrance. And if you do have great signs and they do pull into the entrance, but then they don't recognize where your storefront is, they're never going to be able to come inside. And if they come inside and your register is tucked in the back corner and no one can actually figure out, like, where do you check out? How do you process on the little terminal thing? Where's the person that can help me? Where's the salesperson? If you make it hard for them to buy, if at any of these three stages you don't fulfill the customer's expectation, they will not become a customer. So let's go through each one of these steps, the finding, the recognizing, and the buying part, and actually figure out what we can do in our business that is tangible to increase the odds that people will find, recognize, and then buy from us. So your signage typically is going to be the thing that customers see the most. This is going to be like your uniforms, your trucks. When you're on a job site, all your organization, whether you have signage or whether you're there on site for a week or two, for example, do you put out a sign next to the road? Do you put an A-frame or a yard sign out next to the road? Because this is how people are finding you. And in your uniforms, this is how people are able to see, oh, like there's workers, orange uniforms. Oh, and they all look orange. There's a whole bunch of orange uniforms or yellow. This is why I like having bright colors a lot of times. It's because I simply want people to be able to find me really easily using uniforms and trucks. And I want things that stick out. So at Augusta, we have bright yellow and green trucks. Like we want people to see us. And all of our uniforms are the exact same color. So that's how a lot of times customers are going to find you. And so then the next question is, once they find you and they see your uniforms, they see your truck, is it clear what the next steps are? Because most customers won't come up to your crew and ask for the phone number. They won't ask them, how do I do business with you? Or could you come give me a quote? Most customers won't do that. So do you make it clear on their uniforms, on the truck, like your brand, and like go to a website? Do you have them scan a QR code? Do you tell them to text you? Do you tell them to call a certain phone number? You want to make it really easy for when they find you, for them to be able to then go to the next step of this cycle, which is the recognition part, the storefront. And that's going to typically be your website. Most of all your traffic, you're going to funnel on to your website. When it comes to a storefront, we think of like people spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on building a storefront with signage and a facade and brick and lights and make it look really good up from the outside because they want people to come inside. When it comes to your home service business, the vast majority of us don't have a place where customers actually are going to come in person to. What our storefront is our website. So make your website look great. Like if of all the traffic that when people see your quote unquote signage, i.e. your uniforms, your trucks, and then you've made it clear, hey, here's how you get to our website and go get an estimate request form or give us a call. Like you're driving them many times to your website, which is your storefront. So the signage got them in the door, and then, the signage got them to drive inside the entrance into the parking lot. Now it's like, okay, I'm looking at this website. Is it clear to me that this is the right type of business for me? Okay. So most of all of your traffic from online ads, from people looking at your trucks and trailers and uniforms, are going to end up on your website. Because if it says Augusta on everyone's shirt, they're like, oh, Augusta, great. They're going to go then to your website and look you up. So there's lots of things you can do to improve your storefront, improve your website, so that when they come to your website, they actually recognize that, oh, like, this is the same company that I saw on the side of the road working. I saw their trucks. I saw their ads. These are all signage pointing to my website. So there's things you can do. A big thing right now is improving the site speed of your website, and how fast it loads. Google really looks at this because they want people to, even if they're on a weak cell signal on mobile, that the site still loads and relatively quickly. And so back in the day, you could get great search engine optimization and great ranking on Google simply by just putting tons of keywords in and a bunch of trashy backlinks and all the rest of it. Those things that people talk about from way back then are completely irrelevant. Google, the vast majority, they put way different weighting now on things like design and fast load time. Do you have these pictures that are massive and it takes forever for them to load the website? These are things that are going to slow down your site, and Google's not going to like it. It's not going to rank as well. Like, do you have a mobile friendly design where on a mobile device, it still looks good and it's light and it's easy it loads very quickly? Does it show your brand? Like, when someone shows up after seeing your truck and your uniforms and your quote unquote signage next to the road, they saw your ad. Now they come to your website. Do they quickly recognize? That's why it's so important, in my opinion, on your website. Like, show your brand, show your uniforms, your truck, not like generic, stuff offline that could be anyone's house, could be anyone's yard, it could be anyone's fence or deck. No one cares about some random picture or video you found on Google that is about your service. Use this as a way to be like, this is your storefront. Make it very clear that this is your brand. Show your trucks, show your uniforms. That's the big differentiator between you and everyone else that could take that exact same picture and slap it up on their website. And so I'm looking at this as my storefront, and I want my brand to be evident based upon them looking at the signage, all the ads they saw, all the flyers you put on their door, all the Facebook ads, them seeing you on the side of the street, working hard, seeing your trailer, seeing your trucks, seeing your uniforms. All of that now needs to be reflected immediately before like they even start scrolling. Like, the very first thing they should see should be like, oh, I recognize this from the signage, i.e. all these other things have drove me to the website. Okay. Also, on your website, just a couple, one thing that's really important is most time customers are coming to your website because they saw the signage and now they want an estimate. They saw all these things we've talked about and they want to come get an estimate. Make it easy for them to give you a quote, like to get a quote. All right. Make the estimate request form above the fold on the first page. Not where they have to scroll to the very bottom, not where they got to go to like the fourth or fifth page, click 3 buttons that changes tabs. Like, don't do that. Make it really easy that when they want an estimate, they come to your site like, oh, yes, I recognize this. Oh, and here's where I can get a quote immediately. Boom. I'm already filling out the form. I don't have to go to a different page. I don't have to scroll the very bottom footer of the homepage. Like, make it easy for them to get a quote. Now, in general, when it comes to recognition, sometimes if you don't have a website, you're just getting started, or even if you grow the business, sometimes your storefront is also your social media. And so using things like Facebook or Instagram or different types of profiles, and those names will change, of course, as time goes on, because we have different social media platforms all the time. But use social media to engage instead of sell, because all I'm wanting them to do right now is recognize me. I'm not trying to get them to buy it from me right now. I'm just trying to get them to recognize me. They've seen me out in the field. They've seen my ads, and now they're coming to social media. Now they're coming to my website, and I want them to recognize me. So on social media, instead of trying to sell direct, like, buy from us today, like, you can do things like show behind the scenes of your crew, show how local you are. So show like on a certain like main street that everyone recognizes, like certain landmarks in your community that make it feel very local. Show customer video testimonials, ideally local ones that you're out next to the street, main road. Hey, everyone, this is Mike over at Augusta Lawn Care. We're down here on Main Street. This is Mr. Jones here. We just finished this beautiful project outside. And, Mr. Jones, what do you think about our service? That's huge. You're local. You're showing the work you've done. You're making very clear that this is your brand. This is not just some generic picture you're throwing up as before and after. Who knows where that picture came from? Make it localized. Have customer video testimonials. Show behind the scenes, like you sharpening the blades, doing equipment maintenance, team meetings. Show behind the scenes of your team and where they're up to and what their passions are. These are the type of things you can do to make social media actually useful. Yeah, before and after pictures are awesome, but make it local, make it contextual, and don't just show the pictures of the project. Show your branding with the image. Okay. When it comes to social media, like, put out an image that's reflective of your size of business. Don't try to be something that you're not. I see so many times small businesses trying to act like massive businesses on their social media accounts and trying to appear like there's something that they're not. And then I see massive businesses trying to look really, really small, and the customer's really confused when all of a sudden they're contacted and they have, project managers and they're assigned certain people and they're getting automations like, look, I just want someone to come do this basic little thing. And I was thinking you were like some neighborhood kid. So there's like, advertise at the size of business you are. There are customers that want the small town little guy to come work up for their property, and there's companies and there's customers that want the national brand, and people that are a business that is really big and established. Regardless, just advertise what you actually are so that you set the expectation of the customer correctly. So when you show up to do the work, they're satisfied. Okay. I see a lot of times too, like in general with home services, is when we're small, we try to act big. And then when we get big, we try to act small. And so the reason for that is because like when you're smaller, you're like, oh man, if everyone thinks I'm bigger, they'll think I'm more trustworthy and I'm more successful and they'll do more business with me. But then when you become big, you're like, oh my goodness, I don't want to be the face of everything. I want people to like use the systems and procedures inside my business and all my team and not be reliant on me. So you're actually going to become like less personal and like you're going to come across a little bit more corporate. So like, these are the type of things that I always think is funny. And then they try to appear smaller once they become big. It's like, now they're the big guy. Oh, no, we don't want to appear big. We're going to try to appear really small. And we're going to try the little guy again. So it's very funny how I think businesses always are trying to advertise in a different size than they are, instead of just embracing, hey, this is who we are. This is why we have advantages because we're smaller. This is why we have advantages because we're larger. There's pros and cons of both. And there's a different customer segment that's going to want you at either of those. Just be honest about what type of size of business you are. Instead of having one truck and trying to make it appear online and social media, you have like 20 trucks and like a massive business. Customers are going to be disappointed because they're coming for that larger company. That's their expectation. And now you're coming and you just don't have that sort of infrastructure. All right. So we talked about we talked about recognizing on your social media, on your website, when people come to you there. Now it's a matter of, let's look at the buy part, like the register. When they come inside the storefront, when they come into the website, like, do you make it easy for customers to actually buy from you? They found you, they've recognized you, and now can you make it easy for them to buy? Things like instant pricing on your website makes it easy for customers to buy from you. There's a reason why on Amazon they made it one-click shopping. With one click, you can buy this thing. It's going to show up at your house in a day. Like, that's genius. The reason is because they're trying to remove the friction so that customers, when they have a need, they simply click on a button. Immediately, they get it delivered. There's no like, what's your shipping address? What's your credit card on file? Like, all this other stuff has been taken care of because Amazon has realized making it easy for people to buy from you improves the likelihood of you growing your business. Okay. So on your website, have instant pricing. Like, customers don't come to your website to submit a form, and customers don't come to your website just to get a quote. Those are just simply the means to an end of solving the problem that they have. And until you've solved their problem, i.e. painted their wall, cut their lawn, installed their countertops, whatever service you're in, until you've actually taken care of that problem, you've done nothing good for that customer. Just getting the quote is not the objective of the customer. They don't just enjoy getting quotes. They want a problem solved. And so why not accelerate from them on your website, up here, recognize, to buying by making it really, really transparent in terms. Here's our pricing. Click here, accept. Here's our terms and conditions. Let's roll. Can you get a credit card on file right away even? It's like, I immediately want to be able for them to transact with me as fast as possible without a bunch of steps in between. And so we want to focus on getting them as close to problem solved as possible before they leave the website. So have your pricing right there. And I guess we have like small, medium, and large pictures of houses. Which one looks like yours? Oh, great, small. All right, here's our pricing. Boom, let's roll. Another thing that you can do, like at Augusta, we have the instant quote stuff. We also have Max AI. It's like over the phone. It's all automated. Is like literally able to sell jobs, take information, and we're adding more functionality where you actually take credit cards and actually sell jobs based upon the customer's interaction with him 24/7. The reason giving pricing over the phone, instantly on your website, having instant checkout, all of this is simply making it easier for people to buy from you. This is the difference between hiding the register in the back versus the register when you show up at most stores, right up front, very simple to find. And when you want to buy something, you know exactly where to go. And so if you make it easy on your website and on your social media and you have technology in place that allows people to buy immediately. And you're like, well, the accuracy of it is, yes, the reduction in accuracy will be made up for the speed at which you make customers be able to purchase from you. All right. You say, well, the accuracy, like what if people come and they buy things that they don't really need at the register and they have to return them a day or two later? What happens if they buy something they don't want because I made it so easy for them to buy? Guess what? People still make it easy for customers to buy, and they make it easy where the register is at because they're okay with 1 or 2% or 3% or 4% returns due to the fact they made it so easy to buy because they made 10 times as many sales compared to having the register in the back of the store in a little corner, and you've got to like cough 3 times and sneeze in order to be able to get the door open and do transact with the register. And so don't make it hard for people to buy from you. Don't make it where they've got to go through loops and hoops and they've got to schedule a call and then they've got to schedule an appointment with you in person and they've got to wait 3 days and sign a big contract. You're making it hard for people to buy. You're literally hiding the register in the back of the store. So have instant pricing, make it transparent. And yes, there's going to be reduction accuracy. The worst case for the vast majority of us is when you do show up their property, you have to be honest with the customer and adjust the price. It's not that big of a deal. Okay. So I'm going to reduce in accuracy on pricing, I am willing to give that up for the sake of the speed at which I will be able to get more customers to go from recognizing me on my website to buying and transacting with me. All right. So, how this takes you further away from building $1 million business. If you don't do these 3 things, if customers can't find you, if they can't recognize you, and you make it hard for them to buy from you, good luck trying to build $1 million business. For Ace Projects and Montez, once he got 30 Google reviews, what he was doing is he was making it easy for people to find him because now he is actually ranking on Google. We built him a website. He more than doubled the amount of leads he was getting. Why? Because he made it easy for people to find him. All right. And that was just one bottleneck. I can guarantee you, if he then made sure that his storefront and like the website we built him, obviously that transacted great. But like when he showed up at a customer's property, making sure that what was pictured on the website, which looks fantastic, he actually showed up to, because now the truck that had the little magnet on the side and a taped up mirror on the side of the window is look really, really weird to a customer because didn't look anything like his uniform. It didn't look like anything like his website. And so even if you have the best signage, if customers then you show up at their property like, whoa, that does not line up. I saw this great website. I saw this great ad. And then you showed up and now I'm like, I'm lost here. This is not, I cannot recognize the brand that I was sold on when turning into the entrance of this store. All right. They've got to recognize you. But Ace was able to get the 30 Google reviews and just that one tiny bottleneck alone and having the website, he was able to double his leads very, very quickly and got those reviews in literally one weekend by asking all his previous customers for a review via text. He got over 30 very, very quickly. So when it comes to Ace, let's look at these 3 principles of finding, recognizing, and then buying. Okay. So finding, based upon Ace Projects, I have no idea what he wanted to do with his business. So I didn't know what he even did based upon the name of his business. If I said Ace Projects is coming to your house today, you're like, okay. He later told me that ACE is Ace is his nickname, but ACE stands for a child's environment. Okay, cool. But I have no idea what that means as a customer. So I couldn't even find him based upon the name of his business because most time customers are simply going to look for the name of the service they're looking for. Like he'd be better off be calling it Ace Lawn Care, Ace Junk Removal. Like Ace Lawn and Junk Removal makes a lot more sense to the customer. He had no truck decals. He had no uniform when I showed up. In fact, he was using this Born to Win shirts as his uniform for Ace Projects. Again, someone that finds you is not going to be able to recognize you. Like you've got to make sure that if someone drives by as on a project and they see your uniforms, they're like, okay, I should go to that website, that brand. And then they go to the website like, that matches the uniform. So he also didn't do any sort of advertising whatsoever. And for that reason, he'd been in business for like 5, 6, 7 years and he hadn't had any growth. Why? Customers could not find him. No Google reviews, no uniforms, no truck decals. Customers simply could not find him. There was no signage to tell them to pull into his establishment. All right, number 2 for Ace Projects, recognize. He had no website. He had no social media presence. He wasn't posting consistently on his Google listing or on Facebook or any other platform. So because of that, there was nowhere to recognize him once customers did see the signage. Then the third part from a buying perspective is he had no instant pricing. And he also made it hard for people to buy because he wouldn't accept credit cards. And he'd do like cash envelopes underneath the mat. So like, if you make it hard for people to buy from you, the chances of building a $1 million business, far less. So when I go to do turnarounds, I'm going to give you a whole list of things I look for when it comes to diagnosing this problem of, do you make it hard for people to become customers? This is the 3-step process for a prospect or random person driving down the street to become a customer. Okay. And if you make it hard for people to do these 3 steps, you won't get any more, you will get less customers. So this is the kind of checklist that I go through when I go to a turnaround to make sure that this part is sort of checked off. Okay. When it comes to finding when it comes to the customer, can they find you? What I'm looking for in this case is, do you have trucks that are decaled and painted? And they have contact info on them. Like, it's easy for people to see them and then be able to find you and then go to your website, call you, text you, whatever you're looking for them to do. Make it easy to do that from your trucks, your decals, etc. Your uniforms also. Advertising looks professional and is branded so that when they see the ads and they go to your website, they're not shocked. Google reviews, at least 30. Great to have other Facebook reviews, a lot of different other sites, Andy's List, etc. You can get different online reviews, but Google specifically, at least 30 in most markets. And if you're in a larger market, you might need more like 100 reviews to actually get ranked well on Google. The name of your business, does it actually indicate what you do, or is it a randomly made up name that no one knows about? It's harder to find the signage if you have no idea what they do. Like, if I had a gym called Anytime Fitness, makes a little more sense than Jujublo. If I have a gym, it's called Jublujo, and that means something to the owner, but no one knows what that means. And until you have a massive brand with thousands of locations, no one's going to know what Jublujo means for your gym. It'll mean something to you, but it doesn't mean anything to the customer. And you're never going to get to thousands of locations and get enough brand awareness to know what Jubilo is. But Anytime Fitness makes more sense. So the vast majority of people should, in my opinion, should just simply focus on, in their business name, what is your services? It makes it easier for customers to go find you. All right. Number 2, when it comes to recognition, do you have matching uniforms? Do you have a website that looks great? If you don't, lawncarewebdesign.com, Home Service Web Design, they'll take care of you. Do you have a place to highlight customer testimonials and customer reviews? Like, you got to have a process for actually getting reviews. Showcasereviews.com, highly recommend. Get reviews from customers. Get 30, get 50, get 100. Get as many as you possibly can, because it increases the perception of your business to Google, which will rank you higher. And when customers, after seeing your trucks, after seeing your uniforms, etc., they come check you out on your website, and they see you online, and they see your Google reviews, it'll promote a lot of credibility, and they'll be much less price sensitive seeing all of that credibility on your business. Have a place to highlight those too. Like, so on your website, actually show the Google reviews, show the reviews and happy customers, etc. And make sure that's integrated from your website to Google. It makes a good, strong connection there. Have a social media profile, post engaging content on social media. Don't just take random photos once every 6 months that could literally be taken off of Google. Like, make it specialized, localized content in your market. Okay. All right. So that's recognition. Okay. Now let's talk about buying. What are some of the checklist items that I am looking at? The diagnosis of this problem that you make it hard for people to become customers. All right. Do you have the ability to buy quickly on the phone or on the website? So you reduce the amount of friction required of having an in-person meeting. If you can reduce that by either doing pricing over the phone, or better yet, on your website where there's no even calls required, great. Okay. If you can accept digital payments such as credit card and ACH, also makes it easier for people to buy. Another checklist item. Estimates and invoices that are sent via software such as Copilot CRM, and you can send it via email or text. If you can't do that, there's a higher likelihood, if you're taking pieces of paper and envelopes and you're manually talking to customers or calling them up with a quote, the likelihood that they're going to get on the phone already is like 30%. So 70% of the time, you're going to get voicemail. So have a software like an email that you can text and you can send these quotes and invoices too. Those are things that you can do to be able to make it easier for customers to buy. And if you want to get more customers, make it easier for them to find you. Once they find you, make it easier for them to recognize you, and then make it easy for them to buy from you. Now, instead of giving you a whole bunch of jargon about branding and how it's all about, I didn't give you a ton of stuff about like your optimization of your website and all these things. But if you can use this framework, you'll be able to ask yourself, am I making it easier by changing this thing on my website? Am I making it easier for people to buy? Am I making it easier for people to recognize? Am I making it easier for people to find me? When I change the decals on my trucks, on my uniforms, when I change the name of my company, it's like, does this make it easier for customers to find you? These are the questions you should be asking, and it will help you build a $1 million business. All right, so the next reason why we don't build a $1 million business is because we build the business and in a way that if you weren't there, the business would die. This is, in my opinion, the number one reason why businesses will actually go out of business is because something bad happens in your personal life, family, physically, a relationship falls apart, and the business goes completely bankrupt and it has to get closed down. And it's simply because we are building the business in a way that if you were not there, it would die. And so I went to a turnaround called Urban Roots, and the owner's name was Dylan. And Dylan was really super successful in terms of his first couple years in business. He was able to build up to $500,000 in annual revenue, and he was profiting that year $137,000 profit. Now, the year that I came, though, was after that, he actually started to grow the business to $800,000, and profit was only $30,000. So the profit had dropped like 80% as he grew the business. And so why was that? That's what we want to dig into today. Obviously, profit going down while revenue going up is a little bit scary. And really what had happened is he had 3 different aspects of the business, as always: admin, sales, and ops. And as the business grew from 0 to 500,000, it was really everything Dylan did himself. He did the admin, he did the sales, he did the operations. But as the business began to grow, he began to still try to hold on to all aspects of the business. And for that reason, there was inefficiencies. And most importantly, if Dylan was not there, the business would fall apart because he was juggling all the balls and all the aspects of the business. Now, the thing is, in the admin side, he had actually already hired someone named Mike to do the office work. And out in the field, he had an operations person, his name is Charlie, that could easily have handled the crew, etc. But when I showed up, all of the office meetings was being hosted and held by Dylan. He showed up early to make sure that the email was checked, the voicemail was checked before the day got started, checked the dispatch board, all the rest of it, when Mike should have been doing that. And he was out helping the crew get set up all their equipment and their trucks and making sure they're organized, when really that was like Charlie's job. And so what I pushed Dylan to really do is just focus on sales, because right now he was trying to do all 3. And in doing so, he was really making it hard for someone like Mike on the admin side to be able to be successful in their role. He was also potentially going to lose Charlie, because Charlie was like, look, if I'm supposed to be the manager out in the field and help the guys, et cetera, but like, you're doing everything for me. The guys are still contacting you for every little thing in the field. You're still helping them set up in the morning. You're running the crew in the morning. Like, what is even my role? And most importantly, the most important thing about all of this was the fact that really Dylan was starting to get burnt out. And the reason for that is because he was trying to handle all of these things, and he was building this business to be able to spend more time with his family, provide for his family. And yet he had no time for his family. He's working crazy amounts of hours. He was always distracted with emails and phone calls in the middle of the evening when he was supposed to be with his family. And this was because he was building the business in a way that without him, it would fall apart. Like maybe for a week or two, it'd be okay. But eventually, like all of these tasks that he was taking on from people he should have been delegating these things to, they were simply, the business would fail without him being there, because he was constantly juggling. And so when it comes down to it, it's like, well, how do we fix this problem? We delegated. We've talked about the ability to be able to delegate, but like, we've got to have a system in place that if the business owner is not there, that things can still get done. Now, I made the same mistake when I got trapped underneath the dump truck. If it wasn't for some really awesome employees, my business would have fell apart. And it got close to falling apart even while I was in the hospital. Like, I'm out literally videoing, like FaceTiming my team members out in the field to walk them through their next job because I had no system in place. And we'll talk about the system that could have been used to prevent that from happening and making me the bottleneck to where I have to literally be videoing people from a hospital bed. Okay. So this is Dylan. I really recommend, hey, like, let Charlie take over operations. Let Mike actually take over admin. You don't need to be answering your phone. You don't need to be doing email in the middle of the evening. Let those things be delegated. And then by doing that, you'll be able to focus more on sales, and sales will be the thing that actually will get you to $1 million+ in revenue. And you'll be able to do it without losing your mind because you have an admin person and an ops person actually taking things off of your plate. So from my experience, and what I went through, like, I thought I needed to know how to do everything in the business. I thought I needed to control every text message, every email, any communications with customers. I thought I needed to be present at every job or the customer would not be satisfied. What I really needed was a system. All right, we're going to talk about what a system is. But really, if you don't have a system, you will need to be the system, and you'll need to be in the business 24/7. And so when we talk about a system, everyone talking about create systems and procedures and standard operating and all this other stuff. Okay, what a system basically is simply system. It is a repeatable process that has the same outcome. Okay, so we have an input and we have an output, and the output is repeatable based upon the same amount of inputs. And we know that given certain circumstances, the output will continually happen. So a repeatable process having the same outcome. So why is it so important? Because having this system is going to be what allows the business to operate and run and be successful without the owner always being there. Now, in this case, Dylan had positioned himself to be the system because everything had to go through Dylan. The same way that in a system, we have up here certain inputs and outputs. In order for there to be predictable outputs of happy customers, invoices getting paid, emails getting answered, phone calls getting received, Dylan was the system. So if you don't have a system in place, you are the system. And everything will have to go through you in order for the outcome to be predictable and consistent. So we've really already talked about the 3 different areas of a business. We got sales, we got admin, and we got operations. Okay. Now, we've already talked about sales in chapter 2. Okay. In chapter 2, we already went through a sales process, how to create a system around it, how to standardize, simplify it, etc. What I want to talk about now is the admin and the operations side of things. How do we create systems in these areas so that if you do get hit by a bus, or in the case like for myself, getting trapped beneath the dump truck, that the business can run without you. So from an operational perspective, I want to just kind of give an example of one of the things that you can do. But to first figure out, like, what are all the operational tasks you're doing in the business? I would literally list off every single thing you do on a daily basis, from opening up the gate in the morning to, turning on the security cameras to, at the end of the day, like cleaning out the cash from the register and locking up the gate. Like, list every single operational task that you do in the business. And then create a system around every single one of those in order to be able to delegate it. And so for example, one thing you might do is like, well, I'm going to do walkthroughs with customers. All right, I'm going to get the crew I'm going to walk them through the job, make sure they know what to do. And then at the end of the day, I'm going to walk through the job again and make sure the customer's happy. That would be one operational task that you're responsible for. And so the question is, well, how do I not have to do that? Like, I don't want to have to be doing that. And for me, like, I was staggering start times at 6:30, 7 o'clock, 7:30, 8 o'clock for each of my crews to get started, because I knew I would have to go walk them through the job. And then I have to go to the back of the shop and get the next crew and do the next project. And I'd spend 3-4 hours in the morning just doing project walkthroughs. And the horrible thing is, then once I was on the job site, the customer really believed that I was their point of contact because they'd see me at the estimate. Now they'd see me on the job site. They saw me walking it through with the crew. They'd come out and talk. And I really removed the ability for my crew to take ownership of the job and talk with the customer and do the final walkthrough because I was on the job site again. But worse off, I would literally spent a few hours going from job site to job site in the morning. And then guess what? In the evening, because the customer had made connection with me again after doing the estimate and I was on the property, I would have to go back to the job site again and make sure everything was done to the customer satisfaction. When in reality, all I need to do is an estimate video. An estimate video is simply when you're doing the estimate, make a video of everything the customer wants so you'd never have to come back to the property again. And that video with the estimate notes are simply what the crew needs to be able to do the job exactly to specification and be able to do the final walkthrough with the customer without you having to be there. And best of all, you might have done the estimate 4, 5, 6 weeks ago. If you don't have that video, you're going to forget things, little details that the customer told you in person, you're going to forget them. So even if you do the walkthrough, you make it work somehow, you're going to forget those small details that they told you. So an estimate video is one system that gives you a predictable output, which is a happy customer with a walkthrough being completed by the crew every single time without you having to be there. All right. So that's one example of a system. And that's just around walkthroughs. You could create a system around blade sharpening, a system around oil changes, a system around cleaning the trucks. All the operational tasks that you do in the business, you can delegate these things out. I still remember writing out 23 things that I listed off of all the operational tasks I did. And over the course of a year, simply delegated them to crew members, delegated them to managers, and just got rid of all the operational tasks in the business so that if I got hit by a bus, the business would still run. All right. Now, what else we got? From an admin perspective, most of the things a owner does in the business around admin really bottlenecks. Like a lot of times owners hold on to admin way too long. Admin are tasks that are typically pretty low cost. And one of the things that I found is a really helpful thing to be able to delegate, again, all the admin tasks that you're doing is going to be screen recordings. Literally a Loom or any sort of screen recording to be able to record and document what you're doing, whether it be dispatching, invoicing, payroll, whatever you're doing from an admin perspective. Do a screen recording. Most of what you're doing when it comes to admin is on a computer. So do a screen recording, put it into a folder or on an online drive where the future admin person can search a title and look for exactly what you've created around that topic. And they can just follow step by step of exactly what to do for that admin task. This is how you're going to really be able to get rid of email and phone calls coming to your personal phone after hours. Having email folders where they know how to exactly filter through your email and put them in the correct folder. So maybe 1 out of 10 you actually need to address. And I know it's nerve-wracking, especially if you're taking your email or your phone off of your personal device for the first time. I remember coming home from church on a Wednesday night and just being like freaked out. Like, what if someone has something bad going on right now? Like, what if? Like, it's hilarious because really what you've done, and I did, is we get addicted to the dopamine hit that comes from answering that, device email, that little problem or issue the customer has, or they have a question or work change order, and you get addicted to it. So you're always, getting that little hit of dopamine, which is fine when you have, 2, 3, 4 customer emails a day. But as you begin to grow the business, and like Dylan, you start going past 500,000, you're starting at 10, 15, 20 emails, phone calls, voicemails a day. It switches from dopamine to cortisol. Cortisol is a stress hormone. And all of a sudden, like Dylan, you just want to give up. Like, it's like you're just overwhelmed and overworked. And your body eventually can't take it. And so, one way to be able to get rid of that is delegate these admin tasks. So some of the things that I see in the admin side of things that business owners hold on to way too long is bookkeeping and payroll. And so when we start listing these things off, you can ask yourself, like, how much would it reasonably cost me to actually replace this function of the business? So for example, bookkeeping and payroll, like you can have, homeservicecpa.com do your bookkeeping and payroll for like a few $100 a month. And not have to worry about like filing your 941s and your taxes and your quarterlies and all that sort of garbage. Let someone else do it. It's not a task that you should be focused on, because again, back to what I did with Dylan is like, if you want to grow this business, you should be focused on sales, not running payroll, not answering email, not taking voice notes, voice emails, voice calls, phone calls, whatever, voicemail. There you go. The objective is to be able to grow the business, and doing that is not going to be done through running payroll and doing your accounting. Cleaning the office. People clean the office like vacuuming. Like, what in the world? You get someone else to do that for a quarter of your value. Checking emails, checking voicemails, setting up customers in the CRM, like copying the form from the website into the CRM, typing up estimates, sending out invoices, charging credit cards, running deposits of a bunch of checks to the bank. I did this way too long, where I'd like take stacks of checks to the bank, and I was the only one signer on the account. Stupid. There's so many ways to be able to do mobile deposit or have someone else take the checks to the bank. These are not things that you should really be doing. And if you assign a value to each of these tasks on the admin side, you'd probably realize that for a few $1,000s a month, depending on the size of your business, you could probably get rid of most of your admin tasks, $3,000-$4,000 a month, and give yourself 60-70% of your day back to be able to focus on sales. Remember, the two things that are actually going to drive your business forward and actually allow it to grow is sales and hiring. So all this other stuff in terms of admin and operations can be delegated so that we can focus on sales. Okay. And so, when it comes to making a business that doesn't have systems and would literally die if you weren't there, how does this prevent you from building $1 million business? It's very simple. All right. If no one knows what to do, and if they try to do it, they're going to mess stuff up. And if they mess stuff up, you will lose money. So we can invert that and say, okay, well, if people know what to do, in other words, there's a system and it's in place, they will know what to do and it will probably work because we have a predictable outcome. It's a system. And if it works, you will make more money. Okay. So ultimately, if you want to make more money, make sure that people know what to do. And if you want them to be able to know what to do, make sure that it doesn't require you to be there. So if you leave the business, they still know what to do. And by knowing what to do, you have a predictable outcome because you have a system in place. And that predictable outcome is that you make money. All right. As soon as you don't have a system in place, you are the system in order for that whole function of the business to operate. And as soon as you're removed, the business will likely fall apart. Okay. So now the question is do you have this problem? Is this an actual problem? If I go to a turnaround and I'm trying to diagnose the business, here are a few things just to ask. Number one, if you can't leave your business without something breaking, we have a problem. There's not enough systems in place. Number two, if the business begins to crumble whenever you're not present, even if you're going for lunch and you're out of the office and something happens in the field, if the crew stops working because they don't know what to do next, there's not a system in place for them to know how to be able to function without you, we got a problem. If you get separation anxiety when you're gone from the business for several hours, again, you're out for a holiday, out for a day trip, and you literally get separation anxiety. Oh my goodness, what if my email's not being, what if they're not checking the phone? What if they aren't doing this? What if you're getting that sort of anxiety when you're away from the business, it's likely that you do not have a system in place that is going to give a predictable outcome based upon predictable inputs, right? When a lead comes in, that would be a predictable input. What would the output be? Well, it goes into the CRM. Okay. Then they get an estimate set up. All right. Or an in-person estimate. Okay. At the estimate, we're going to have an estimate video. So we know exactly. And then that estimate video is going to go to this is a system that is going to allow us to have a predictable outcome every single time. And that will prevent things like what happened to me, which I almost lost the business because I got in an accident. And this happened day in and day out, small businesses, accidents, family tragedies, relationships getting broken up, weird stuff happening, emergencies, that because their business is not built in a way that a systems run it, the business fails. I don't want to see that happen to you. All right. So the next reason why we don't build $1 million business is we're running it like a side hustle. I happen to believe that if you spend all of your time and attention on one thing, it will do better. And I believe that the amount that it will change and become better will outweigh all the little side hustles and other things that you're doing. Now, I went out to Edwards Landscaping, and Jesse was the owner. Okay. Now, Jesse had some personal problems he had break up with his girlfriend that they had living together and been with each other for a long time. And she moved out and she went with another guy and had kids and stuff. So he left town. He moved to California for 7 months and he thought he could go sell solar door to door. And he went out and realized it wasn't all it was cracked up to be, didn't make a lot of money, and legislation and things changed in California. And so 7 months he was out in Los Angeles, just trying to get away from his problems, get away from the town, and really get away from his business. And he had a good business going. And two of his employees actually ran the business essentially while he was gone, doing all the estimates, doing all the jobs themselves. And really, though, he was chasing after solar. Okay. Then he started wanting to do like real estate stuff. And then he told me, like, hey, like, I don't really like lawn care and landscaping. Like, and my heart's not in it. My heart is not in the business. And so he literally neglected his business. And he wasn't sure if he wanted to be in the lawn care industry. And then when he came back, so he came back to his business and he really tried to just like get away from it. And we literally showed up the morning of to the shop where all the crew was at and the trucks, et cetera. And they're all getting loaded up. He was nowhere to be found. He was 15 minutes away at his house. And the crew, they were people rolling in late. They had no real organization. It was pretty sloppy because there was no leader. And so if you're running your business like a side hustle and you're trying to like delegate through abdication, which is like just, delegate and then close your eyes and never manage it, it's not going to be super effective. And so when we got to his house, like in his office, he has this massive whiteboard, just tiny font, like questions all over the whole thing. And in the turnaround, there's really only two things that I boil it down to of stuff that needs to change. Number one is leadership. And that is stop running the business like a side hustle and actually jump in and become a great manager, show up for the crew, be able to give them leadership, et cetera. And the second thing was around his confidence, because his confidence had really taken a massive hit because his girlfriend had left him. I'm like, look, if you got to go get a girlfriend, great. Like that should be a focus because you got to get confidence and some swagger back to be able to actually jump in with your team and manage and be proud of the business and have a reason to actually go out there and kick butt. And so those are like the two things that I kind of encouraged him to do. And he had questions about like his shop space and pay for performance and different types of software and coaching. I was like, look, there's only two things you really got to do. Be a great manager, be a great leader, and then find like a partner to be able to get your confidence back. And so while we were there, it was right before spring rush, and he was actually planning to go on a cruise. He ended up going on the cruise for 10 days in the middle of spring rush. And I asked him, I was like, look, this is before he actually went. So he ended up going on the cruise. But I was like, okay, first off, what's your crew going to think? You just coming back from California and leaving them for 7 months to run the business. What do you think they're going to do in terms of like a manager, like a leader, like during the middle of spring rush when everything's crazy, everyone's working crazy amounts of hours, leads are pouring in, and you're just going to go away for 10 days. So that doesn't really check the box of leadership. Bad luck. Secondly, is it going to get you closer to having a partner? And he admitted like, hey, no one on this trip is actually would be like quality enough for me to be able to be, have a partner with, be a partner with. And like, there's nothing long-term there. So like, why are we doing it? It has nothing to do with these two things. It was in part because he was trying to run his business like a side hustle. He was trying to make it where like the business is like passive. He hardly has to work on it. And then he had an admin person that was working full-time, but he could probably do the work of his admin person like an hour and a half a day, but it was taking them 8 hours because there was no systems in place. He wasn't managing or leading them well at all. He wasn't giving metrics. He was just hoping that they were getting the jobs done. And so all of this to say, I know it sounds like I'm bagging on Jesse, but really I did the exact same thing. I had all sorts of businesses. There was one point where I had 8 businesses that I was owner of. And what I did is I ended up cutting out 4 of them. It was crazy because guess what happened? In the next 12 months, these 4 businesses doubled the total revenue. Why? Because I actually focused and paid attention to them. My attention wasn't split in 8 different directions. And so I highly recommend that, try to avoid the shiny object syndrome at this stage of business. Like focus. Don't run the business like a side hustle. Make a financial pillar that holds everything else up. This might take you 5 or 10 years to be able to build this thing where it's pumping off $1 million in revenue. It's 20% profitable. The objective of this book is to do that. That might take you 10 years. But then if you really want to, if there's other passions, you can go focus on other little things that you might be interested in, real estate or stocks or a different industry. That's fine. But build this muscle, build this financial pillar first before you go out and play, before you start getting other side hustles, etc. So that being said, again, it sounds like I'm bagging on Jesse, but like I had all sorts of businesses. Let's go through some of them. I did cologne drop shipping. So like I'd order in bulk all these colognes, and I had a website I made and just drop shipping those. Okay. Snowboard and ski waxing. I would do that during the winter. So you iron on the wax and then you scrape it off and all the rest of it. I made a mobile app, and that mobile app had 10 different workouts that were really well produced that we did. And I made them all, produced all the workouts, was star in the workouts, edited them all, and then made a mobile app using Java and Objective-C to be on iOS and Android mobile devices. So you could get on the map at the App Store, called 30X. And then another one after that called 10-minute abs. So a whole bunch of workouts that were 10 minutes long for abs. I created a vending machine that created protein shakes out of powder called BioShakes. And we had the whole thing built and engineers and the whole 9 yards. Flew down to California. We had a manufacturer, a branding website, you name it. Did credit card processing, sold credit card processing locally to small businesses for about 6 months. That was a distraction at the very beginning. Built for business. This is actually more recent, just a couple of years ago, where my personal trainer and I created online workouts for small business owners to be able to use. Okay. Keto cups, something that we created and literally shut it down during COVID because we could no longer distribute. We couldn't go to trade shows to sell the product. So it was kind of successful. They tasted good, but not great because it kept me away from doing what I should have been doing, which is focusing on building Augusta. That was the main thing. Another thing is reset mind and body. It was a place I was going to build that was like 24/7, and it would allow for like red light therapy, saunas, cold plunge, float tanks, yoga, all that sort of stuff, which is great in theory. Probably would have been pretty successful, except the fact that it would have distracted me from my main business. And at the time, we only had like 30 or 40 locations in Augusta, and I need to focus on that. I need to focus on my financial pillar. And so I literally paid $75,000 to get out of a lease that I had signed a few months earlier. And I put tons of money into designing and website and logo and all this LLC and hiring and all this garbage before I realized that this is a distraction and I need to focus on my core pillar, my main focus, my financial pillar, which is Augusta. Also, the first year in doing Augusta Lawn Care, I actually started Augusta cleaning services. Like, oh yes, if we can mow grass, we can also clean inside their house. Again, great business, could have made it successful, but it's a distraction and it's keeping me from making my full-time business my full-time occupation instead of trying to make it all a side hustle and like multiple things, juggling them all. When I look at the consistencies of owners inside of Augusta Nation that fail, almost all of them split their attention. They have something else going on in their personal life that distracts them, or they are having other businesses that they try to run on the side, and all of a sudden their main business becomes a side hustle. And all of a sudden, it doesn't have time and attention. And if you don't put time and attention to something, some of your competitors, one of them is going to take your lunch. They're going to take your best employees. They're going to take your customers because their full-time 24/7 occupation is to do that. And so one thing I've really noticed is that success is not linear. It is exponential, which means the first 4 or 5 years in business, it doesn't look like you're actually making any progress. You're like, man, I'm just not seeing a lot of evidence of success. And you're like, I really want to be up here. I want to be up here right now. But it takes all these reps. It takes all this work to be able to actually then be able to see this success. And everyone wants this exponential growth, business is crushing, bunch of locations getting started, all the rest of it. But 80+% of small businesses will fail at this stage because they don't have enough evidence of success. And what the difference between what they want to have and where they are at now is so big, when in reality, if they just put the same amount of effort and work in for another 5 years, for example, they'd actually see the results. And it's not a matter of time, it's a matter of reps. All right. It's like going to the gym. You can't just say, well, if I stay in the gym long enough, I'll get more muscles. No, you'll have to actually put the reps in. And so doing more and more follow-up phone calls, doing more and more, creating systems, doing more and more interviews and hiring more people. These are the reps required to actually see this exponential success, but you don't actually get there without doing the first 5 years. No one wants to have that. The only thing separating you from where you want to be at and where you are today is simply reps. All right. That's the only thing separating from where you want to be at. If you want to have a perfect body and right now you're fat, the only thing between you and that perfect body is reps. Having a great diet and consistently sticking to it. Going to the gym, consistently improving the weights, the reps, the volume, etc. And hoping and praying and going into a closet is not going to do anything. Time isn't the actual indicator of success. It is reps. That's going to be the thing that gets you this exponential success. And that's why usually I just encourage people, like, hold your breath for 10 years, Dedicate yourself for something for 10 years and then judge it. Because if you judge it in the first few years, it is likely that you're not going to have any indicators of success because you simply don't have enough reps to be able to see this type of success that you're looking for. Now, I really do believe that the best plan doesn't win. Everyone wants a great plan. And Edward's Lawn Care, or Edward's Landscaping, Jesse, he had all this stuff on his whiteboard because he wanted a great plan. But in my opinion, execution is far more important and more valuable than the plan. It's not the best plan that wins, it's the best execution that wins. And so that's why a lot of times, even throughout this book, you'll have like 1,000 different things you want to do. It's like, look, take one or two, like I gave to Jesse, and just execute on those things. You don't need to have a fancy plan. You don't need to have everything drawn up and every question answered and every I dotted and T crossed. Just execute. Focus on the one or two things and just execute against it. Now, consistently inside of Copilot, we have 3 different stages of your business, and for you as the owner. And this is something I saw that Jesse was struggling with, is he needed to be one thing to his business, but he was trying to be something else. So let me explain. From 0 to 200,000 in annual revenue, when we look at users inside of Copilot, the thing that they really, as the owner, their main responsibility at 0 to $100,000 is they are a laborer. They're actually doing the work itself, and it is physically very stressful. They're working long hours. They're working in the heat. They're working in the cold. There's just crazy amounts of exertion being on their body. So massive amounts of physical stress. This is when you would say they are working on the business a lot. Now, as the business begins to grow and you have 200,000 to 800,000 in annual revenue, this is where their main role in the business should be that of a manager. Okay. And the stress now is financial. The reason they need the role of a manager is because now they're hiring people and they need to actually work through the hands of other people by managing and leading them. But the reason they're stressed financially is because back when they were at 0 to 200,000, they were a laborer out in the field. They were producing labor revenue. Now they're an overhead expense to the business, and it's actually much harder to have good profit margins because they're a cost to the business instead of an added revenue. So that's why you get margin compression. So instead of making 50, 60% profits, now you're making 10, 20% profits because you have this financial pressure caused by the fact that you are an overhead expense to the business instead of a revenue producing team member. 800,000 plus, the third stage that we see. The role of the owner becomes that of an architect. Okay. An architect is building the business. They aren't actually doing the work. They are stepping away from the business and actually leading. They are looking for strategic growth opportunities, etc. And the stress that they have is psychological. Because at this size of business, every single day you wake up, something bad is happening. Employee is calling out, a customer is mad at you, a job is going south, you're losing money in some areas, something's breaking down every single day, and it's psychologically very stressful. Now, the thing is this: if you're going to build the business in its most profitable form, you'll need to make sure that your role of you as a business owner is lined up with the revenue that you're currently making. For example, Jesse from Edward's Landscaping, he was supposed to be acting like a manager. That was what he should have been focused on at that size of business. However, he was trying to act like an architect and have everything planned out. He was away from the business. He wasn't managing with his team, leading from example, being with the team in the morning, staying engaged with them. He actually left them. That's not like what a manager does. They have to self-manage. They have to self-regulate. And so if you're wanting to build your business in the least amount of stress way and the most profitable, is make sure your role is matching your revenue. Also, realize that the stress that you're going through, it's going to be tempting to want to think about having a different type of stress. So when you're physically going through a bunch of struggle and you're just smaller and you're getting started, you're going to be like, oh man, just can't wait for one day when I'm going to have way less stress because I won't have to work as hard. It's someone else can do the work. Well, all of a sudden, if you have that in your mind, like, oh, it's going to get better as I grow. Then you get more employees and all of a sudden you realize you have a whole bunch of financial stress because now you have way less profit margins. And all of a sudden you're not making any more profit than you were when you're working by yourself. And like, oh man, one day I'll get through this. I'll get way more employees. I'll be able to grow and I'll scale up. I'll get more trucks and more equipment. And all of a sudden now you have psychological stress because everything's breaking and customers are mad at any given point simply because of the size and scale of your business at that size. So just realize that it's not that stress goes away. It just changes its form. And so being self-aware and realizing which type of stress you're best equipped to deal with and you would like to handle is super, super valuable. Because for some people, they'd rather just work a lot of hours and be physically stressed and not deal with employees that you have to like train and they make a bunch of mistakes and you got customers unhappy and then employees leave and they make a bunch of damage cases. That might stress you out so much. You're like, I'm going to stay physically. I'm going to stay there. And then for some people, it's like, look, I cannot do the work physically. I am allergic to things. I can't deal with people, whatever. I need to grow the business to this size. And I'm okay with the psychological stress because I can't deal with the physical stress. Like, figure out the type of stress that you are best equipped for. And then just realize that every stage, it's always going to be grass is greener on the other side. Even someone who has a bigger business, they'll be like, oh man, sometimes it'd be so nice not to deal with all this office and this garbage and all these employees and hiring and advertising. I just like to put my headphones on and just work all day long. And they're just thinking again about what it would be like to be in a different stage of stress. So be cognizant of this and realize if you get these things out of order in terms of your role, or you're constantly looking for a different size of business because you're looking for you want to get away from the stress you're experiencing, you might be disappointed. And you're definitely going to have a less profitable business if you're getting out of the size of business that the role is demanding of you as the owner. We always think that the grass is greener on the other side. And this leads to a lot of times the shiny object syndrome of going to a whole bunch of different things because you hit stress or you hit a role that you don't really like in your business and you go out and do other stuff. You try other businesses. And this is what led us to start the 7 stages of wealth at Augusta Nation. Okay. And so you can use these in your business. And this is what we use at Augusta Lawn Care for our franchisees. And this is how we train them. The first step of the 7 stages of wealth is literally grow. And that is to grow to 500,000 or more in annual revenue, which means you're not going to go start 4 other businesses if you're doing 200 or 300,000. Again, the number one reason I see Augusta Lawn Care locations fail is before they even get to the first stage of growth, they get distracted. Here's a fun fact. We've never had one single location in Augusta cross 500,000 and end up closing to the date of this record, which is the first 5 years. Nobody. The reason for that is because once you start getting stages of wealth accomplished, like the success path that we talked about, it's not linear. It's not like your first year you get 1, and then next year you do 2, and the next year you do 3. You can ramp these very quickly after achieving the first one. And so because success is exponential, you hit this one and you start seeing success more and more and more. But that's our very first step in their stages of wealth. The second one is profit. So as you've grown really quickly past 500,000, now I want you to put some profit aside. And we typically are looking for 2 months payroll in the business, in the bank account, or 1 month of revenue. Okay. We want to have that money in the bank, set aside, make the business more profitable. So as we scale, we don't run out of money as we get more trucks, equipment, etc. All right. The third stage of wealth at Augusta Lawn Care, systems. Again, we talked about this in the last chapter. How do you create these systems? We make sure that all of the admin stuff is delegated. We have Command Center for Augusta Lawn Care. They can have all their phone calls and estimates and everything being handled by Command Center, or hire someone if you need to. Like, get admin to have systems in place to do this. Have estimates being done over the phone. And really, the goal here is get out of the field. Get out of the field. So you're going to have those estimate videos. You're going to have processes and systems in place to be able to make sure that you can get out of the field and focus on sales. All right. Number 4, because we're going to focus on sales, we're now going to scale up. Now, some of our locations and some of our owners will actually do multiple locations at this point by scaling, but our goal is to get past the 800,000 marker. All right, so that we are becoming an architect. So scale, grow the business past the 800,000. So now you're the architect of the business. At that point, that leads us to number 5, we can focus on the next stage of growth, which is getting a general manager. So at this stage, they're going to have profit sharing. They're going to be running a lot of the daily operations. Our whole goal is to get out of daily operations to where you can leave for a week or 2 and things run smoothly. All right. And then we're going to keep doing this. We're not going to get the shiny objects in. We're going to repeat. We're going to open multiple locations. We're going to keep growing one location if you want to. Just keep doing the same thing. And it's going to be like, hey, well, now I'm going to need a regional manager. I'm going to have a chain of them. I'm going to have multiple locations or grow a lot larger. I could be an absentee owner at this point, having multiple locations. I'm going to repeat, though. I'm not going to go do something new. Even at this stage of 5, like, Repeat, keep doing the same thing. It's profitable. There was a Panda Express, the owner literally has done the same thing for like 30 years. And in the past like 10 years, they've gone from, I think, like 300 or 400 locations to 2,000. Again, exponential success, exponential increase, because they just kept doing the same thing. They just kept repeating it over and over and over and over again. Some people don't even get to number 7, and they actually make billions of dollars just doing number 6, repeating the same process, doing the boring thing over and over because it works. And you just keep cycling through 1 through 5 over and over and over. And I know that there'll be owners inside of Augusta Nation that do that and just keep replicating profitable locations over and over again. The 7th one, if you want to go down this direction, is invest. This is where you do start to go into other business ventures. You go into real estate, you go into stocks. And we talk about these in our masterminds every morning with Augusta Nation about other business opportunities, etc. But you don't do that until you finish the first 6. So many people haven't even finished the first stage of wealth, and they're trying to think about like, well, should I invest my money? Should this S&P 500, or I was thinking about doing this fix and flip and doing a rehab on this other property, and it's like, I'm starting this other service business, or I'm starting this other, I want to do a little restaurant, a little cafe. It's like, just focus on your current stage of wealth. And these, if followed, should be done in sequence. Like, grow this one first, then make it profitable, then systematize it, then grow it, then get a general manager so you can get out of daily operations, then repeat. Like, do this in a systematic way. And really the only reason you do number 7 is because you have an itch to scratch. You have other passions you want to do. Or like from a tax shelter perspective, this is why we focus on it at Augusta Lawn Care, so that people can do other things and they can protect their income from taxes. But like, real estate's a good way to do that. But I'm not doing that right off the get. I'm focusing on all these other stages of wealth first. So how does running your business like a side hustle keep you from, building $1 million business? Distractions and treating the business like a side hustle honestly cost Jesse all the growth that he wanted in the business. He wanted to build this massive business. He wanted to be the architect, but because he was not willing to be the manager, and at that size of business that he was currently at, because he failed to take down that role, he never actually made the $800,000 business. All right. I sure hope he changes and improves. I'm not saying he can't, but that's why he kept stalling up against that size of business. And he was trying to run it like a side hustle by having real estate, and he had other business ventures, and he was traveling on the cruises, and he's going to California. You're treating the business like a side hustle. And because of that, it's not going to grow to the size that you want it to. Just his admin person that was paying $50,000 a year, he could do their work in like literally 20% of the time that they were spending. Like, jump back in, be a manager. It's not time to be an architect and have remote office workers and you are away from the business and never in person. Like, you're not there yet. And so running a business like a side hustle, ultimate way to fail the business. Now, on the inverse, if you actually focus on the business and exclusively focus full time, it's going to ensure that you can actually execute on the first 12 chapters of this book. All the ideas you've had, you will not be able to execute on them if you're not fully putting your attention on it. And getting those things done is going to require execution, not a plan, execution. A big excuse that people have when they read the previous 12 chapters is they don't have enough time. And yet they're treating their business like a side hustle and have other things that they're doing that will distract them from actually making that one thing a financial pillar that's doing $1 million+ in revenue and 20% profit. Okay. Now, from a diagnostic perspective, when I go into a business and it's like, do they have this problem? Do they have a side hustle problem? They're treating their business like a side hustle. Ultimately, if you have other business ventures that are making up less than 50% of your financial pillar, there's a really good chance that you've split your attention and you're treating your business like a side hustle. And you'd be better off, you say, well, I'm making $2,000 or $3,000 a month on the side doing this other little side hustle, this other little gig. I got this drop shipping. I'm selling some stuff on eBay or whatever. It's like, great. But your business is currently doing $50,000 a month and would probably go from $50,000 to $70,000 if you just cut out that side thing, the other distraction. So whatever it is in life or business that you can cut out to be able to focus on the business exclusively and not make it just your side hustle, it'll probably lead to the greatest returns. All right. So anything less that's doing less than 50% of your revenue of your main business, just cut it out. That time and attention focused on what right now is your side hustle, the business, will likely lead to exponential returns greater than the sum of all the parts. Okay. So that's the end of the course. I really appreciate everyone hanging out. A couple things before you leave. Number one, If you could leave me an Amazon review and get the book, I'd be really appreciative. I just want to get the message out there. This was free, this whole course. No one paid for this. And I did it because I just want to see people win. The turnaround show, you can apply for it. MikeAndes.com/turnaround. I'll write it down here. And I would love to come out if you're struggling, if the business is not doing well, and help. I know that 99% of people that watch the turnaround show, they're going to be too embarrassed to actually have cameras and me come out when they're doing really, really bad. And that's why I made the book. And that's why I made this course. I want you to just win. I want you to be able to take these 13 things and actually implement them in your business. And whether it is coming out and we actually do the turnaround, I'd love to. It doesn't cost you a single penny. I don't make money on the turnaround shows. All the businesses that I have told stories of throughout every chapter of the book and the course, they didn't pay a single penny for me to be there. We come out and we try to document this because I know how hard it is to be in that situation and not be able to look around and see anyone else struggling and you just feel all alone. I don't want that to happen. That's why we have the turnaround show. That's why I made the book. But I made the book for the 99% of people that don't want us to fly out and put cameras in their face, because I know it's demoralizing and it's like very embarrassing and people cry on camera. Like it's really stressful. I know it's like to be there. And so I hope that the book and the course allows people that don't want to be on camera to still take the principles that I use in the turnaround, which are the 13 we've covered, and actually implement them in their business and turn things around and make it more successful. So if you've gotten this far and you've actually identified which of these things in your business is a problem using the diagnostic tools given, and then you execute on it, I'd love to, tag me on Instagram, tag me on Facebook. I'd love to hear from you. What was the bottleneck in the business? What was the constraint? And what did you do to fix it and turn things around? Because that's ultimately what I want to see. I truly believe that you making more money as a small business owner will put more money back in the community, create more jobs, create more opportunities for your team members. Instead of the money going to big corporations or the government, they can't spend money efficiently at all. And that's why I'm so passionate about turning around small businesses. I know how hard it is to not be able to make payroll, to be struggling and like in your head and wondering if you should quit and wondering if you're a failure, wondering if you're even cut out for this thing. I truly believe if you implement the things in this book, in this course, you will be successful. I really recommend you also try out Copilot CRM. I know I've mentioned certain features throughout the course and throughout the book of specific ones, but the reason Copilot is actually built is that over the next couple of years, we create something called 3D notifications, data-driven decisions. And those 3D notifications that I give you, the recommendations are actually going to come from this course. They're going to come from this book. And that is the diagnostic tools that I use in the turnarounds is exactly what I can use using the software to be able to tell you what you should be doing next in the business, to be able to give warning flags of certain issues that I see in the business based upon the numbers. Because every single day inside your CRM is like your close ratio, your time to lead, get to leads, how many estimates and invoices you have, how much overdue invoices you have. All of this information is inside the software. And we're building the software to be able to tell you exactly what to do next in your business using the principles from this course. So you can sign up for free, get up to 50 customers if you're just getting started, up to 50 customers completely free inside the software and get more organized. But more importantly, I'll be able to actually use the software and AI to look at your numbers and then give you exactly what you should be doing in the business next to focus on, and removing that constraint will allow you to grow the business past $1 million. That community is thriving because we have a group specifically, and I do live Q&A with all the members of Copilot every single week. And I do that because I truly believe that the software will be able to help you turn the business around, because so many times you'll read these 13 things and you'll be like, oh, there's so many things I got to change. I'm not sure exactly which one I need to focus on. I can use the numbers inside of your Copilot account to using software and AI to tell you exactly what to do when you're overbooked, that you need to hire someone, that the reason that you're not closing more jobs is because you're taking too long to get to the estimate. These are things that I can tell from the software. And that's why we're building Copilot CRM. And that's why we're spending so much time and effort and energy to making that tool available, because I believe it's my way of actually doing turnarounds at scale without actually having to be at your location. And I can do it over and over and over again. It's not just a one-time hit where we come out. I can actually every month, week, etc., be able to use the numbers of your business to give you recommendations. So highly recommend using copilotcrm.com. But most of all, just appreciate your time and attention. I hope it was a good investment on the time you spent on the book. If you can share with someone else that is struggling in their business or as a small business owner, I'd be eternally grateful and appreciative. Check out MikeAndes.com for all the other stuff. There's a lot of different resources and tools I give to business owners, lots of free things, other services that you can purchase, like the web design or accounting services, joining Augusta Lawn Care, software, or on pay for performance or showcase reviews. These are things that I do. I want to make you successful, and I'd love to hear from you down the road. Take care and have a great day.